Oblivious to the fact that war against the Federation had broken out, Wang Baol continued traveling across the sword body. He flew speedily across the lands, passing spatial tiers, hexed regions, sudden changes in the landscape, as well as demons and beasts prowling the lands unharmed. Nothing seemed capable of stopping the traveling mist in its path as it crossed the vastness of the heavens and the earth swiftly. The traveling mist was so amazing that Wang Baol began to regret the lost opportunity of displaying his majestic figure to the world. This is the last attempt at losing weight, Wang Baol muttered to himself inside the traveling mist. His mind was made up. The first thing he was going to do when he returned to the Federation and became the Federation president was to make a declaration. He was going to redefine fatness as the new standard for beauty. Everyone will have to fatten themselves up. That's the only way to ensure that Earth progresses. It's the only way to strike fear into all extraterrestrial civilizations' hearts when they see us. The more he thought about it, the more the logic made sense. A huge figure was a strong visual impact, after all. I mean, when you place a huge mountain of flesh and a bean sprout next to one another, who are people going to be more afraid of? Wang Baol considered the scenario seriously and concluded that the former would be more terrifying. This strengthened his resolve. For humankind's survival, for the future of the civilization, and also to pick apart and solve the genetic mystery that caused the premature deaths of my ancestors. There might actually be some incredible secret hiding somewhere in there. Wang Baol allowed his imagination to run wild while he approached the sword handle steadily. An hour passed. At his current speed, Wang Baol believed that he would be able to leave the sword body in another hour. He began fantasizing about his future again, anticipation growing in his heart as he traveled. Then, suddenly, something caught his attention. The traveling mist stilled in midair. It shifted and revealed Wang Baol's surprised face. I sensed Soul Conduit Realm divine powers. His head tilted towards the northwest as he gazed into the distance. His eyes didn't manage to see anything amiss. However, since his cultivation had reached the nascent soul realm, his spiritual senses had improved exponentially. His senses were hinting that something was going on there. Wang Baol narrowed his eyes. He thought for a bit, then steered the traveling mist northwest. Darkness blanketed the region while hexes littered the lands in the northwest. Spatial tiers appeared in the sky randomly. In the heavens, a middle-aged woman, face pale and hair loosened and in a mess, was running for her life. She was seriously injured, and her fleeing at full speed didn't help with her wounds. Blood flowed freely from her lips. Behind her were numerous figures exuding an icy aura and giving chase. They came from all directions, surrounding the woman and leaving her nowhere to escape. The pursuers weren't Dao Palace cultivators. Their 3 heads and 6 arms clearly identified them as never-ending clan members. The woman was a familiar face that would be recognized immediately by any cultivator of the Dao Palace. She was one of the 4 Grand Supreme Elders of the vast expanse Dao Palace, Feng Churan. Zhao Yaming hadn't been the only one who had escaped when Wang Baol had blown up the arch armor in the never-ending clan battleship and disrupted the latter's teleportation interference. Feng Churan had escaped as well. Compared to Zhao Yaming, Feng Churan had clearly been identified as an important target by Taoist Yuran. Even though the latter had chosen to go after Wang Baol in a moment of anger, he hadn't forgotten to send never-ending clan members after Feng Churan as well. After his resurrection, Taoist Yuran led Mializi and the never-ending clan battleship off of the ancient sword and towards the Federation. Regardless, his orders to pursue and kill Feng Churan had remained. Feng Churan had spent her time in hiding all this while, narrowly escaping death. If she wasn't at the Soul Conduit Realm and didn't have a few unique lifesavers up her sleeve, she would have been killed a long time ago. Nevertheless, Feng Churan was now at the end of her rope. Her cultivation had fallen from the Soul Conduit Realm to the nascent Soul Realm, and she had once again been discovered. She had no choice but to run. However, the severity of her injuries, the extent of her exhaustion, and the ceaseless, punishing guilt she felt had taken a toll on her. She was a dead cultivator walking. She had no hope, no future in sight, no possibility of surviving this. Her fate had been determined the moment she stepped onto the battleship. Is this the end for me? A tragic smile painted Feng Chiron's lips. She spat out a mouthful of blood, no longer able to control the injuries wrecking her body. They continued to unleash havoc inside her. Her internal organs were bruised and bleeding. Her meridians collapsed in multiple places. Life was slowly draining out of her. She felt only despair. Her vision was a blur as 3 never-ending clan cultivators flanked her on both sides. Icy glints flickered in their eyes as they charged towards her like arrows released from a bow. Another never-ending clan cultivator behind her did the same, unleashing a sudden burst of speed and rushing straight at her. In front of Feng Chiron, slightly to her right, another never-ending clan cultivator dashed towards her as well. There were 5 of them, some with a cruel twist to their lips, some devoid of all emotion, and some excited. They had old, unhealed injuries and were only at the nascent soul realm. But it wasn't impossible for the 5 of them to take on a grievously injured Feng Chiron. If they hadn't been worried about Feng Chiron unleashing a final lethal attack before her death, they would have killed her some time ago. They had kept her alive for another reason. Taoist Yuran wanted her captured alive if possible. Having Feng Chiron under his control would be akin to having another soul conduit realm cultivator under his command. Besides, Feng Chiron held an important position and status in the Dao Palace. She could help Taoist Yuran strengthen his hold over the Dao Palace. That was why Feng Chiron was still alive now. Nevertheless, she was at her wit's end. She was like prey caught in a trap, powerless and hardly a threat at all. The 5 never-ending clan cultivators finally closed in for the kill. Thunder rumbled in the skies. A faint, glowing barrier materialized around Feng Chiron as the 5 never-ending clan cultivators charged at her, blocking their spells and creating a backlash that drove her enemies back. They didn't suffer many injuries from the backlash. Feng Chiron, on the other hand, spat out a mouthful of blood as she stumbled and fell to the ground, unable to maintain flight. The 5 never-ending clan cultivators rushed at Feng Chiron instantly. 2 of them formed a series of hand seals and barked out a curse. Mi Zhen, a sudden overpowering force, capable of trapping one's spirit, descended from the sky. The other 3 never-ending clan cultivators each whipped out a small mirror. The light reflected from the mirrors transformed into a large illusory web. They dashed towards Feng Chiron and flung the web over her. Everything happened in the blink of an eye. The 5 cultivators had coordinated their attacks flawlessly, and in her current state, Feng Chiron was hardly a match for them. The glowing web fell over her in the next instant and bound her tightly within. Lightning crackled as it surged through the web, causing Feng Chiron to spit out another mouthful of blood and pass out. Let's go! The 5 never-ending clan members didn't hesitate. They transformed into 5 rainbows immediately and dashed off into the distance. They intended to leave this place and report their successful capture. Just as they were about to depart, however, mist suddenly appeared in the distant sky. It seemed like an ordinary mist at first. Then, it seemed to recognize the 5 never-ending clan members for who they were. The mist began to shift. It grew in size suddenly, amidst a series of deafening rumbles, and transformed into an enormous face. It was Wang Beol. He saw the 5 never-ending clan members as well as Feng Chiron, unconscious and caught inside the web of light. The 5 never-ending clan members turned their eyes towards Wang Beol as soon as he appeared. An intense light appeared in their eyes. They didn't leave. Instead, they stopped. A smile appeared on one cultivator's face, one tinged with cruelty and scorn. He put Feng Chiron in his storage bag, then said something to his companions in the never-ending clan's language. You lost the bet. I said we didn't need to hurry to capture Feng Chiron. If we continued chasing her for a while, it'd definitely draw out some other unlucky soul. Look, see what we managed to fish out. Wang Beol's eyes shone brightly as he hovered in midair. He started reciting the sutra in his head before any of the never-ending clan members could reply to their companion. Then, as an immense power descended from the heavens, he said coolly, in the ancient dark sex tongue, "Have you ever caught a shark?" As soon as he said that, The awesome power of the sutra shot down from the skies and flooded the area. The smoke that formed Wang Bao's face roared and boiled, then rushed towards the 5 never-ending clan members with the force of a tsunami. Wang Bao recited the sutra in his head while saying something completely different out loud and unleashing an attack on his enemies. This was something he had done on numerous occasions. It had become a familiar dance. The power of the sutra descended from the heavens, striking fear and awe into the hearts of the 5 never-ending clan cultivators. Their minds went blank. Despite being battle-hardened warriors, they were still shocked by the sudden display of power. Only 2 of them managed to retreat in time. The other 3 cultivators had been too slow. In an instant, Wang Baol arrived before them, accompanied by a stormy cloud of mist. A deafening thunder rose to the skies. The mist exploded, the resultant shock waves forcing blood from the 3 never-ending clan cultivators' mouths. The one who had spoken earlier had been caught right in the middle of the explosion. An enormous, fat hand reached out suddenly and grabbed him by his head. Wang Baol materialized, pressed his palm heavily onto the never-ending clan cultivator's head, and shoved him landwards like he was dropping a lead ball from extreme heights. Everything happened rapidly. A thunderous boom erupted in the next moment as a huge crater appeared in the ground. It was where Wang Baol had slammed the never-ending clan cultivator. The cultivator's pained scream was lost in the loudness of the crash. Alarm flashed across the faces of the other 4 never-ending clan members hovering in midair. Incredulity colored their faces as Wang Baol slowly walked out from the crater. He was a towering mountain of flesh, fearsome-looking. He hardly resembled a human at all, looking more like a mad, crazed ancient beast. The power he emanated filled the air and struck terror in the hearts of the never-ending clan cultivators. What made the sight more terrifying was the countless blood-red meridians dancing in the air around the mountainous lump of flesh like tentacles. They intertwined together and transformed into a gruesome-looking armor as Wang Baol stepped out from the crater, adding another layer of visual violence to his person. He looked like an enormous, overweight war god. Dragged along by his right hand was a corpse. All 3 of its heads had been blown apart, and a trail of blood painted the ground. The sight sent horror shivering up everyone's spines. Which civilization are you from? This land belongs to the never-ending clan. There might have been some misunderstanding here. The 4 cultivators eyed the scene and hurried to speak while communicating hastily amongst themselves. What is that monster? I've heard of some clan that's called the Giant Civilization or something like that. Everyone in that civilization is born as a lump of flesh that grows bigger in size as they progress in cultivation. They continue growing until they are large enough to devour an entire planet. This guy was just at the nascent soul realm earlier before he suddenly displayed a power that rivaled a soul conduit realm cultivator. Could he be from the Giant Civilization? The 4 never-ending clan members' breathing quickened in their nervousness. The spirit energy that Wang Baol had unleashed, as well as his unbelievably enormous frame, had them terrified beyond measure. Wang Baol couldn't care less about what they said. He dragged the corpse out, his eyes flashing with an icy glint. Then, with a sudden explosion of speed, he rushed towards the never-ending clan cultivators in midair. It was like seeing an enormous meatball rolling towards oneself. Alarm flashed across his enemies' faces, and they retreated hurriedly. It was then that the sutra's power made a reappearance, descending from the heavens in a soundless explosion. The 4 cultivators shuddered, their senses stunned and minds dazed. Wang Baol caught up to them, but instead of unleashing a punch, he charged straight into one of the cultivators with his mountain-like form. Thunderous booms resonated in the air. The power unleashed by both the arch armor and Wang Baol's physical body culminated in a terrifying blow. It was like being hit by a small meteorite. The sound of bones shattering and screams of pain rang out. The cultivator who had suffered Wang Baol's charge head-on failed to withstand the attack. His body blew up instantly, filling the air with blood. His nascent soul tried to escape, but it failed to evade Wang Baol's devouring seed and flame snatch. The nascent soul struggled, but to no avail, to escape the sudden eruption of an immense suction force. It was dragged over to Wang Baol. The flame snatch immediately consumed it like one would eat a snack. Wang Baol burped, licked his lips, then turned towards the remaining 3 never-ending clan cultivators. They were trembling, their scalps prickling with numbness. They retreated immediately and without hesitation. Then they split 3 ways and fled into the distance. Trying to escape, Wang Baol narrowed his eyes. He flung the headless corpse gripped in his right hand outward violently, hitting one of the never-ending clan cultivators running away to his right. The arch armor spasmed and came apart, transforming into crimson meridians that flew out and raced towards another never-ending clan cultivator. They caught up with him immediately. The cultivator roared and struggled, but it didn't matter. The meridians crawled over and encased him in armor. The arch armor had become his prison. His screams of fear were silenced instantly. Wang Baol then dashed forward and reappeared in midair. He was going after the next never-ending clan cultivator. His battle capabilities had been reduced from the soul conduit realm without the arch armor. Regardless, his strong physical body, his nascent soul realm cultivation, and the vast stores of spirit chi inside him meant that he was still a lethal force to be reckoned with. He unleashed whatever spirit chi he held inside him without holding anything back. The never-ending clan cultivator only managed to hold his own for a few counts in the explosion of all that power. Wang Baol pummeled him with 10 supernova punches and sent him spiraling to the ground, heavily injured and with blood spilling from his lips. With a wave of his hand, numerous puppets rushed out and trapped the fallen, never-ending clan cultivator. To prevent the cultivator's nascent soul from escaping, Wang Baol kicked him in his dantian. The kick sent waves of spirit energy into the cultivator, trapping his nascent soul. Everything happened within the blink of an eye. The surviving never-ending clan cultivator, who had escaped towards the right, had reeled back in shock as he witnessed Wang Baol suppress his last 2 companions with ease. He dodged the corpse that Wang Baol had flung at him and was about to run away at full speed. It was then that the headless corpse suddenly exploded. Numerous black strands shot out from the explosion of blood and flesh, gathered together, and formed the silhouette of a person. It was Wang Baol's avatar. The avatar rushed out to stop the cultivator from escaping. Of course, that wasn't its primary objective. It had only one aim, and that was to exchange places with Wang Baol. Wang Baol switched places with his avatar instantly. The switch happened too quickly. The final surviving never-ending clan cultivator, heart racing with fear, didn't even have the time to speed up before he was caught by Wang Baol. Screams of terror pierced the air as Wang Baol's vast spirit energy, as well as his sutra's power, crashed down. The never-ending clan cultivator's 2 heads were smashed instantly. He crashed to the ground and fainted. Out of 5 never-ending clan members, 2 were killed, another 2 were injured, and the last was sealed within a short period of time. Anyone who had witnessed the battle would have been shocked beyond measure. Wang Baol would have been equally proud, but he wasn't in the mood for that now. Feng Churan had been hunted relentlessly, and the never-ending clan was running wild. This was not what he had expected. Maybe Taoist Yuran isn't the only mastermind behind this whole thing? Wang Baol narrowed his eyes. He grabbed the unconscious never-ending clan cultivator and, with a sudden step, reappeared next to the never-ending clan cultivator who had been bound by his puppets. The never-ending clan cultivator's dantian had suffered serious injuries. His cultivation had been dealt a heavy blow, and his nascent soul was trapped and unable to escape. He was also bound tightly by numerous puppets. All he could do was watch as Wang Baol walked over. Venom filled his eyes as he spoke with a hoarse voice. "I don't care who you are. You've just offended the never-ending clan. You talk too much," Wang Baol said casually. His left hand pressed abruptly onto the head of the talking, never-ending clan cultivator, unleashing the soul-searching spell. He hadn't been able to wield it effectively in the past, but it had become easier now that he was at the nascent soul realm. The never-ending clan cultivator shuddered violently and released a pained scream. The expression on Wang Baol's face darkened immediately after. A dozen counts later, he suddenly lifted his head. His breathing quickened. He looked incredulous. He turned towards the unconscious, never-ending clan cultivator and performed the soul-searching spell again. He still couldn't believe the information he had gotten from his second attempt. He flew over to where the arch armor was and grabbed the never-ending clan cultivator trapped inside the armor. He unleashed the soul-searching spell again. The answer he got from all 3 attempts was the same. Taoist Yuran wasn't dead. The vast expanse Tao Palace and the Federation were in the midst of all-out war. On the ancient sword, with skies dark and scarred with spatial tears and lands littered with hexed regions, Wang Baol stood, a dark, stormy expression on his face. He couldn't understand how Taoist Yuran had resurrected from the fatal attack. Was it an avatar? Wang Baol fell silent as doubt colored his eyes. An icy glint flickered within as waves of cultivation surged out from his person. They were tinged with violence. There's not much time left. Wang Baol shut his eyes, took a few breaths, then opened them again. Without hesitation, he pulled open the storage bags belonging to the never-ending clan members and found Feng Churan, who had been sealed and stored away inside. Feng Churan was unconscious and heavily injured, her vitality and spirit energy entirely spent. The cause of it all wasn't only her injuries, but also because she hadn't had any time to heal herself. As a result, her injuries had gotten worse, and her cultivation had fallen to the nascent soul realm. Feng Churan had stood on Wang Baol's side and protected him. Her attitude towards the Federation was another reason why Wang Baol had to save her. Despite the anxiety wrecking him at the moment, he forced himself to calm down. He pulled out a bottle and poured out the spirit liquid inside. With a series of hand seals, he directed the spirit liquid into Feng Churan's body. The spirit liquid was no ordinary liquid, and a single bottle produced incredible results. Feng Churan's deathly pale complexion gained a rosy blush as she absorbed the liquid. She shuddered and awakened. Her pupils contracted when she saw Wang Baol. She was finally convinced of Wang Baol's identity after his explanation. She wasn't surprised at Wang Baol's breakthrough to the nascent soul realm. Regardless, she was still startled when she noticed the never-ending clan corpses around them. She could somehow sense the unconventional nature of Wang Baol's breakthrough. However, now wasn't the time to ask for details. They didn't waste any time at all. After a brief exchange of information, they immediately took flight and headed for the vast expanse Tao Palace at the sword handle. The teleportation array formation in the Tao Palace was the only means of leaving the ancient sword. They were aware of the danger they might be walking into when they reappeared on the other side of the array formation, on Mercury. Regardless, they were left with no other option to return to the Federation. Baol, the spirit liquid in this bottle is extraordinary. Its richness surpasses anything I've seen, even when the Tao Palace was in its full glory. It is your destiny to have come by such a bottle. Don't waste it on me. Hold on to this. When we return to the Federation, Feng Churan managed to control the extent of her injuries with the help of the spirit liquid that Wang Baol had given her earlier. She handed the bottle back to Wang Baol. She knew the state of her injuries, and it was almost impossible for her to recover fully at the moment. The bottle of spirit liquid could only help her maintain her cultivation at the nascent soul realm. The spirit liquid was extremely valuable. It would be of more use to Wang Baol. After all, it was clear from the never-ending clan corpses around them that Wang Baol was currently more powerful than she was. Elder Churan, how much of this spirit liquid do you need in order for you to restore yourself to the soul conduit realm? Wang Baol didn't reach out for the bottle, and instead questioned her as they raced across the sky. Feng Churan froze. Disbelief and hope rose inside her when she heard what Wang Baol had asked. Light brightened her eyes, and her breathing quickened slightly. 5 bottles? 3 will do too. Without saying anything, Wang Baol lifted his right hand and gave his storage bag a smack. He pulled out 6 bottles and threw them all over to Feng Churan. Every one of those bottles was filled to the brim with spirit liquid. Their sudden appearance filled the surrounding air with a rich spirit qi. This? Feng Churan stared at the bottles. She could feel the richness of the spirit liquid in them, which sent her reeling back in shock. Incredulous, She raised her right hand and put the bottles away. Then, she gave a solemn-looking Wang Baol an unfathomable look. Baol, give me 2 weeks. 2 weeks is too long. Elder Chiron, are you able to restore your soul conduit realm cultivation within 3 days? Wang Baol flipped his right hand over and pulled another 24 bottles out of the hundreds of bottles in his storage bag. He handed those to Feng Chiron. Yes. Feng Chiron's eyes widened as she gasped. Her eyes shone brightly. She suddenly thought of something after her hasty reply. She lifted her right hand and handed a storage bracelet to Wang Baol. This is yours, isn't it? I've been keeping it for you since the battleship left. Wang Baol cheered up at the sight of the storage bracelet. It was indeed his. He had left it with his avatar earlier, and it had been lost after his avatar's destruction. He had stored most of his dermic armaments and treasures inside. He had been caught in a fierce battle with Taoist Yuran then and had passed out. After that, he had gone through a series of breakthroughs. There hadn't been any time to mourn the loss of the bracelet then. Wang Baol had intended to search for it after things had settled down. But now it had returned to him. Wang Baol assessed the inventory after receiving the bracelet, then nodded at Feng Chiron. Without any delay, they immediately sped into the distance. They were quite a distance away from the main vast expanse Dao Palace Island. It should have taken them 2 weeks to reach the island if they journeyed at a normal pace. However, with Wang Baol's knowledge of the Immortal platform, long distances and traveling time were no longer a problem. He led Feng Chiron away and quickly found them an Immortal platform. They melded with the traveling mist and raced towards the main island on the sword handle. Feng Chiron was no stranger to the Immortal platform. However, she didn't have the access rights to activate one, nor the knowledge to operate one. Even during the Dao Palace's glory days, the Immortal platform could only be used by personal disciples. Feng Chiron had witnessed Wang Baol operating the Immortal platform with the ease of the experienced, and while she knew he was a true adopted disciple, that didn't prevent doubts from rising in her mind. She could tell that Wang Baol had achieved a breakthrough in cultivation. He must have come across some unimaginably rare opportunity. It likely involved the vast expanse Dao Palace's patriarchs, who appeared to be in slumber. Wang Baol was keeping quiet about everything, though. Feng Chiron had her guesses, but she kept them to herself. She knew that Wang Baol's only concern now was in returning to the Federation. He was more anxious about this than she was, and he was certainly more anxious about the ongoing war than she was. If he wasn't saying anything, then it simply meant that the opportunity he had come across and any information he had acquired were of no use to the war. That was indeed the case. Wang Baol had only just found out that Taoist Yuran still lived. He had wanted to return to the Third Palace and try to request the patriarchs to come out of their slumber and aid the war effort. However, he had decided against doing that in the end. No one could guarantee that anything good would come out of the endeavor. There was a great chance that summoning tigers to drive away wolves might lead to a backlash. They might themselves be devoured by tigers in the end. The current Federation lacked both a strong foundation as well as experience as a cultivation civilization. Ideally, they would resolve the current problem themselves and grow stronger with this experience. Furthermore, should an adverse fate appear insurmountable, Wang Baol would rather choose to rely on his senior brother instead of the vast expanse Dao Palace elders, whose loyalties remained uncertain. The vast expanse Dao Palace is an outsider, after all. Wang Baol narrowed his eyes. He remained on guard even against Feng Chiron. He had hidden his caution very well, though. It remained undiscovered as he and Feng Chiron raced towards the main vast expanse Dao Palace Island. Time passed in a blur. 2 days went by. The environment and weather in the sword handle were a lot less hostile than that in the sword body. The traveling mist speed picked up considerably. Wang Baol and Feng Chiron finally arrived at the main vast expanse Dao Palace Island after 2 days. By then, Feng Chiron's cultivation had been mostly restored. The main island was nearly emptied of people, only a few cultivators remaining on the island. There were only a few never-ending clan members left to stand guard as a precautionary measure. They were no match for Wang Baol and Feng Chiron at all. The pair immediately unleashed an attack without mercy. The entire battle took only half an hour. The 7 to 8 never-ending clan members left on the island were killed. Wang Baol and Feng Churan's return remained a secret. No alarm was sounded, and no news was leaked. Wang Baol and Feng Churan went to the teleportation array formation. They inspected the array formation, ensured that everything was in order, and activated the teleportation. Light roared to life and rose to the heavens. The earth rumbled. Wang Baol and Feng Churan exchanged a look. Elder Churan, we should stay together instead of splitting up after we reappear. Follow my lead. We'll fight our way out. Can't we wait another day? I just need 1 day to fully restore my cultivation. I'm barely at the soul conduit realm now. Feng Churan was silent for a few moments before she asked Wang Baol. Wang Baol didn't speak. Instead, he turned towards Feng Churan and bowed deeply. Feng Churan looked at Wang Baol. She could sense the weight on his shoulders. She sighed and didn't say a single word, simply activating her cultivation. A soul conduit realm cultivation erupted from her person as she stepped into the teleportation array formation. Wang Baol took a deep breath. Blood-red meridians materialized over his body, crackling as they morphed into the crimson the arch armor. A towering figure, fearsome and emanating battle lust, reappeared. He took a step into the teleportation array formation. The teleportation array formation activated instantly. Blinding light roared to the skies as ring-like waves of spirit energy surged outwards. The heavens and earth shook. Winds howled and the clouds boiled. Then the two of them vanished. The Federation, Mercury. Mercury was one of the planets in the solar system with a very thin atmosphere. As a result, light shone directly on the planet with only a slight degree of deflection and dissipation. Therefore, Mercury's skies weren't as blue as the skies of Earth. It was completely pitch black, aside from the light from the sun and other stars. It was akin to a street lamp in the middle of the night. The lamp itself was a bright, luminous entity, casting a bright light over whichever spot it shone on. But that didn't mean that the sky wasn't still dark. There had been plenty of artificial lighting on the former Mercury. As the designated location for the construction of the array formation, the Federation had made a series of complex and complicated modifications to the planet. It had an artificial sun and the protection of the solar system array formation. Mercury had gradually developed into a Federation base throughout the years. Now, however, the former base was nothing but ruins. All artificial lighting, aside from the sun, had been completely destroyed. Remnants of war littered the lands. Deep ravines split the lands in several places, and no Federation cultivator was to be found. The planet had become the base of the vast expanse Dao Palace's military, which was under Taoist Yu Rant's command. Anti-spirit bombs had been dug out from the ground, and array formations had been set up. Mercury had been swiftly and simply rebuilt. Besides ruins and ravines, its most obvious new additions were gigantic, fleshy lumps. Each fleshy lump spanned 1,000 feet. They resembled tumors growing off Mercury, wriggling and spasming as if there was something inside them struggling to get out. They exuded waves of spirit energy and formed something that resembled a web that was cast over the surface of the planet. Meanwhile, black hump-like entities surrounded Mercury in space. They were the vast expanse Dao Palace's galactic battleships, which were capable of space travel. They had been stored away after the ancient sword had been sealed, but Taoist Yu Ran had ordered their activation after declaring war on the Federation. The battleships clustered together. There were at least 100,000 of them. While some of them surrounded Mercury, others formed teams of battleships and sped through space. Compared to the battleships, what truly shook the stars and struck fear into the hearts of vast expanse Dao Palace cultivators was the great never-ending clan battleship. The fearsome battleship, which was formed from 3 gigantic disks, floated in Mercury's skies. In the center of the battleship, where the main sacrificial altar stood, a beam of light spanning tens of thousands of feet was joined to heaven and earth. Thunderous booms continued to erupt. Mercury trembled as if its energy was being sucked out of it. The never-ending clan battleship, on the other hand, glowed with a radiant light. It seemed to be healing, The light within the beam shone on the ground, making it so that no one could clearly see what was going on inside. Waves of spirit energy continued to surge outward, flooding the land within 100,000 feet in all directions and preventing anyone from trespassing. The sight of the never-ending clan battleship, the beam of light, and the quaking earth was indeed an oppressive one. The war had gone on for more than a month, and in that time the Federation had suffered consecutive losses. For instance, Mercury's complete self-destruction being thwarted. Nevertheless, the preparation and retaliation the Federation had displayed, especially when a portion of their anti-spirit bombs had blown up, had dealt a heavy blow to the vast expanse Dao Palace cultivators' confidence. Their attitude towards the Federation had changed significantly. Of course, some of them had realized that something wasn't right. But, with the powerful Mializi and the fearsome never-ending clan battleship around, those who had such suspicions had either been killed or chosen to remain silent and follow their orders. Dugu Lin was one of them. Increasingly more vast expanse Dao Palace disciples appeared to accept the reality of war. They appeared to have found some measure of self-worth in fighting the war. They felt pleasure in their growing strength as they killed and pillaged. Besides the terrifying anti-spirit bombs, the Federation cultivators that they had come across were weak and easily defeated. Arson, rape, and pillaging, everything seemed allowed. The evil and lust that had been hidden deep inside everyone had been awakened. The war that had gone on for more than a month had stirred the flames of evil, which burned increasingly brightly and fiercely. Taoist Yuran had contributed to the situation as well. His work had been in the details. These details were in the reward system for battle credits and its exchange for treasures. He had opened up the vast expanse Dao Palace's stores and put up numerous never-ending clan treasures for exchange. This had created a compelling incentive for vast expanse Dao Palace cultivators. It didn't matter if what they were doing was right or wrong. Someone was giving the orders, which meant that they could push all responsibility to that person as well. Besides, their enemy wasn't one of them. They didn't need to be bothered by their greed. There was no need to spare their enemies' lives. That was why Taoist Yuran no longer needed to fan the flames of war or deceive his followers at this point. What he needed to focus on was restoring the never-ending clan battleship to its full functionality by making use of all the resources that were spoils of war. When Wang Baol self-destructed the arch armor, he had created a series of chain reactions. The pool and the enormous passage had been destroyed, and their destruction had severely damaged the battleship. When overpowering the anti-spirit bombs explosions, a similar thing had happened. As a result, Taoist Yuran hadn't gone after the Federation when it had retreated from Mercury. Instead, he had seized the window of opportunity to repair the battleship. He had instructed Mializi to handle all other affairs until he could get the battleship restored to a certain extent. Mializi was under his full control, with his own will completely suppressed. He carried out Taoist Yuran's orders unquestionably and perfectly. The other never-ending clan members, who were disguised as Dao Palace cultivators, had also assumed positions of leadership. They led their teams into the battlefield and successfully got the war going. Mercury hadn't only become the vast expanse Dao Palace's base, it had also become the place where the vast expanse Dao Palace was gathering its forces to prepare for its next assault on Venus. While the war efforts were ongoing, on the northwestern side of the base, a dozen or so Dao Palace cultivators sat in meditation outside the teleportation array formation that was connected to the ancient sword. They were mostly at the core formation realm. The exception was a cultivator sitting further away from the rest, suited in black armor. He was at the nascent soul realm. They were the cultivators responsible for guarding the teleportation array formation. The black-armored cultivator had his eyes shut. The rest, on the other hand, sat close to one another, seemingly deep in meditation but actually conversing in hushed voices. Many of them had looks of envy and resentment in their eyes. I heard that someone managed to accumulate enough battle credits to exchange for a soul formation pill yesterday. There have been 37 people who have gotten soul formation pills this month. I wonder when our time will come. When will we manage to get enough battle credits to exchange for one as well? I saw Chun Luzi a few days ago. He managed to get his hands on a couple of alchemical cauldrons, From the looks of it, they seem to be of superior grade. Damn it. We're stuck here playing guards all day instead of being out there killing lowly Federation cultivators. There's no way we can accumulate battle credits this way. We can only watch as others continue to progress. The lowly cultivators from the Federation are such easy kills too. It's almost like getting battle credits for free. The Dao Palace cultivators conversed softly amongst themselves. They didn't seem bothered that the black-armored cultivator might overhear their conversation. It was as if they wanted him to know their dissatisfaction. This would have been a rare sight in the former Dao Palace. In the current climate, though, it was a common occurrence. Their words did indeed fall into the ears of the black-armored cultivator. His shut eyes gradually slid open, and a dark light glimmered within. If Wang Baol were here right at this moment, he would immediately recognize the black-armored cultivator. It was Mielizi's most valued disciple, Dugu Lin. Dugu Lin could hear his subordinates talking, but he didn't say anything. He knew some part of what was going on around here, but he was powerless to do anything. He had grown quiet and spoken increasingly less during this period. Since he was still technically Mielizi's disciple, no one had questioned his decision to stay away from the front line. He had been able to avoid all trouble and choose, instead, to be assigned the responsibility of guarding the teleportation array formation. His former subordinates had raised their doubts multiple times. He had also noticed most of them privately killing for battle credits. He knew that soon, everyone in the vast expanse Dao Palace would lose sight of all good and evil. The war would turn them blind towards what was right and wrong, and they would learn to seek only their own self-interests. Elder Chiron, have you really fallen? Are the patriarchs of old still around? Will they be able to awaken in time to save the sect? And Wang Baol, is there really no way to change the vast expanse Dao Palace's fate of being invaded from the inside? Bitterness filled Dugu Lin's heart. He lowered his head slowly. Then, suddenly, something flashed in his eyes. He turned towards the array formation. A beam of light appeared inside the array formation. It was faint at first but grew brighter immediately, erupting and transforming into a sea of light that flooded the entire array formation. Dugu Lin thought he saw something, and his eyes widened with incredulity. His subordinates noticed the commotion inside the teleportation array formation and quickly ran over. The teleportation array formation hadn't been used at all for the past month, so the Dao Palace cultivators were curious about the incoming arrivals. It was a challenge for them to discern the identities of the people rapidly materializing in the light, though because of their lower levels of cultivation. Dugu Lin, on the other hand, widened his eyes then narrowed them immediately. Thoughts seemed to pass through his head. He suddenly shouted, "Nascent Soul Realm elders who stationed themselves at the Dao Palace have arrived. Weren't you all talking about going to the front line to kill Federation cultivators in exchange for battle credits? Quickly, go extend your greetings and find an opportunity to present your request. I will not stop you if they agree to take you with them." Temptation shot through the core formation realm cultivators. Two of them had more wits and hesitated, falling behind the rest, who had hastened towards the edge of the array formation after hearing what Dugu Lin said. They faced the two figures, one large and one small, materializing rapidly inside the array formation and cupped their fists respectfully. Greetings. They weren't given the time to finish their greeting. It seemed like they had hardly spoken the first word before a red light suddenly erupted inside the array formation. Crimson meridians shot out like arrows and exploded all around the array formation. Everything happened in the blink of an eye. The Dao Palace cultivators, who had their heads lowered in greeting, had no time to dodge the attack or sound the alarm. The meridians pierced straight through their foreheads. They didn't even have the luxury to scream. The dozen or so cultivators died instantly. The two cultivators who had lagged behind reeled back in shock. They tried to retreat, but it was too late. Dugu Lin's eyes flashed as he unleashed some form of mystic technique. The two cultivators shuddered, then froze. Two red meridians charged out from the teleportation array formation and shot through their foreheads. Dugu Lin didn't spare a single glance at the corpses around him. Instead, he studied the familiar red meridians that he had fought against and slowly got to his feet. He had pulled out the jade slip that would alert the others with his right hand. His fingers paused between activating the jade slip and just holding on to it. There was an intense light in his eyes. He stared at the two figures who had fully materialized inside the teleportation array formation and said slowly, "Disciple Dugu Lin greets Elder Wang and Elder Churan." Dugu Lin was an extremely intelligent man. He knew that the never-ending clan currently held the upper hand in the war. Taoist Yuran had exploited the greed inherent in the Tao Palace disciples' nature, and they were now following him almost willingly into war. The best option for him was to join them and fight for resources in this war that would allow him to build his cultivation. However, he simply couldn't get himself to cross that final hurdle. It wasn't for the sake of the Federation or the sect, it was for his master. He couldn't do it because of his master. Opinions of his master generally skewed towards the negative. His temperament was inconsistent, and he was vicious. But still, Dugu Lin couldn't forget the care his master had given him, the time and energy he had poured into grooming him, and everything he had done for him. There was only one way to save his master. Taoist Yuran had to be killed. That was why Dugu Lin had been severely shaken when he sensed Feng Churan appearing in the teleportation array formation. He had hesitated then. He had no idea if Feng Churan had become like his master, a puppet. He dared not risk it. Then, an enormous, fat figure had appeared next to Feng Churan. Alongside it had been those familiar red tentacle-like meridians. He had recognized Wang Baol then. That was when Dugu Lin had clenched his jaw and made a decision. As a precautionary measure, he had first misled the others into approaching the array formation. Then, he had pulled out the jade slip that would sound the alarm. He had spoken calmly, his eyes shining brightly as he watched the two figures, one large and one small, step out slowly from the mist. Feng Churan had a fierce look in her eyes, while Wang Baol's thoughts appeared indiscernible. However, he was flooded with a myriad of emotions. Both of them surveyed the area as soon as they stepped out of the teleportation array formation. After being sure that Dugu Lin was the only person still alive and standing, and that the rest had all been killed, they turned towards Dugu Lin again. Their eyes stared at the jade slip in his hand. "Fellow Taoist Dugu Lin, it's been a while." Wang Baol had the arch armor on. Red meridians swayed in the wind around the armor. As he spoke, his helmet shifted away and revealed his face. Dugu Lin narrowed his eyes as he studied Wang Baol, then Feng Churan. Finally, assured that Feng Churan's eyes weren't dazed and lost but instead bright and clear, he released a sigh of relief. He immediately spoke. "The Federation has retreated to Venus. The never-ending clan battleship lacks resources for repair, so it is unable to be deployed for the time being. Taoist Yuran is inside the battleship, guarding it. Based on my observations, he won't be able to split his attention between the battleship and other matters as long as the battleship remains damaged. My master, Mielizi, is being controlled. However, I've observed him for some time. He has shown signs of losing focus sometimes. It seems that his spirit is not completely destroyed. Your humble disciple is willing to remain here. I will spy on the enemy and provide both elders with military information. I only request that you save my master when the time comes. Please leave immediately. The never-ending clan will sweep the area with their spiritual senses every 30 minutes. There's not much time left," Dugu Lin said urgently. Then, he cupped his fists and bowed towards Wang Baol and Feng Churan. Before Wang Baol or Feng Churan could speak, Dugu Lin raised his left hand and hit himself hard on the chest. There was a heavy thud. He shuddered, then spat out a mouthful of blood. It was a brutal blow. He almost destroyed his own meridians. The injury was so severe that he staggered back and passed out instantly. The jade slip held tightly in his hand was now proof. He had been seriously injured and lost consciousness before he could sound the alarm. "Elder Churan, let's go." Wang Baol spared the unconscious Dugu Lin a long, unfathomable look before he turned and raced towards the heavens. Beside him, Feng Churan hesitated, then said softly, There must be many other disciples like Dugulin still left in the Dao Palace. We could expose the truth and activate all Dao Palace cultivators. This might be more effective than escaping to the Federation. If there are really cultivators who seek the truth in the Dao Palace, do you think they're really so stupid that they haven't found the answer for themselves yet? Wang Baol said softly, an icy glint flickering in his eyes. Feng Churan opened her mouth, ready to retort. Wang Baol shook his head. Elder Churan, I read this autobiography once. There was a line inside that went something like this. Once the gates of greed are opened, they can never be shut again. Wang Baol flew out and raced towards the skies as he spoke, his speed picking up. Feng Churan fell silent. She looked around her, a torrent of emotions flashing across her eyes. Then, she sighed softly and went after Wang Baol. They transformed into twin rainbows that dashed into the dark heavens. They were fast. Regardless, Mercury was now the never-ending clan's base. No matter how high their level of cultivation and how swift they were, they couldn't avoid eventual discovery. They hadn't even breached Mercury's array formation before Taoist Yuran, meditating in the never-ending clan battleship, discovered their presence. Inside the battleship, the third level, which had been destroyed by Wang Baol when he had blown himself up, had been restored to a great extent. The blood and flesh passageway, as well as the pool, looked no different than they had prior to the explosion. Only one thing had changed. The former battle robes no longer sat in the center of the pool. They had been replaced by Taoist Yuran. Taoist Yuran's eyes had been shut, and his breathing even as he had meditated. Having sensed something amiss, his breathing quickened. Then, his eyes opened. Wang Baol, Feng Churan. A ghostly light flickered inside Taoist Yuran's eyes. He had no idea that he had died and been resurrected. There was hatred in his words, but it was mainly due to the battleship's damage at Wang Baol's hand. Summoning all Dao Palace disciples. Wang Baol has conspired against Elder Feng Churan. Elder Feng Churan has fallen under his influence. Unleash your full power to kill Wang Baol and rescue Elder Feng Churan. His voice resounded everywhere, creating a loud buzz that resonated in the battleship. His will extended through the battleship into Mercury's array formation. It blanketed the entire planet. Every Dao Palace cultivator on the planet trembled when they heard his commands. The planet's array formation activated fully and locked onto Wang Baol and Feng Churan's location. Taoist Yuran, who was unable to leave the never-ending clan battleship, narrowed his eyes and barked out another order. Mielizi, capture Feng Churan, and kill Wang Baol. His orders erupted in Mielizi's mind, echoing endlessly as he sat deep in meditation in the main building of the base. Mielizi was inside a pitch-black secret chamber. He lifted his head slowly after receiving Taoist Yuran's orders. There was a dazed expression on his face. He stood up and took a step forward, disappearing from the secret chamber and reappearing in midair. With the aid of the Greater Mercury Array formation, he locked onto Wang Baol and Feng Churan's location. The cultivation inside his body churned, unleashing waves of soul conduit realm spirit chi. The air around him warped and contorted out of shape. He took another step forward, ripping space itself apart and rushing towards his target. Wang Baol and Feng Churan had been speeding through Mercury's skies and were about to break through its atmosphere and enter space. However, they shuddered suddenly as they felt a sudden power surging towards them and blanketing them. An invisible force seemed to have descended upon them, trying to imprison them. It was slowing them down and trying to prevent them from escaping. We've been discovered. This is the Dao Palace's regional array formation. It's immensely powerful. I need 30 minutes to dispel it. Alarm flashed across Feng Churan's face. As soon as she said that, Wang Baol lifted his right hand without saying a word. He looked like a war god with the arch armor on. He had repeatedly been trying to reach Li Xingwen and the others via his voice transmission ring this whole time. However, it was clear that his voice transmission ring wasn't going to work while he remained on Mercury. He had to exit its atmosphere. He gave up on trying the voice transmission ring again. He roared as he raised his right hand, and his cultivation erupted from his person. His nascent soul shook and released waves of spirit energy more powerful than what he had displayed on the ancient sword. He had felt a change over his nascent soul when he had stepped out of the teleportation array formation. It had felt as if the heavens and earth themselves had lent their powers to him. The planet beneath his feet had rejoiced upon his arrival. He hadn't had the time to study the sensation in detail then, but now, as the planet's array formation descended upon them, Wang Baol unleashed his nascent soul. The result was a seeming resonance between his nascent soul and the planet. His spirit chi erupted and rose to the skies. It was given another boost by the arch armor before flowing into his right arm, where the divine armament was. An overwhelming power that shook the entire planet surged outwards in waves of spirit energy instantly. It erupted and transformed into a tornado that seemed to connect the sky and the land. The heavens rumbled as Wang Baol roared. "Dispel!" The divine armament arm swung forward in a slash. The heavens and earth shifted. The winds howled, and the clouds rolled back. The regional Dao Palace array formation, which had overpowered Wang Baol and Feng Qiran earlier, was forced to reveal its illusory, spiderweb-like form. It seemed unable to withstand the sudden incredible power that Wang Baol had unleashed. Layer by layer, it was ripped apart, breaking down and collapsing instantly. The array formation set up by the Dao Palace cultivators stretched across Mercury's black skies like a spiderweb. It looked like the honeycombs of a beehive. Wang Baol and Feng Qiran both looked like mere ants next to the vast web. However, such ant-like creatures had just unleashed an incredible power that had shaken the heavens and earth. The skies and the land rumbled as the stellar nascent soul inside Wang Baol opened its eyes. The planet seemed to tremble. Then it released a sudden light that boosted Wang Baol's power. A tear appeared in the Dao Palace array formation with his slash. It expanded, spreading across the skies like a gaping mouth. Rumblings louder than thunder crashed all around them. Wang Baol, brimming with power, charged out of the tear. He was followed by Feng Qiran, whose pupils had contracted in shock. The power that Wang Baol had just displayed sent her reeling back despite her being prepared for it. What's the cause behind such a transformation? Her breathing quickened. She couldn't understand it at all. Wang Baol had displayed incredible, unbelievable power after appearing on Mercury. She knew this wasn't the time to think about it too deeply, though. She immediately caught up with Wang Baol and slipped out from the tear in the array formation. They were going to leave Mercury and head for space. Wang Baol pulled out his voice transmission ring then and sent a voice transmission to Li Xingwen. "Old man, your Baol is back. I brought your wife with me as well." Alarm flashed across Wang Baol's face as soon as he said that. A similar expression appeared on Feng Qiran's face. Below them, in the spiderweb-like array formation, space was distorting itself. Loud, thunderous booms erupted all around it, and the array formation seemed to blur. In the next moment, it was transformed entirely. An enormous face appeared in the center of the array formation. It spanned 100,000 feet and had a dazed expression and lost eyes that stared at Wang Baol and Feng Qiran. Its aura could overpower a nascent soul realm cultivator. This was the power of a soul conduit realm cultivator. Mielizi. Wang Baol's face darkened, and a myriad of emotions flickered in Feng Qiran's eyes. Mielizi's face burst out of the array formation with unexpected speed. The illusory, enormous face lunged at Wang Baol and Feng Qiran. The size of the face might not be as vast as the great land beneath them, but it was still as big as a really large island. And it was fast, very fast. It was going to hit them at any time. Wang Baol's eyes glimmered, and he sucked in a deep breath. Mercury shuddered as he took that breath. It was as if he had sucked in some strange power with that single breath. His stellar nascent soul loosened its limbs and unleashed its full power. Starlight flooded its body and overflowed. At that moment, Wang Baol seemed to have transformed into a star. "Get out of my way," he roared. He raised his armored right hand, his cultivation flowing into his divine armament arm. Augmented by the power of a planet, it smashed its fist into the huge face. The punch shook the heavens and earth. It seemed to have the force of a star behind it, whose starlight was now infused into Wang Baol. It was as if a planet had hurtled onto the expressionless face of Mielizi and crashed into it. Deafening booms rumbled across Mercury, and Mielizi's illusory face started to shatter. The cracks started from the spot that Wang Baol's fist had landed on. They spread and finally split the face into parts with a loud crack. Then they exploded. A figure was flung outwards thousands of feet away. It was expressionless and breathing quickly. It was Mielizi. Wang Baol's punch showed that he was a real threat. Wang Baol wasn't doing that well. His cultivation was only at the mid-stage nascent soul realm. Even boosted by the arch armor and a planet, it still couldn't compete with a true cultivator at the soul conduit realm. He grunted. He might not be spitting blood out of his mouth, and his organs might not be churning at the moment, but nevertheless, he had still been driven back by the shock waves from the collision. Feng Qiran was about to seize the chance to attack while both of them were driven apart. It was then that Mielizi narrowed his eyes and shouted suddenly, "Dao Palace cultivators, to your positions. Form an array formation to welcome the return of Elder Qiran." Lightning laced the skies instantly as every Dao Palace cultivator on the planet unleashed their full cultivation. Mercury's array formation had 1,000 focal points, each of them guarded by 100 cultivators. There were 100,000 cultivators currently guarding and running the array formation, and their power surged into the array formation with Mielizi's orders. The planetary array formation flared with a blinding light, and countless dandelion-like lights appeared, gathering together and transforming into a glowing man that towered 1,000 feet. It seemed to be the materialized form of the array formation. One could even call it the materialization of the combined consciousness of 100,000 Dao Palace cultivators. It stretched its arms out and lifted its head, roaring and immediately charging at Feng Qiran, who was trying to get near Mielizi. Daoist Yuran is a surviving, never-ending clan member who's controlling Mielizi's mind. I understand that you find it difficult what I'm telling you, but should you believe the wrong side, you will be aiding evil with its plans. Stand down and stop fighting. You can still choose to not help either one of us, Feng Qiran said. Her eyes were clear and filled with anxiety, drastically different from Mielizi's lost and dazed look. The glowing man, formed from the consciousness of 100,000 cultivators, froze momentarily and lowered its head. It seemed to be mirroring the apprehension that had emerged amongst the 100,000 controlling the array formation. It was then that Daoist Yuran's voice, boosted by the power of the array formation, resonated in the air. Let's welcome Elder Qiran's return. Participants in the process will be awarded 300 battle credits, and those who succeed will be awarded 10,000 battle credits. Those words rumbled in the air. The glowing man shuddered, then lifted its head, its eyes shining with intense light. The desire to earn battle credits seemed to have won over many of the 100,000 minds that steered the glowing man. Started charging at Feng Qiran again. It surged forward, breaking the sound barrier and emanating a power that rivaled a soul conduit realm cultivator as it crashed into Feng Qiran. Wang Baol threw a glance at Feng Qiran, who was being forced to fight the glowing man. He saw the sorrow in her eyes. Even so, she was not using any offensive or lethal attacks. She was still only trying to defend herself. Wang Baol frowned as anxiety raged inside him. He needed to leave Mercury as soon as possible. Any delay might allow never-ending clan members more opportunities to join forces with the other Dao Palace cultivators. When that happened, escape might no longer be possible. In fact, death might be the only option left for him. Elder Qiran, we need to get out of here, fast, Wang Baol shouted. Mielizi had approached then, his full cultivation unleashed as he rushed at Wang Baol like a shooting star. Wang Baol didn't have the luxury to remind Feng Qiran of their situation anymore. He raised his right hand and formed a series of hand seals. His storage bracelet trembled, and a black pike flew out and surged towards Mielizi with a force that could slice through the air itself. A mirror of himself also materialized and separated from his person. He had summoned his avatar. His avatar rushed head-on towards the heavens. His real form, on the other hand, tightened its fist. the power of his stellar nascent soul and the arch armor gathered in his fist. His supernova punch followed swiftly behind his dermic armament, both headed for Mielizi. The two opponents collided. The Black Pike was an incredible artifact that had been given a boost of power by Wang Baol's inherent strength. It was a black beam of light that seemed capable of tearing through space with its sharpness. The power that it exuded was that of a 9th-grade dermic armament. In the face of such power, even Mielizi was slightly intimidated. His pupils contracted. Wang Baol's supernova combined his cultivation and his physical strength. It was augmented by the endless spirit chi housed in the spirit fat in Wang Baol's body. Wang Baol was like a literal walking spirit stone. "Eat that! I have plenty more spirit energy to spare," Wang Baol roared. He unleashed 10 punches consecutively. His fists looked large, 1,000 feet wide, as they hit the air, and the incredible force of those hits rushed at Mielizi. The punches exploded in the air, the explosions resonating loudly in the sky. The two cultivators began to battle it out. The Black Pike got the first hit in. Wang Baol gritted his teeth and triggered its self-destruction without hesitation. Thunderous booms rumbled in the air. The force of the dermic armament's explosions surged outwards, forming a shock wave that combined with Wang Baol's supernova punches and resulted in incredible power. Wang Baol had given everything he had in those supernova punches. Mielizi shuddered violently and was driven back by the fierce attack. Wang Baol yelled as Mielizi retreated in evasion. "Feng Churan, why aren't you moving?" Wang Baol turned as he spoke, then unleashed 10 supernovas at the glowing man engaged in battle with Feng Churan. The assault sent the heavens quaking. Winds lashed out while clouds rolled back. Under Wang Baol's control, the attack drove the glowing man back while giving Feng Churan a helpful boost. A resolute look appeared in Feng Churan's eyes. She unleashed her power, and with a hard shove, sped up and shot towards the heavens. Wang Baol's breathing quickened, and he switched places with his avatar, who had reached the edge of the sky. Instantly, he gave Mielizi and the glowing man no chance to come after them. A vicious light flashed across the avatar's eyes. Without sparing a second thought, it self-destructed. The avatar's self-destruction caused an incredible force that blew a hole in space. A sizable vortex appeared in the heavens, sucking everything towards it. Despite his soul conduit realm cultivation, Mielizi had to slow down his pursuit in the face of the consecutive explosions caused by the Black Pike and Wang Baol's avatar. The shock waves from the self-destructions not only affected a wide area but the surrounding space as well. Short-distance teleportation couldn't be performed. He had no choice but to physically retreat to avoid injury. The glowing man had been the culmination of 100,000 minds. That might have given it the power of a soul conduit realm cultivator, but it was still formed from numerous minds. The explosion had also affected it. It barely evaded the attack. As it shuddered from residual shock waves, there were at least 20,000 cultivators within the Thousand-Eye Array formation on Mercury that spat out blood from their mouths concurrently. There were even many who died on the spot, their bodies exploding. The terrifying backlash created a pause in the pursuit, earning Wang Baol precious time to escape. He didn't get a lot of time, though. After dodging the explosion of Wang Baol's avatar, Mielizi continued the chase yet again. Taoist Yuran remained inside the never-ending clan battleship, unable to leave and join the battle. However, his eyes never left the battlefield. "Wang Baol, Feng Churan, you have nowhere to run." Taoist Yuran narrowed his eyes and raised his right hand. A jade slip appeared in his palm, and he immediately barked out an order. The order wasn't for the vast expanse Dao Palace cultivators on Mercury, but for his fellow never-ending clan members, who had awakened and were hidden inside the host bodies of vast expanse Dao Palace cultivators. Most of them were in space now, leading numerous Dao Palace cultivators inside Dao Palace space cruisers spread across space. They were preparing for the next battle with the Federation. The never-ending clan cultivators' eyes flashed with an icy light when they received Taoist Yuran's orders. The space cruisers floating outside Mercury quickly acted and surrounded the planet, preventing anyone from leaving. While that was happening, a large group, upper echelons of the Federation, were gathered in a base on Venus behind the planet's line of defense. They were cultivators from the 4 Tao colleges, the Senate, the Trillionaires Corporation, the 5-generation Sky Clan, and many other powerful political forces. They were there by order of Duan Myuk and Li Xingwen. These cultivators had shared in the Federation's power and wealth. Now that the Federation was in danger, they were to fight and defend it. The expressions on their faces were grave. They gathered in the command center, their eyes fixed on a large screen before them. The screen projected a clear map of the solar system. The solar system array formation put in place meant that the map was being updated in real time. Mercury's image on the map looked blurry, though. The fall of the planet to the enemy forces and the interference from the planet's array formation prevented them from receiving any information from the planet. The area around the planet had been pitch black up until 30 minutes ago. It was then that a blurry image began to replace the initial blankness. Something seemed to have weakened the interference in the area. Something has happened to Mercury's array formation. An unknown force seems to have inflicted some damage to it. Based on the data we've gathered from the solar system array formation, the Tao Palace space cruisers outside Mercury appear to have modified their formation. We've received reports from the front line that the Tao Palace battleships stationed at the outer regions are withdrawing. They seem to be setting up some sort of blockade. Based on all the information we have, it seems reasonable to conclude that something has happened in the Tao Palace. Someone is attempting an escape. Based on the adjustments to the enemy battleship's formation, we can ascertain that this unknown person is trying to escape from Mercury and enter space. Cultivators from the department in charge of the Federation's military strategies, skilled in the art of war, stood before the large screen in the base and shared their findings with everyone. They explained their conclusions, which were based on the information that had been gathered in that half an hour. A look of surprise flashed past everyone's faces as they absorbed the information. They didn't have time to discuss the matter. Li Xingwen, who had been standing next to Duan Myuk, who had a faintly stormy expression on his face, coughed. Both of them stood before the crowd. As everyone can see, this is the situation that we are in now. Time is of the essence. I would like you to listen to this voice transmission. As he said that, Li Xingwen turned on his voice transmission ring and played Wang Baol's message out loud. "Old man, your Baol is back. I brought your wife with me as well." The voice was filled with excitement and warmth. It resonated in the great hall where numerous upper echelons of the Federation were. Their eyes widened. Some of them even gasped out in shock. Wang Baol, the guy who became the Grand Supreme Elder of the Tao Palace? He's still alive? The wife he's speaking of. A myriad of emotions surged through the crowd when they finally identified the voice as Wang Baol's. They were quickly drawn to what Wang Baol said at the end, and they soon realized whom he was referring to as Li Xingwen's wife, Grand Supreme Elder Feng Churan of the Tao Palace. Li Xingwen didn't seem embarrassed by the gasps of shock. He seemed rather smug, in fact. Duan Myuk's face still looked stormy. He had been surprised to find out that Li Xingwen had received Wang Baol's voice transmission. But Li Xingwen had then mentioned the secession of his presidency. That had caused Duan Myuk endless exasperation. His head throbbed at the thought. Even the war hadn't caused him so much grief. "All right, my fellow Taoists. I propose that we bring Wang Baol and Feng Churan to safety immediately. I know you might be wondering if they are truly who they claim to be. Based on the information we have gotten, Mializi is currently being controlled. There is also the matter of never-ending clan members hiding themselves in host bodies. However, we cannot simply abandon these two because of our suspicions. I propose that we secure them first, then assess what to do next," Li Xingwen said decisively. He might have put it across as a proposal, but the determination in his eyes was clear for all to see. "I concur. I have my doubts, but Wang Baol has done a lot for the Federation. It doesn't matter that this might be a trap. We still have to try." The Federation was currently in the midst of a war that was going to dictate their fate, and the ugliness of human nature was exposed when war was concerned. Nevertheless, having a common enemy was enough to unite everyone and let them set aside their past conflicts. Even the 5th-generation Sky Clan agreed with Li Xingwen's decision. Duanmyuk quickly issued an order using his power as the Federation president, deploying fleets of Federation cruisers. The line of defense on Venus was activated. It seemed like the Federation was going on the offensive. The solar system array formation was fully activated as well, creating waves of interference that reached Mercury. The result was a disturbance that hindered the Dao Palace and never-ending clan cultivators and prevented them from setting up a blockade. As the military was deployed, Li Xingwen secretly led his own team towards Mercury. He made use of the solar system's array formation and rushed there at top speed. The team included the giant tree and sect Lord Su of the Galactic Dusk sect. There were also numerous core formation realm cultivators from various other political forces. On their own, they might not be a match for the enemy, but they had Federation technology on their side. Their joint study of technology and spirit energy had resulted in many methods to augment their powers. Amongst their arsenal of weapons was the anti-spirit bomb. The Federation's military made their move on Venus while Li Xingwen started on his secret extraction. Meanwhile, in the skies above Mercury, Wang Baol and Feng Churan were busy running and trying to escape while battling the planet itself as it tried to drag them back to land. Wang Baol's heart was still aching because of the loss of his black pike. He didn't feel a similar heartache for his avatar, though. The former was a unique artifact while the latter was something that had been formed from the vast stores of spirit fat housed inside his body. The avatar had simply been an expenditure of spirit energy. In fact, one problem had been plaguing Wang Baol ever since he had exchanged places with his avatar and tried to escape to space. The explosive force from blowing up my avatar seems rather powerful. Why don't I use this method to attack the never-ending clan battleship? I could kill Taoist Yuran again. I'll end the war on my own. I'll be a hero. The idea was extremely tempting. Wang Baol's heart raced at the thought of it. He quickly abandoned it, though. Taoist Yuran's resurrection was surrounded by unknowns. Feng Churan, due to her personality, wasn't someone he could exactly rely on. Besides, he remembered the never-ending clan members he had found inside the battleship, asleep and healing. The power that they had emanated clearly hinted at how strong they were. There was very little chance of him surviving and emerging as the hero for this occasion. There was a greater chance of him martyring himself. Besides, he shouldn't be using this trick so flagrantly. He wasn't a one-trick pony. That might work against him. He decided against playing the hero. Besides, this isn't a good habit to cultivate. I might get used to it and accidentally self-destruct my real form instead. Wang Baol shuddered at the thought. He picked up speed once more, getting closer to leaving Mercury and entering space. The heaviness pulling him disappeared in the next instant. He leaped and rose thousands of feet. An unimaginable feeling seeped out from his stellar nascent soul. A cultivator who had reached the core formation realm was able to survive temporarily in space. One at the nascent soul realm might not be able to exist in space like planets, but they could still cast spells and fly without difficulty. However, he couldn't keep that up for long. A cultivator who had reached the soul conduit realm, on the other hand, had no such concerns. Anything could be solved as long as one had sufficient spirit chi. Of course, these were restrictions that bound the ordinary cultivator. Wang Baol was different. His body shuddered violently as soon as he stepped out of Mercury's atmosphere and entered space. The stellar nascent soul inside his body felt strange. It was as if he had fallen into an ocean of stars, and the stellar nascent soul was but one fish in the great ocean. I've always thought myself special, destined to become the Federation president and lead the Federation to conquer the rest of the galaxy. Seems like my nascent soul is proof of my uniqueness. The special nature of his stellar nascent soul cheered Wang Baol up. He threw a look at Feng Churan, who had also entered space, then turned towards the distant stars. With a burst of speed, he raced into the distance. Dao Palace battleships hovered outside Mercury. They seemed to have sensed Wang Baol and Feng Churan. The battleships shifted and turned towards the two, their intention to trap the duo clear. Wang Baol had the advantage of speed and agility, though. He was currently brimming with confidence. He saw his destiny in the sea of planets. This feeling of a fish returning to the great ocean brought him an unimaginable sense of pride. With his hands behind his back, he turned towards Feng Churan, who was trailing behind him. He said nonchalantly, "Elder Churan, I'm going to speed up from now on. I have the arch armor and an extremely powerful physical body. The speed that I can unleash is something even I find unbelievable. My home lies in the stars, after all. Don't push yourself too hard if you can't catch up. Just let me know at once." He was about to race off when an odd look appeared on Feng Churan's face. With a wave of her right hand, a white light shot out from her storage bag. The dazzling white light paused next to Feng Churan, expanding and transforming into an enormous sword that spanned 1,000 feet long. It might be shaped like a weapon, but the waves of spirit energy it was giving off, as well as its structure, clearly indicated that it was a small battleship. In fact, a shuttle might be a more precise term. Its exterior shimmered with light, creating distortions in the space around it. It was like a beast, longing to race into the distance and whose desire was being thwarted temporarily with a rope around its neck. Kept struggling. Once the rope that bound it was loosened, it would rise and charge forward, disappearing without a trace. Wang Baol was stunned momentarily at the sight of the shuttle. Feng Churan strolled forward calmly and boarded the white shuttle. She then turned her head casually and looked at the dazed Wang Baol. She didn't say anything, but her eyes said it all. She seemed confounded by why Wang Baol was choosing to expend so much effort in flying when there was a perfectly serviceable shuttle he could use. If you have any strange preferences and wish to fly on your own, well, you could. Feng Churan stared deeply into Wang Baol's eyes as she conveyed her very considerate reply. Wang Baol fell silent. He stared at the shuttle. It was obviously an extraordinary artifact. Then, he lowered his head and stared at his own 2 legs. He was stumped, momentarily. Even an idiot could tell the difference between traveling via shuttle and via his own 2 legs. However, he had made such a grand statement earlier. It would be embarrassing to take it all back now. He was of half a mind to continue the act. Then, he noticed Dao Palace cruisers approaching all around them. Several cultivators had even rushed out from the cruisers. Mercury was beneath their feet. A gigantic vortex approached from the direction of the planet as well, which must be Mielizi. The expression on Wang Baol's face turned serious. Elder Churan, unfortunately, the Federation is now facing an invasion by evil forces. As your junior, I regret not being able to escort you as we traverse space on foot and tour the stars in the Federation. So be it. I will make it up to you once we chase these evil men from our lands. Well, let's hurry up and leave. Wang Baol coughed as he raised his foot and stepped onto the shuttle. He stood next to Feng Churan, ignoring the strange look she was giving him. The expression on his face was that of the unperturbed. He didn't seem the slightest bit embarrassed. It was obvious that Wang Baol was great at convincing himself. Feng Churan was his senior and Li Xingwen's wife-to-be. He should be addressing her as Grand Matron. There wasn't anything wrong with giving way when in the presence of his Grand Matron. That was called respecting one's elders. Having counseled himself mentally, Wang Baol suddenly realized how perfectly he had conducted himself. Feng Churan spared a glance at Wang Baol. His complete lack of shame didn't upset her. In fact, it was endearing. She began to view him as the young man that he was. He's still a child. She laughed, startled. She formed a series of hand seals with her right hand, causing white light to bathe the shuttle and flood the area around them like starlight. It began moving in the next moment. It unleashed an unimaginable speed and surged forward, slicing through space like a knife through butter. It raced into the distance before the battleships and cultivators around them could close in and before the vortex on Mercury that was Mielizi could approach. The shuttle was a lot faster than a Soul Conduit Realm cultivator. It ranked amongst the top treasures in the Dao Palace. Feng Churan was the Grand Supreme Elder and had witnessed the rise and fall of the sect. The shuttle had been placed in her possession and might be viewed as part of her personal inventory. The speed it unleashed brought Feng Churan and Wang Baol right through the blockade set up by the enemy battleships. Wang Baol's heart raced as he sensed the speed they were traveling at. An array formation cloaked the shuttle, forming a barrier that prevented the shuttle's passengers from feeling any discomfort due to the extreme speed. There was no need for voice transmissions, he could speak freely. He turned and stared at the shrinking Mercury, and curiosity lit up his eyes. This is quite impressive. Wang Baol squatted and touched the shuttle's exterior. His knowledge in dermic armaments told him that this shuttle was possibly at least a 9th-grade dermic armament. It might even be of a higher grade. It might not be a divine armament, but it was likely almost as powerful as one. He lifted his head and turned towards Feng Churan. Elder Churan, could I borrow the shuttle for study later? Feng Churan's eyebrow rose. She was about to speak when Wang Baol's voice transmission ring started vibrating. Li Xingwen's voice, filled with concern and anxiety, rang out. You little rascal, still not dead? You holding up all right? Wang Baol felt a surge of warmth upon hearing Li Xingwen's voice. He set his voice transmission to play through the speaker, then spoke at his voice transmission ring. I thank the Grandmaster for his concern. Please do not worry. Baol will carry out his duties as you have commanded. I'll deliver the Grand Matron to safety on Venus, even if it kills me. There was a clear pause on Li Xingwen's end. He spoke again after a few seconds of silence, his voice gentle. Baol, you've done a good job. Your Grand Matron means everything to me. I haven't been eating or sleeping this entire time, worrying myself sick over your Grand Matron's safety. Feng Churan's breathing grew uneven when she heard those words ringing out from the voice transmission ring. A myriad of emotions flashed across her eyes, and a strange look settled on her face. Wang Baol couldn't help but approve of the old fellow. Those were indeed the quick reflexes of someone who had once been the president of the Federation. He had guessed correctly from Wang Baol addressing Feng Churan as Grand Matron that the voice transmission had been put on speaker. Baol, I'm on the way. You have to protect your Grand Matron and be careful of the never-ending clan. Baol, I'm gonna owe you a huge favor for this. I? Li Xingwen's voice was filled with agitation, anticipation, and his desire to see Feng Churan as soon as possible. He didn't have a chance to express those feelings fully. Wang Baol was feeling increasingly awkward when Feng Churan finally coughed. She couldn't take it any longer either. Li Xingwen, Churan. The sound of a chair being overturned rang out from the voice transmission ring. It was followed by Li Xingwen's voice. He was beside himself with emotion. Li Xingwen, you? How are you doing, Churan? Are you tired? Have you been hurt anywhere? Do you feel any discomfort? Don't worry. I'll take care of you after you arrive in the Federation. I'll make sure those who made you suffer pay for it, even if it kills me. Feng Churan was rendered speechless by Li Xingwen's passionate declaration. She had lived through war. It had aged her. Love had become a foreign, distant thing. His declaration had shaken her deeply, causing her face to flush ever so faintly. Wang Baol coughed softly. Li Xingwen was behaving like a lovesick fool. That didn't stop him from eavesdropping, though. Li Xingwen knew Wang Baol very well. He immediately told Wang Baol to hand the voice transmission ring to Feng Churan. Wang Baol had no choice but to obey. With the voice transmission ring in hand, Feng Churan quickly deactivated the speaker mode, switching to private voice transmissions instead. Wang Baol had no idea what Li Xingwen said, but Feng Churan's face seemed a lot redder to Wang Baol's curious eyes when she finally ended the conversation with Li Xingwen. The look in her eyes was no longer as lost. Faith and confidence had replaced it. Something stirred inside Wang Baol. He opened his mouth and tried the new string of words on for size. Grand Matron Churan? Feng Churan raised her head and glared at Wang Baol. She didn't reject the new form of address, though. Instead, she adjusted the direction the shuttle was heading, then spoke hurriedly, as if nothing had happened. Your Grandmaster has shared the route with me. Based on this route, it should take us about 2 days to reach the destination and meet up with them. After that, the expression on Wang Baol's face suddenly shifted. He lifted his head suddenly. A bright, red light appeared above them and transformed into a sea of red that enveloped their shuttle instantly. Beyond the sea of red, space distorted itself as an entire fleet of Dao Palace battleships appeared. There were more than 10,000 of them. Each one was shooting out a bright red light. That was what had created the sea of red and trapped Wang Baol and Feng Qiran's shuttle. The worst had yet to come. Wang Baol and Feng Qiran shook with alarm as 4 distinct spirit energy signatures erupted from the mass of Dao Palace battleships, radiating Soul Conduit Realm cultivations. The 4 Soul Conduit Realm cultivations erupted. The sea of red surged outwards and flooded towards the shuttle like giant waves, blanketing it in an instant. The vast Red Sea seemed to have transformed into a gigantic hand. The hand grabbed the shuttle from beneath, as it unleashed a sudden burst of speed in its attempt to dash out of the blockade. Then, the Red Sea started showing signs of solidifying. It was as if it was going to freeze itself and turn to ice. It was going to freeze the shuttle alongside it, as well as the entire region of space. As this was happening, a terrifying force began to spread throughout the Red Sea and head towards the shuttle. The shuttle shook violently, sending Feng Qiran and Wang Baol shuddering as they stood inside. Alarm flashed across their faces. They could see the shuttle creaking under the pressure exerted on it, and it was showing signs of cracking. Sooner or later, it was going to be crushed into bits. The shuttle might be an extremely high-grade artifact, but it could hardly withstand the joint force of 10,000 battleships. There was a great chance it was going to shatter and cave in any time now. Self-destruct the shuttle, Wang Baol said, the expression on his face solemn. There was no time to say anything more. He yelled, then leapt into the air. Countless red meridians emerged and grew outwards. The arch armor wove itself around his humongous body once again, and the fat war god made another appearance. Wang Baol unleashed his full cultivation, readied his defenses, and prepared to charge. Hesitation flashed across Feng Qiran's eyes. Her indecisive nature didn't change the fact that she was still a powerful cultivator at the Soul Conduit realm, who had experienced war and battle. Her conversation with Li Xingwen might have helped as well. She only hesitated a moment before determination lit her eyes. Her hands came together in a flurry of hand seals, and she pressed her palms onto the shuttle. The 4 Soul Conduit Realm cultivations had been rapidly approaching the shuttle from 4 different directions. Before they could surround the shuttle that was struggling in the Red Sea, the shuttle suddenly released a glaring light. It was a light that outshone the other stars in space, threatening to blind everyone. It seemed to have transformed itself into a small sun, burning itself up rapidly before it finally exploded. A violent shock wave exploded in space, like a sudden avalanche. It was like a sudden collapse of the sky, the caving in of the earth. Waves of spirit energy surged outwards like a tsunami, the fierce rippling of energy visible to the naked eye. It brimmed with the threat of violence and death and tore the Red Sea apart in an instant. It was like the ignition of a bomb in a glacier. The damage was compounded by the power and high-grade materials of the shuttle. The result was an explosive force that surpassed an ordinary explosion. The Sea of Red, which had been in the midst of turning itself to ice, shuddered and shattered instantly, parting under the force of the shuttle's explosion. The force stopped the 4 Soul Conduit Realm cultivators in their tracks as well. They were forced to change course in order to avoid the backlash. The battleships couldn't shift away as quickly and had to face the shock waves head-on. The battlefield was plunged into chaos following the shuttle's self-destruction. It was then that Wang Baol and Feng Qiran made a dash for it. Feng Qiran had guided the explosion such that a great portion of the shock waves had been directed outwards. As a result, both her and Wang Baol had been relatively unharmed by the explosion. She had the protection of her Soul Conduit Realm cultivation, and Wang Baol had the arch armor. Having braced themselves against the residual shock waves, they had recovered slightly and immediately unleashed their full speed, riding on the explosive force caused by the shuttle's self-destruction. Exploiting the collapse in the enemy battleship formation, they shot forward, like arrows released from a bow, and charged out. Their speed, given a boost by the explosion, made them mere blurry images in one's eyes. They broke through the Red Sea, stirring ripples in space itself as they emerged on the other side of the 10,000-strong battleship army. Witnessing their escape were the cultivators on the battleships, who were still in disarray as they tried to recover from the explosion, as well as the 4 Soul Conduit Realm cultivators. They experienced varying degrees of shock as they watched the escape happen under their noses. The chances of slipping through the blockade were so slim, nobody had thought it could actually happen. Someone had to make the snap decision of blowing up the shuttle as soon as the blockade was formed. The decision might have seemed simple, but few could have done so within a moment. The key that had made the escape successful had been the speed of this reaction, the blowing up of the shuttle. But what of it? The 4 Soul Conduit Realm cultivators who had been driven away by the shuttle's explosion were all former nascent Soul Realm elders of the Dao Palace. Amongst them was Qi Lin. He belonged to Feng Qiran's faction and had tensions with Wang Beol. He was clearly a changed person, host to a never-ending clan parasite. His cultivation was given a natural boost to the Soul Conduit Realm. He narrowed his eyes and stared in the direction that Wang Beol and Feng Qiran had escaped in. He clearly wasn't in a hurry to give chase. Instead, he sneered. He wasn't the only one. Mirroring his sneer were the other 3 former nascent Soul Realm elders of the Dao Palace. They had all risen to the Soul Conduit Realm after becoming hosts to never-ending clan parasites. Their stares pierced into distant space, in the direction Wang Beol and Feng Qiran were headed, where the cold, black abyss suddenly began to distort and warp. Alarm flashed across Wang Beol's eyes. Feng Qiran's pupils contracted. They tried changing course, but it was too late by then. The spatial distortion ahead of them suddenly transformed into an enormous vortex. It resembled a black hole, a passageway leading to the unknown. Its endless spinning seemed to unlock a door in space. 2 large clouds of red mist burst out from its center. Both spanned thousands of feet wide. They quickly raced towards Wang Beol and Feng Qiran as soon as they appeared, radiating power that threatened to overwhelm and seal Wang Beol's and Feng Qiran's. The 2 had no chance of escape. The red mist approached swiftly. Feng Qiran staggered back, her face pale. She smacked her storage bag and pulled out a bell. White runes rippled out from the bell in waves as she shook it fiercely. The runes clustered together, spreading out across thousands of feet. They tried to smack the mist away and gain time for Feng Qiran and Wang Beol to escape. The gigantic hand that was formed from runes passed straight through the mysterious and bizarre red mist though. The mist enveloped a shocked Feng Qiran and swallowed her whole, trapping her within. Wang Beol didn't hesitate at all. His body blurred into multiple images, which separated as his avatar stepped away from his body. It froze, weighed down by the overwhelming force of the red mist, and stood next to Wang Beol. There was no time for him to employ his usual methods, which involved him switching places with his avatar. The only purpose for the avatar this time was to blow itself up. The avatar charged into the approaching red mist as soon as it had separated from Wang Beol. Then, just as the red mist was about to swallow Wang Beol whole as well, it self-destructed. The explosive force was immense. It swept across space like a sudden hurricane, sending the red mist shuddering and slowing it down for an instant. Wang Beol used that chance to beat a hasty retreat. His heart was racing, and alarm bells sounded loudly in his head. He could see another cloud of red mist emerging from the vortex, which caused his scalp to prickle. The Dao Palace and the never-ending clan were clearly well prepared. Just as he was about to make his escape, Qi Lin and the other 3 Soul Conduit Realm cultivators closed in, ready to strike. Waves of spirit energy surged through space, sending storms and strong winds across the abyss. Wang Beol had started reciting the sutra, but it didn't matter. He had the arch armor, as well as a planet within the vicinity giving him strength, but it was all useless. He was still no match for 4 Soul Conduit Realm cultivators. His armor shook violently as he was flung backwards, blood spilling from his lips. 2 clouds of red mist rushed at him and swallowed him whole. In the heavens, there were 2 clouds of red mist, one larger than the other, spinning and churning. It was a terrifying sight, summoning all Dao Palace cultivators. The Grand Supreme Elder has decreed. Activate the array formation and target the traitor Wang Beol. You are to destroy his very spirit. Cleanse Grand Supreme Elder Feng Qiran of the spell, controlling her mind, so that she may regain her senses. Qi Lin's voice traveled into the minds of every Dao Palace cultivator inside every battleship in the area. They trembled and sat down hastily, unleashing their full cultivation. Red light erupted from every battleship once again, enveloping the mists and transforming the area into a sea of red. Not far from Mercury, tens of thousands of battleships gathered. The region was awash in a red sea. Tens of thousands of cultivators channeled their cultivation into the sea of red and began the refinement process. One could call it refinement, that, or a unique form of array formation being guided by Qi Lin and the other Soul Conduit realm cultivators. The array formation was an extremely malicious form of never-ending clan mystic art. Its name was Soul Infusion Destruction. The entire process could be explained as a special refinement method being employed to channel hordes of souls forcibly into human vessels. The continual refinement of the human vessels would transform them into something akin to human bombs. The array formation helped to modify and augment the effects. The explosive force that resulted from blowing up a human bomb wouldn't be the cumulative strength of all cultivation and souls fed into the array formation. It would be exponential. It was monstrous. The more souls it consumed, the higher the cultivation that was channeled into it, and the more powerful the eventual explosion. The vast hordes of Dao Palace cultivators aboard their battleships were clearly unaware that they were mere instruments, which were serving their souls for consumption. As their cultivation continued to flow into the array formation, their souls would also slowly fuse with the array formation. They would gradually become a part of the array formation without even knowing it. This was part of Taoist Yuran's plan all along. Beyond the Red Sea, scattered across the vast space, countless Dao Palace battleships lay concealed within spatial distortions. Aboard those battleships were many Dao Palace cultivators, who had been summoned to the Red Sea to await instructions without knowing what was going to happen to them. They were also part of Taoist Yuran's plan. One had to admit that Taoist Yuran was indeed a genius. Despite him being unable to leave the never-ending clan battleship while it was still undergoing repairs, he had drawn up a plan for the destruction of the Federation's second line of defense on Venus. He had done so within a short period of time, amidst a flurry of unexpected events, and had based it all on Wang Baol and Feng Chiron's reappearance. It was a simple plan that involved attacking the weakest link and drawing out the rest of his enemy's forces. Wang Baol and Feng Chiron were bait meant to lure the Federation to their rescue. It didn't matter how many came, they would all be destroyed. Based on Taoist Yuran's assessment, he believed that there was a great chance that the Federation would pretend to mount a fierce attack just so they could carry out the rescue. Then, they would retreat when given the opportunity. When that happens, and they arrive, it'll be the perfect time to unleash the explosive power of the Soul Infusion Destruction. We will destroy the Federation's main forces. Venus, the key to the solar system array formation, will fall with ease. My only fear is that too few people will turn up. But even if that happens, we still have 2 Soul Conduit realm vessels that will prove effective weapons when attacking Venus. Taoist Yuran sat inside the never-ending clan battleship stationed on Mercury. His eyes were mere slits, concealing the anticipatory light within as he smiled faintly and murmured to himself. The Federation was at a disadvantage when it came to their level of cultivation as well as their knowledge in such mystic arts. Even if they had the solar system array formation, it would be difficult for them to detect Taoist Yuran's soul infusion destruction. That was why he hadn't made any changes to his plan. The Federation army had made a show of its deployment, leaving Venus and approaching Mercury. Li Xingwen, who had led a sizable team with him, had left in advance. He hurried to the meeting place he had set up with Feng Chiron. Every action that the Federation took had been deliberated and run through by its immensely resourceful think tank. They had simulated how the war was going to turn out based on every piece of information they had got their hands on. Despite them being unaware of the malicious trap that had been set for them, they had considered the possibility of an ambush. Their plans had provided for ways to circumvent it. Of course, no one knew how effective these contingency plans would be. Taoist Yuran's plans and the Federation's rescue efforts began to unfold concurrently. In the center of the storm, where the Red Sea lay, were 2 clouds of red mist. They were being refined into human vessels. Wang Baol was inside one of them. He was facing a difficult decision, an occasion that had rarely happened to him. He had no idea how Feng Qiran was doing at this moment, but he was well aware of the arch armor and his physical body's capabilities. They were being eroded away rapidly as he was trapped inside the mist. It was likely that Feng Qiran wasn't going to last much longer than he was. In fact, she might not last as long as he would. The red mist was extremely bizarre. It had the ability to seal and trap them, as well as erosive properties. It was indescribably cold and eerie. Wang Baol couldn't free himself no matter how hard he struggled. He felt like a fly, and the red mist was a gigantic hand that was clutching him within its closed fist. There was no way for him to escape, and even moving was proving a challenge. He could only watch as the mist slowly ate away at the arch armor. Once the arch armor was completely eroded away, he could imagine his physical flesh, his nascent soul and his spirit, having lost the protection of the armor, being next. The spirit fat on me will only gain me a little bit of time. Wang Baol's heart sank. He couldn't sense what was going on outside and had no idea if he was still trapped in the spot that he had been caught in. Unease continued to fill his heart. If the never-ending clan is trying to use Feng Qiran and me as bait, Wang Baol's pupils contracted. His heart became filled with anxiety. He tried struggling to free himself again, but to no avail. He became increasingly frustrated, and danger started to loom increasingly heavier over his head. He knew that if the situation remained unchanged, there was little chance of him walking out of this alive. The only way is to keep creating and blowing up my avatars. Rather than staying trapped here and waiting to get killed, I might as well see if I can blow up enough things and force my way out of this thing. My only worry is that I'll still have to fight the 4 Soul Conduit Realm cultivators after that. That's going to be a tough battle. Wait, there's still Mielizi. He has definitely caught up by now. Wang Baol was torn. It was unfortunate that they were nowhere near Mars. Given the choice, he might risk it all to summon his dark artifact. I don't care anymore. Violence flashed across Wang Baol's eyes. He gritted his teeth and prepared to summon his avatar so that he could blow it up. Just as his avatar appeared and was about to self-destruct, he suddenly widened his eyes and stared at the rumbling mist ahead of him. A face had flashed past in the mist. It had vanished instantly, but Wang Baol had seen the greed and brutality that had been on its face. It was as if the face had found Wang Baol an appetizing treat and had wanted a bite. That is, Wang Baol's heart raced. He abandoned the idea of blowing up his avatars and scanned the surrounding mist carefully, his eyes wide. Soon he saw a face again. It was a different face, one with a lost expression. Wang Baol's eyes burned brightly at the sight. He didn't act rashly. Instead, he continued waiting. Slowly, more faces appeared. Some of them were male, others female. Some looked violent, some lost. Some of the faces were awash with greed, others perversion. Wisps of soul appeared alongside these faces, gathering together and spreading around Wang Baol. This is like receiving a pillow for a gift when you're just beginning to feel drowsy. Wang Baol blinked before a wild joy began flooding his heart. Dead spirits were the thing that he was least afraid of. As a dark child, seeing these souls was like seeing servants wandering all around him. He was overjoyed by their appearance, and he began to reassess his situation carefully. I have no idea why they're here, but as long as there are souls hidden inside this mist and there is a sufficient number of them, I should be able to use the dark art to free myself. There's no need to blow my avatars up anymore. I can use the souls as my weapons too. But after freeing myself, even if I have the souls at my disposal, I'll still have to face 4 Soul Conduit Realm cultivators, face an army of battleships and cultivators, and save Feng Qiran. That's almost an impossible task. Wang Baol narrowed his eyes. Unless I can become very powerful very quickly. Power. Isn't that just the means to kill? That's why. The demonic eye art. Madness flashed across Wang Baol's eyes. By choosing the path of the demonic eye art, he was sending himself down the road to more killing and more death in order to gain more power. He hadn't wanted to go down this path unless he had no other choice. A nascent soul realm mystic art was the bridge between one's foundational cultivation and their ascent. It was the key that could determine where they would land in the future. There's not going to be a future if I don't survive the present. Wang Baol was a man of decisiveness. The veins in his eyes gradually turned red, and determination colored his eyes as he muttered to himself. He didn't hesitate any longer. His hands might have been rendered immobile, but he could still chant the words to the demonic eye art in his head. A creepy black eye soon appeared behind him. The eye was shut. Its form materialized gradually, emanating a black aura that tainted the space around it. It spread outwards and enveloped the area, and a cold, evil aura slowly flowed out from Wang Baol. Wang Baol had first read about the demonic eye art in his dark dream. It was a strange and bizarre mystic art that had originated from an ancient civilization that was now extinct. Its records stopped at its nascent soul realm techniques. The dark sect wouldn't have paid it much mind because of that, but its incredibly destructive power had resulted in it being listed as one of the 3 most powerful nascent soul realm mystic arts that the dark sect had ever come across. In fact, when practiced alongside the dark art, it would display a power that would make it the most powerful mystic art the sect had ever seen at the nascent soul realm. It had only been abandoned as a practical mystic art because it was incomplete. The mystic art focused on killing. There were 5 levels to it. Each new level brought a transformation to the cultivator's cultivation, as well as his physical strength and speed. The latter 2 would be doubled at every level. Theoretically speaking, a cultivator who reached the 3rd level would be 8 times as strong and fast as when they had first started on the mystic art. That would increase to 32 times when they reached the 5th level of the mystic art. The first level was meant for one at the early stage nascent soul realm, the second, the mid-stage nascent soul realm. The 3rd level was for one at the late-stage nascent soul realm, and the 4th, the perfected nascent soul realm. One's cultivation would be incredible at this stage. Then, there was the final stage of the mystic art, the 5th level. There was the conventional way of rising through the levels through normal training and a shortcut. The latter involved killing. The more one killed, the more powerful one got, and the crazier one became. In fact, killing was the true way of practicing this mystic art. The records stated that at the early stages of practicing this mystic art, the cultivator would be able to summon a white eye outside his body. That was for ordinary cultivators, though. If one practiced the dark art before practicing this mystic art, the eye that was summoned would be a black-colored dark demonic eye, like the cold, eerie-looking eye that had materialized behind Wang Baol. There was only one now, but with every person he killed, he would be able to draw their god spirit out from their corpse, which would then transform into the next demonic eye. Each demonic eye could dispel spells. Its destruction would unleash an incredible force. It would be equivalent to blowing up the person whose god spirit had been drained to create the demonic eye in the first place. Seems like a perfect match for the dark art. In fact, it seems to also work well with the flame snatch. Wang Baol sat deep in meditation, his eyes shut as he practiced the demonic eye art. Thoughts flooded his mind. He thought of his flame snatch. Flame snatch was another mystic art that focused on killing others. The key to practicing it was absorbing the blood and flesh of living creatures. Through such a process, one's physical body would grow stronger, and his cultivation would increase. Wang Baol had adapted it so that the arch armor became the main vessel, the receptacle for whatever the flame snatch absorbed. That had resulted in the fusion between the flame snatch and the arch armor and the creation of an external artifact that was separate from his body. It had its limits. There are limits to the flame snatch, but not to the demonic eye, Wang Baol muttered to himself. His mind seemed to have settled on something, and a calm fell over his mind as he removed the arch armor. The mountain of flesh that was his body was instantly exposed to the mist. He looked like an enormous, ancient beast, emanating waves of power that would strike terror into one's heart. Waves of mid-stage nascent soul realm cultivation emanated from his body. He was nearly at the peak of the mid-stage nascent soul realm. Vast stores of spirit energy rested in the spirit fat in his body. It would form the foundation for Wang Baol's venture into the demonic eye art. As his cultivation progressed, the black eye hovering behind him grew more distinct. It exuded a coldness that grew increasingly chilly. Simultaneously, his body began to shrink in size. Vast amounts of spirit fat transformed instantly into spirit chi, surging into the demonic eye behind him. This wasn't a simple, straightforward absorption. In the past, Wang Baol had only cultivation but had no cultivation technique. Now, though, he had decided on the cultivation technique that was going to determine his path of cultivation. The demonic eye art was activated. His body seemed to break down into its basic particles, which restructured and refined themselves as he pushed himself on the path of the demonic eye art. Wang Baol's size shrunk by half in an instant. He had reached the first level of the demonic eye art. His cultivation had finally, truly reached the early-stage nascent soul realm. He wasn't done yet. The demonic eye art continued its work on him. His body continued to shrink in size. Soon, he had shrunk to the size of an ordinary person again, and he had also reached the second level of the demonic eye art. Explosions erupted in his mind, rumbling like thunder. The demonic eye standing behind him had grown more distinct, appearing real. It would strike terror into the hearts of those who saw it. Wang Baol's progress with the demonic eye art didn't stop there. He had accumulated an immense store of spirit chi in the final great palace. The spirit fat stored in his body might have been depleted, but there was still a wealth of spirit chi in his meridians fueling his hike towards the third level of the demonic eye art. It only took him 10 counts. The cultivation inside Wang Baol's body finally stopped churning. It had fully melded with the demonic eye art, sending the demonic eye art from the second level to the third, the late-stage nascent soul realm. Wang Baol shuddered violently. A powerful aura, stronger and more concentrated than anything he had ever possessed before, erupted from his body. It was a power that threatened to overwhelm everything in sight. The ghoulish faces that continued to appear in the red mist around him began to respond to the eruptions. Their expressions shifted. There was respect, fear, and awe on their faces, and they started to retreat. They could feel the icy chill surging from Wang Baol and the creepy black eye guarding his back. It drove fear into them like a stake. The wisps of spirit energy that were colored by the dark art, which continued to emanate from Wang Baol as he continued his cultivation, made them afraid as well. They dared not draw near. If given the choice, most of the souls would keep their distance from Wang Baol. Regardless, the red mist was their prison, trapping them within as their numbers grew, preventing their escape. The only way out seemed to be through Wang Baol. They could either consume him or be consumed by him. The souls became increasingly torn. The will of the soul infusion destruction continued to coerce, compel, and draw them. The souls that gathered within the red mist began to struggle and grow mad. Their frustration and anger grew. The entire red mist began to rumble and boil with emotions. Taoist Yuran hadn't anticipated this series of events. Qi Lin and the other never-ending clan soul conduit realm cultivators, as well as the Dao Palace cultivators currently deep in meditation aboard their battleships, whose souls were continuously being drained by the array formation, were all unaware of the monster they were breeding. However, the tumultuous state of the mist that Wang Baol was trapped within was obvious when compared with the mist holding Feng Chiron prisoner. It wasn't something that could escape the eyes of Qi Lin and the others. The red mist that Feng Chiron was trapped within was too calm when compared to Wang Baol's. No one could tell what was going on inside. Even so, they could still sense waves of strange spirit energy escaping from the red mist. The stark difference in the red mist's appearances drew their attention, but without the ability to investigate what was truly going on inside, Qi Lin and the others could only frown and watch. The red mist not only imprisoned their captives, it also kept the captors out and unable to discern what was happening inside. Maybe it's because of Wang Baol's special circumstances. Qi Lin and his fellow clan members eyed one another. They continued to feel uneasy after a series of voice transmissions. Finally, they decided to seek Taoist Yuran's views on the matter. They were about to do just that. It was then that inside the red mist, Wang Baol, who had sat in meditation and had just recovered fully, suddenly opened his eyes. The faces surrounding him in the mist suddenly shuddered violently. They seemed on the verge of screaming, but they had held back their screams out of fear. They trembled, their expressions filled with awe. It was as if a single word from Wang Baol could dictate their death. Wang Baol's cold eyes swept across the souls around him. He raised his right hand slowly, an icy glint flashing across his eyes. Then his hand lowered, and his finger pointed forward. He didn't speak. Regardless, his will was transmitted into every soul inside the mist through his gestures alone. They trembled and turned around abruptly. They were like soldiers who had just received their orders, suddenly making a mad charge outwards. The red mist spasmed and rumbled violently. It expanded outwards without stop, seeming as if it might explode at any moment. Countless faces could be seen howling and struggling inside the mist, madness distorting their expressions. Alarm flashed across Qi Lin's and the others' faces when they saw that. They felt danger instinctively rumbling in their gut. Before they could take a closer look, an unimaginable force erupted. It was a tsunami, threatening to pull everything under its waves, and like a volcanic eruption, threatening to split the lands apart. The red mist could no longer contain the crazed souls. Its outer layers began to disintegrate, surging outwards like furious waves and sweeping into everything. The 4 soul conduit realm cultivators bore the brunt of the attack. They couldn't escape, and they found the backlash hitting them straight in their faces as they shuddered violently and retreated repeatedly. The battleships around them were like children's toys, swept along and flung into distant space. Chaos reigned momentarily. Alarm colored Qi Lin's and the other cultivators' faces. The souls that had escaped from the red mist and charged out turned back towards the red mist then. They stared straight into the mist, lowered their heads, and fell on their knees. It was a mind-boggling sight. A tall, slim person emerged from the depths of the mist, and a head full of long hair flowed down his back as he walked out slowly. It was Wang Baol. Thanks to you, I've decided on the path of cultivation I'm going to embark on. A chilly voice, one laced with ice, erupted in everyone's minds. It seemed capable of freezing everything in sight. The distinct shape of a pitch-black eye materialized behind Wang Baol. It was a terrifying sight. Wang Baol, a strange black eye and Wang Baol's strange, terrifying figure sent alarm flashing across the soul conduit realm cultivators' faces. Incredulity lit their eyes. They hadn't expected Wang Baol to free himself from the red mist. The sight of countless souls falling to their knees and prostrating themselves before Wang Baol, as if they were in the presence of a king, was both shocking and unbelievable. Regardless, they were experienced, battle-worn, never-ending clan cultivators. Their initial shock didn't stop them from eyeing one another immediately, then unleashing a sudden burst of speed, transforming into 4 blurs that charged towards Wang Baol. They didn't hesitate. They immediately unleashed their most powerful attacks. With a wave of his hand, Qi Lin summoned a gray Taoist robe. It hovered above his head, seemingly filled out by an invisible person, exuding an aura of death as it lunged at Wang Baol. The other 3 cultivators had their own trump cards. One of them formed a series of hand seals, and his body blurred into dual images. One transformed into a huge black lizard that then fused with the other. The fused body opened its huge gaping mouth. Wafts of bad breath drifted out. He exuded incredible power that surged upwards and threatened to tear everything apart. Another waved both his hands and then ripped his body apart, revealing 3 heads and 6 arms. He clearly wasn't bothered about exposing his true identity. He was going to overpower Wang Baol with his strong physical body. The trump card of the final cultivator was the strangest and most bizarre. With a single step, he split himself into multiple replicas. They came from all directions, each glowing with a bright blue light that was clearly poisonous. Wang Baol watched dispassionately as his 4 opponents charged at him with murderous intent. He lifted his right hand and waved suddenly. The souls that had prostrated themselves before him suddenly lifted their heads. Their mouths opened, and screams that were soundless yet pierced one's senses were unleashed from their gaping mouths. The souls rushed towards the 4 soul conduit realm cultivators fearlessly. They were swift and many. They surged towards the four cultivators like an ocean of souls. They might be much weaker than the cultivators, to the extent that their vast numbers couldn't turn the tides in their favor, but they were still useful in gaining more time for Wang Beol. Waves of spirit energy rippled across space momentarily. An emotionless Wang Beol spared not a single glance for the four soul conduit realm cultivators, who were momentarily trapped by the ocean of souls. Instead, he approached the mist holding Feng Chiron prisoner, appearing next to the mist instantly and pressing his right palm on its outer layer. In an instant, the souls that remained inside the mist or had wormed their way into Feng Chiron shuddered violently. They felt a fearsome while casting a terrifying shadow over them. It was cold and harsh, and it spoke only one word. Scram! The single word almost blasted the souls into pieces. They fled instantly, charging outwards. The red mist couldn't withstand the vast hordes of souls struggling to rush out simultaneously. It exploded instantly. Masses of souls spilled out, revealing a barely breathing Feng Chiron. Feng Chiron was a powerful soul conduit realm cultivator. Even though she had been trapped for an extended period of time and had suffered a long period of refinement, her mind was still clear. Her pupils contracted when she saw who had rescued her. She recognized Wang Beol, albeit vaguely. Her eyes were uncontrollably drawn towards the black, shut eye hovering behind him. The sight seemed to send her into a daze. It was like staring into a black hole that was spinning continuously. She felt as if her soul was being pulled out from her body. Startled, she bit the tip of her tongue. The pain cleared her mind. She was quietly shocked. She had no idea what the black eye was, but she could tell that Wang Beol hadn't activated whatever powers the black eye contained. Regardless, it had managed to cause her momentary loss of focus. The terrifying power the black eye held must be unimaginable. Wang Beol, you? Grand Mistress Chiron. The souls can only hold back the four soul conduit realm cultivators for a short moment. That's not enough time for us to escape. Are you able to take on one soul conduit realm cultivator? With a wave of his right hand, Wang Beol threw out multiple pill bottles. His voice was calm. It was different from the chill emanating from his person, as well as the terrifying aura the black eye hovering behind him was giving off. Even his voice in her head was cold. Yes. She took the bottles and drank them in a single gulp. Then, she nodded fiercely and swept her gaze sideways. In the next moment, she was on her way to one of the trapped soul conduit realm cultivators. She immediately started attacking as the souls continued to trap the soul conduit realm cultivator within their midst. Alarm flashed across the soul conduit realm cultivator's face when he saw Feng Chiron unleashing her attack. They immediately engaged in fierce battle. Incredible waves of spirit energy surged from their clashes. There were 3 other soul conduit realm cultivators left. Wang Beol's eyes flickered as they swept past the 3 trapped cultivators, finally pausing on Qi Lin. We have to make this quick, Wang Beol muttered to himself. He turned towards Qi Lin with a single step. With the fall of his foot, red meridians emerged from his body and wove themselves around him, materializing into the arch armor. His form might have slimmed down, which meant that the armor no longer looked as enormous as it had before, but the violent aura that it exuded didn't lessen. The black eye behind Wang Beol added to the armor's fearsome appearance. He had transformed into a demonic god. He took a second step and appeared next to Qi Lin, raising his left hand and punching. Behind the punch was the power of the supernova, the arch armor, his stellar nascent soul, and the demonic eye art. The accumulated power momentarily surpassed the limits of what an ordinary nascent soul realm cultivator should possess. In fact, it wasn't power that a nascent soul realm cultivator could contain. However, Wang Beol had an incredibly resilient physical body, and the arch armor serving as a vessel for his power. That allowed him to unleash power that was beyond what a nascent soul realm cultivator was allowed to possess. It was a punch that could rival one unleashed by a soul conduit realm cultivator. One that not only matched a punch by a soul conduit realm cultivator at the early stage but surpassed it entirely. It was like receiving a punch given by a true mid-stage soul conduit realm cultivator. Alarm colored Qi Lin's face. He howled, raised both arms, and with a sudden wave, summoned the gray Taoist robe that had been hovering above his head before him. The gray Taoist robe flew down and stood before him, prepared to stop Wang Baol's attack. He prepared to make a hasty retreat as well, smacking his forehead with a force that exposed his intention to tear his host body apart and reveal his true never-ending clan form. It was the right move. He acted swiftly, but it was still too late. Just as the gray Taoist robe flew ahead of Qi Lin and the latter threw himself back, a white light flickered in Wang Baol's eyes. The demonic eye behind him, which had been shut all along, suddenly blinked open. The cosmos shuddered. Silence descended. Space and time and all living things came to a standstill. Qi Lin was one of them. He froze, as if the thread connecting his body and spirit had just been snipped, and as if all thoughts had suddenly fled his mind. He stood immobile as Wang Baol stepped around the gray Taoist robe and passed Qi Lin in a single swift moment. The right arm of the arch armor flared with the light of the divine armament. It was too late to retaliate or dodge the attack, too late for his never-ending clan form to escape from his host body. The divine armament arm slashed forward in a sweep, ending the battle. Blood splattered as Qi Lin's head flew into the air. As his head parted from his body, the latter instantly shriveled up, its blood and flesh drained immediately by the arch armor. Qi Lin's soul was devoured by the black eye in the same instant. Behind Wang Baol, next to the first black eye, appeared another, a second shut eye the size of a fist. So, it's that simple, killing a soul conduit realm cultivator. Wang Baol shut his eyes. He could sense another separate cultivation inside his body. His demonic eye art was growing more powerful, inching slowly and steadily towards the fourth level of the cultivation technique. The expression on his face was calm. There was no joy nor sorrow. This was the price one paid for practicing the demonic eye art. He no longer felt anything when killing others. In fact, a faint and indescribable hunger began to unfurl inside him. It was urging him to continue killing. Interesting. Does the demonic eye art possess its own will? Is it trying to control me? Wang Baol assessed the waves of hunger inside him, then turned towards the second soul conduit realm cultivator who was currently trapped. An icy glint flashed across his eyes as he made his way towards the soul conduit realm cultivator. Having reached the nascent soul realm on a physical level, Wang Baol was better able to unleash the potential speed a late-stage nascent soul realm cultivator was capable of. The speed he had originally been capable of had already surpassed that of his peers. With the additional boost from the arch armor, he was now as fast as a soul conduit realm cultivator. This augmented speed received an extra boost from the power unleashed by his stellar nascent soul, allowing him to be even faster than an early-stage soul conduit realm cultivator. With the final push from the strange demonic eye art, his speed was utterly shocking. If one were merely hurrying from one place to another, such speed might not be as useful as teleportation. However, it possessed an advantage that teleportation lacked. The process of acceleration allowed one to accumulate power. The principle for such accumulation had long been established and proven by the Federation thousands of years ago. Power was the result of strength multiplied by speed. Wang Baol's physical strength and the boost provided by the arch armor, when combined with his extraordinary speed, resulted in an incredible power that now rushed towards the second trapped never-ending clan soul conduit realm cultivator like a meteor. It rumbled and thundered in its charge, passing through the vast hordes of souls in an instant. The second never-ending clan cultivator stood shocked. His pupils contracted. As Wang Baol smashed into him with the overwhelming power of a meteor, the never-ending clan cultivator let loose a loud howl. As the overpowering threat of death loomed over him, alarm bells rang loudly in his head. He raised both of his arms abruptly, and 4 additional arms burst out from his sides. 6 arms. 2 tightened their hands into fists. Another 2 had their palms open, and the last 2 came together to form a series of hand seals. Shifted to defend as he tried his best to stop Wang Baol. Thunder crashed, and the skies rumbled. Energy shock waves surged and flooded the area. Spirit energy rippled through space like vast waves, and masses of souls shrieked and retreated. The never-ending clan cultivator spat blood out of his mouth as he too was forced back. Shock filled his face and incredulity colored his eyes as he attempted to escape. It was too late. Wang Baol approached with the speed of a shooting star, and the demonic eyes hovering at his back opened once again. Power that rendered all living things immobile was unleashed once more. Wang Baol could hear a distinct roar inside him, urging him to kill. The never-ending clan cultivator, who had been madly retreating, stumbled to a standstill as soon as the demonic eye fluttered open. A dazed cloud fell over his eyes. The black eye behind Wang Baol stared. Its gaze seemed to have transformed into a physical prison that trapped the never-ending clan cultivator, holding him still in the middle of space. He could have struggled. In fact, given sufficient time, the never-ending clan cultivator might have been able to free himself with ease, but he was now trapped in a fierce battle for his life. Every second was precious. The price he paid for that moment of immobility was heavy. Wang Baol approached instantly. Without even activating his divine armament, he lifted his right hand and pressed his open palm on the never-ending clan cultivator's head. He unleashed Flame Snatch. The never-ending clan cultivator's body shriveled up amidst thunderous booms. It shrank and collapsed into itself, like a ball suddenly squeezed of all air. He wasn't done yet. He also unleashed the demonic eye art. The never-ending clan cultivator's soul was ripped out of his body instantly. It transformed into a sliver of white light that shot straight into the demonic eye. A third eye materialized next to Wang Baol. The never-ending clan cultivator, drained of his flesh and blood and rid of his soul, turned to dust instantly, becoming gray specks that drifted into space. The third never-ending clan cultivator, surrounded and trapped by souls, and the fourth, engaged in fierce battle with Feng Churan, saw the entire thing. Alarm and shock flooded them. They were beset by an incredible, indescribable feeling. The emotions that Wang Baol inspired in them at that moment were simply beyond description. The power he was displaying was simply overwhelming. He had slain 2 soul conduit realm cultivators within a short period of time. The feat itself would have struck fear into the heart of any soul conduit realm cultivator. What made Wang Baol more terrifying was his appearance and the mystic techniques he was wielding. Hovering behind Wang Baol at the moment were 1 huge and 2 smaller black eyes. They shifted and wriggled in a strange manner, as if they were ingesting something. The sight of these eyeballs made one's hair stand on end. The sensation was akin to coming upon an immense, horrible monster. What cultivation technique is that? Such a spell seems to have an effect on the laws of Tao themselves. He's playing with Dermic Tao. That's something only one who's at least at the planet realm is capable of. How is he able to wield such power? Overwhelmed with shock and terror, the surviving never-ending clan cultivators had lost all appetite for battle. Their only thought was to escape. Unfortunately, one of them was currently trapped in a fight with Feng Churan, while the other was surrounded by souls commanded by Wang Baol. There was no way they could escape within a short period of time. Anxiety filled their hearts. As the 2 cultivators lost themselves in terror, Feng Churan was also trying to rein in her shock. There was no doubt that she had been continuously surprised every time Wang Baol revealed something new and extraordinary. The latest reveal had inspired true awe. The awe she felt was not towards Wang Baol. It was towards the black eyes guarding his back. They exuded absolute evil, a malice that made everything around them pale in comparison. Having devoured the second never-ending clan cultivator, Wang Baol seemed to exhibit no distinct changes. He seemed as he always was. However, he could feel distinctly inside himself a consciousness that seemed to have formed from the demonic eye art. It was growing swiftly as he killed. It seemed that the more he killed, the stronger and more powerful it became. That's quite strange. No one mentioned this in the books that I've read in the Dark Dream, about the demonic eye art developing a mind of its own. Wang Baol shook his head. He had no time to think about that now. The demonic eye art developing a mind of its own posed a danger, but the never-ending clan cultivators before him now were an immediate threat. What's the point of worrying about the future if you can't even survive the present? Wang Baol narrowed his eyes, an icy flint flashing within. He took a step forward and raced straight towards the third never-ending clan soul conduit realm cultivator, who was currently surrounded and trapped by souls. Only mere moments had passed since Wang Baol had devoured the first never-ending clan cultivator, with a brief interruption when Wang Baol thought about the potential threat presented by the demonic eye art, one that no one else was privy to. He was approaching his third never-ending clan cultivator now. The latter howled furiously, the terror flooding his mind, threatening to cause his complete mental breakdown. He knew that he wasn't Wang Baol's match. He watched as the black eyes that appeared to embody the power of the Dermic Tao itself approach. He knew that he was going to end up like his fellow dead comrades. Not merely destroyed in body and spirit, but consumed entirely. Compared to the latter, the former seemed infinitely comparable, especially when death was inevitable. The third never-ending clan cultivator laughed madly, a crazed look bright in his eyes. Just as Wang Baol came near, he blew up. His Tao Palace host body was torn apart, revealing the true three-headed, six-armed form of a never-ending clan member. "I'm the only one who gets to decide my own death." A self-destructive power filled his newly revealed form and activated instantly. Just as the self-destructive force expanded outwards and began to rip his body apart, the three black eyes behind Wang Baol opened. Wang Baol's will echoed in the air and in the mind of the soul conduit realm cultivator, whose soul was already in the midst of disintegration. "You're wrong." Those were the last words the never-ending clan cultivator heard. The waves of self-destructive energy came to a standstill in the next moment, as if frozen immobile by a seemingly tangible gaze. Wang Baol stepped past the never-ending clan cultivator, pulling along with him the mutilated flesh and blood body, as well as a partially destroyed soul. The three black eyes behind Wang Baol fluttered shut. Quiet momentarily descended. It was then that a fourth eye appeared behind him. A furious roar erupted in the heavens instantly. "Wang Baol!" It was a familiar voice. It was Taoist Yuran. Wang Baol had acted swiftly, but his extermination of the three soul conduit realm cultivators had still been discovered by Taoist Yuran. Furious but unable to leave the battleship, Taoist Yuran nevertheless chose to attack. His attack didn't come from himself but through the fearsome, never-ending clan battleship. His furious roar thundered in space, followed by a red beam of light, 10,000 feet wide, blasted from Mercury. It shot through space, blasting numerous black holes in its wake, and appeared next to Wang Baol and Feng Churan in an instant. It was swift and powerful, its speed and power as pure as light itself and equally blinding. It exuded destruction and power that almost rivaled one at the perfected soul conduit realm, threatening to overpower them instantly. The sudden arrival of the immense threat didn't cause Wang Baol to lose his calm. Without hesitation, he turned, his eyes bright with madness, and pressed his hands together in a series of hand seals. Then, he turned his hands outwards, towards the approaching beam of light and its waves of spirit energy, which were rippling outward and burning his hair. Demonic eyes explode. For eyes, one large and three smaller, hovered behind Wang Baol. Except for his original demonic eye, the other three black eyes raced away from Wang Baol and appeared before him, between him and the approaching beam of light, and opened simultaneously. There was something different this time when the eyes opened. Besides the immobilizing effect of their gaze, an aura that exuded destruction surged from the black eyes. Before the beam of light could flood them, these black eyes blew themselves up. Waves of spirit energy surged outwards violently, creating an immense shock wave that might not rival the singular attack from the great never-ending clan battleship, but still managed to scatter the concentrated beam. The beam of light diffused into a fainter, glowing blanket of light instead. Its original force weakened. The weakened attack still managed to drive Wang Baol back thousands of feet, causing his organs to churn under the arch armor. However, no blood was spilled. Feng Churan, on the other hand, seemed worse for wear. She hadn't yet fully recovered from her earlier injuries. She recently had her soul devoured and mind taken over. Under the cast of light, blood dripped from her lips as she tried her best to retreat. The never-ending clan cultivator, whom she had been engaging in battle, seized the opportunity and unleashed a spell. He melted into the light and escaped. That wasn't the end of it. Taoist Yuran was clearly furious over his oversight. He found the casualty count unacceptable. The hate he felt towards Wang Baol intensified and had reached a point where he had to kill Wang Baol. After all, this time he was the one who had initiated the attack. He was the one who had picked up a boulder and dropped it on his own foot. If he hadn't decided to use Wang Baol and Feng Qiran as bait to lure the Federation fleet to him, he wouldn't have initiated the soul infusion destruction, and Wang Baol wouldn't have had the chance to exploit the soul infusion destruction, causing him such great casualties and such a humiliating defeat. Wang Baol, I must kill you. Taoist Yuran sat inside the great never-ending clan battleship resting on Mercury, his hair loose and disheveled, and a red glow lighting his eyes. Before him was a pool of water, and within the pool a body. It was lined with cracks, as if pieced together from numerous parts. This was what Wang Baol had blown up earlier, the core of the great never-ending clan battleship, the battle robes. Taoist Yuran was trying to fuse with the battle robes as he repaired the battleship. There was no way he could leave. Regardless, his desire to kill Wang Baol was overwhelming. He might not be able to leave the battleship, but that didn't stop him from making other arrangements. The light beam earlier was one of them. As Wang Baol fought against the beam of light, Taoist Yuran sent out new orders. They were received by the Dao Palace cultivators hidden in space, who were ready to ambush the Federation. They were all waiting for their orders. They had hidden themselves and were isolated from the battlefield. They had no idea what was going on outside. Upon receiving the latest orders, alarm flashed across the faces of the leading, never-ending clan cultivators inside the battleships. They immediately sent their orders. The battleships revealed themselves instantly, turning towards the battlefield a short distance away from them, where Wang Baol was currently located. They spread themselves out into a fan-shaped formation and charged towards the battlefield. In order to guarantee Wang Baol's death, after making a series of orders, Taoist Yuran gritted his teeth and pressed his right palm on the torn and tattered battle robes before him. No one knew what spell he cast, but the battle robe's shut eyes suddenly opened. His eyes shone with hate for Wang Baol. The glow within mirrored Taoist Yuran's eyes. It was as if it were an exact copy of Taoist Yuran. Wang Baol, the battle robe spoke. It lifted the index finger of its right hand with great difficulty, then pointed it at the surface of the pool. The finger dipped in the water lightly. The battleship, which had been formed from shards of heavenly Tao, suddenly shuddered. Black ripples of energy traveled across the entire battleship, gathering at the central, primary altar. Black light continued to gather as waves of spirit energy spread into space. The speed at which Mercury was being mined of its stellar source seemed to quicken. The battleship seemed to be gathering its strength. At the same time, a wisp of spirit energy drifted into space and locked onto Wang Baol's location. Something shifted in Wang Baol's expression. His demonic eye and the arch armor seemed not to sense anything amiss. His stellar nascent soul, however, opened its eyes at that instant. A strong sense of dread and danger erupted from the nascent soul, flooding Wang Baol's senses. Something's wrong. The heart-racing sensation that beset Wang Baol compelled him to unleash a sudden burst of speed without hesitation. He raced into the distance. Feng Qiran hadn't sensed danger at all, but she had seen the serious look in Wang Baol's eyes. She didn't speak. Instead, she set all her doubts aside and chased after Wang Baol. The entire region had fallen under Taoist Yuran's grasp, however. There was almost nowhere they could escape to. The battleships that had hidden themselves for ambush revealed their forms under Taoist Yuran's orders. Their fan-shaped formation allowed the battleships to be spread across a vast area. No matter where Wang Baol tried to escape, he would still run into a few battleships. A dozen battleships soon discovered his tracks. The battleships set up array formations swiftly. This was followed by hordes of Dao Palace cultivators, as well as never-ending clan members hiding in the host bodies of Dao Palace cultivators, surging out from the battleships and charging towards Wang Baol. The never-ending clan members amongst them hadn't witnessed Wang Baol's terrifying battle prowess firsthand. Regardless, they had been able to figure something out on their own, based on the orders given by Taoist Yuran. The Dao Palace cultivators were blinded by their greed for battle credits. All of them wanted to kill Wang Baol in exchange for rich rewards. They weren't fools, though. Quite a few of them had realized that something wasn't right. The enormous black eye hovering at Wang Baol's back was terrifying enough to give anyone the creeps. That was why they appeared to approach steadily, but in reality, no one wanted to be the first to die on the battlefield. What they planned to do was to hold Wang Baol back and keep him under control. It seemed like a relatively safe method that would earn them battle credits. It was indeed a good strategy. Unfortunately, it wasn't going to work on Wang Baol. Wang Baol was beset with anxiety. A sense of danger crept steadily inward, eating at his soul. The murderous look in his eyes intensified. His gut was screaming at him. If he were to be slowed down here and now, he was going to die. His fate would be sealed. Maybe the only way out isn't to escape, but to kill them all. Wang Baol was a decisive character. Once the thought entered his head, he immediately narrowed his eyes and shifted his feet. In the face of the approaching battleships, their brightly flaring array formations, and armies of flying cultivators, Wang Baol didn't run away. Instead, he picked up his pace and charged towards them. The arch armor. Wang Baol roared inwardly. The armor on his body shifted. Numerous red meridians burst out and danced around his body, transforming Wang Baol into a fearsome-looking beast. He ignored the beams of light emitted by the battleship's array formations, allowing them to race towards him and land around him. They stirred violent ripples of spirit energy around him, but the shock waves were all stopped by his red meridians. The beams of light cut down his meridians but couldn't touch him, and where the meridians were destroyed, more meridians emerged to take their place. Wang Baol looked like a war chariot, invincible, infallible, and powerful beyond measure. Demonic eye. Red meridians continued to be blasted into bits, to turn to dust, to reform and resurrect. Behind Wang Baol, the black demonic eye fluttered but didn't open. The mind behind the eyelid seemed to shiver with excitement. It sent thoughts of murder and carnage into Wang Baol's mind. Its urge to kill was so powerful that it seemed to distort the fabric of space around the black eye. Feng Chiron trembled. Wang Baol seemed like a complete stranger at that moment. More terrified were the Dao Palace and never-ending clan cultivators, who had flown out from the battleships and been intent on stopping her and Wang Baol from escaping. What is that? He's Wang Baol? That's impossible. There's something not right with him. Shocked and alarmed, the Dao Palace cultivators attempted to retreat but were a step too late. As Wang Baol rushed at them, the demonic eye behind him opened without warning. A pitch-black eye and its pitch-black pupil. It gave one a bizarre feeling. It was as if they were staring into an actual eye, one that exuded malice, madness, and a lust for blood. One whose gaze seemed almost tangible, that caught and rendered all living things immobile. A shiver rippled through the starlit space. The cultivators stood dazed as Wang Baol charged into their midst. Concealed underneath the arch armor, Wang Baol's lips dripped with blood. He had overreached and tried to cast his control over too many cultivators. It had resulted in a backlash from the demonic eye. Let the backlash come. I need more demonic eyes to counter the approaching threat. Murder flashed across Wang Baol's eyes as he attacked. Since he had started his journey of cultivation, Wang Baol had survived numerous encounters with death. He had crossed paths with the giant tree, escaped with his life during the lunar incident, survived a short stay inside the dark artifact on Mars, and, of course, there was his time on the ancient sword. Those incidents might have seemed like smooth sailing, but in reality, a single misstep would have left him dead. He would be bones and ashes now. The massacre had begun from the time of the first cruiser's attack. At present, he could no longer remember how many cultivators, who were dying to meet their end, he had cut down. Other cultivators doing the same might gradually grow cold, emotionally speaking. Wang Baol wasn't like others. Deep in his bones was a vicious, harsh streak that made him merciless towards himself. Such mercilessness allowed him to show no mercy towards the enemy as well. However, whether intentionally or unintentionally, his chubby appearance and the habits he had cultivated since he was a child had given him the appearance of someone who was cheerful and happy-go-lucky. This was the wolf skin that Wang Bail had learned to wear since he was a child. This facade had been thinned considerably under the demonic eye art's influence. Having flung aside his happy-go-lucky and earnest appearance, Wang Bail's true character was now fully exposed. A massacre was unleashed instantly. With cultivation at the late-stage nascent soul realm, the resilience of the flame-snatch the arch armor, the augmented power from the stellar nascent soul, and the added strange power of the demonic eye art, the result was a demonic, godlike entity that was Wang Bail. Thunderous booms transformed into waves of spirit energy that rippled across the battlefield. The cultivators who were trapped by the demonic eye's gaze suffered a moment of immobility and paid for that with their lives. The countless crimson meridians that emerged from Wang Bail's the arch armor danced like red snakes in the air, skewering the living around him as he charged forward. His speed ensured that a brief bump from him would result in the other party being smashed into a pulp and mowed down instantly. The flame snatch continued its mad absorption. Under its frenzied draining, the arch armor grew more fearsome by the moment. White strands of bone increased in startling numbers and thickened into bones that protruded from the armor and turned into spikes. As the massacre continued, excitement, delight, and a lust for more seemed to emerge from the consciousness resting within the demonic eye art. It devoured one soul after another greedily, transforming each devoured soul into another black eye hovering at Wang Bail's back. Even when the immobilizing effect of the demonic eye passed and the surrounding cultivators regained control of themselves, there was still no escape. What awaited them was an inevitable death. Truly, Wang Bail had now become the source of all terror, shock, and despair, amongst other equally horrid emotions. Such devastating feelings spread across the battlefield like wildfire, casting a looming shadow over everyone. They lost all ability to organize themselves into some semblance of an effective force and mount a joint attack. This was, in fact, one of the reasons Wang Bail had chosen to initiate an attack. He needed the shock and the deaths. He knew how the Dao Palace cultivators he faced thought and acted. He knew that any hesitation on his part would flame their lust for battle. What awaited him then would be the joint attack of a 10,000-strong force. He might have the ability to kill a soul conduit realm cultivator with ease, but he knew his own limits. On his own, he wouldn't be a match for such a combined, organized attack. Ants might be small, but with enough of them, they could terrorize the king of all beasts. Instilling fear and shock was of utmost importance at this moment. The black eyes conjured by the demonic eye art might be able to exert an influence over the masses every time they opened and shut, but there was still a limit to that influence. As the backlash on him increased, the effect on the enemy decreased. That gave the Dao Palace cultivators around him temporary respite. As the never-ending clan cultivators continued to bark out orders and incite the Dao Palace cultivators with battle credits, the masses began to organize themselves amidst their battle frenzy and lust. Before some semblance of an organized force could emerge, Wang Bail greeted them with a silently chanted scripture. The power of the scripture took the demonic eye art's place, descending from above and striking terror into the Dao Palace cultivators' hearts. Another round of massacre unfolded. Wang Bail had spiraled into a kind of madness. Being locked in by the troops from Mercury had sent chills deep into his bones. The sense of danger that he was in now made him feel cold. He felt as if his life was not his own. Luckily, as he continued to cut down his enemies, and as the demonic eyes hovering at his back grew in numbers, this chilly sense of death lightened, fading slightly with every additional demonic eye. Not enough, it's still not enough. Wang Bail's eyes were red. He seemed to have forgotten where he was. The strong, looming sense of danger forced him to seek warmth instinctively, one that would drive the cold away indefinitely. In his mind, everyone standing before him were targets. Kill. Wang Bail took a step forward, appearing next to a never-ending clan cultivator. The latter, shocked, tried to withdraw and shift away. Wang Baol didn't even spare him a glance. He rushed into the never-ending clan cultivator. With a loud slam, the never-ending clan cultivator was flung into the distance. Like an ordinary human colliding with an airplane, his bones were crushed instantly and his spirit destroyed. Kill! Wang Baol didn't stop. He leaped and gritted his teeth as the force of hundreds of dermic treasures pummeled into him from all directions. The arch armor trembled. Then the divine armament on his right arm unleashed a blinding light as it slashed forward. A huge, glowing sphere of lightning appeared then exploded, transforming into a net that cast itself across 10,000 feet and burned everything trapped under it. The deaths reaped from such methods were many, but the energy it consumed was equally significant. Even with the flame snatch rapidly absorbing new energy, it was hardly sustainable in the long run. There were simply too many Dao Palace cultivators. The difficulty was intensified by the never-ending clan members in the Dao Palace cultivators' midst. Their pointed attacks aimed at overpowering him, as well as Daoist Durant's orders, ensured that the Dao Palace cultivators continued to hold their ground firmly on the battlefield. They were waiting for Wang Baol to show a moment of weakness. They were like a coiled spring pressed into itself under growing pressure. As soon as Wang Baol showed a moment of weakness, they would unleash the pent-up energy within them. Of course, coils had their limits as well. If the stress became too great, there wouldn't be a window of opportunity for them to unleash their power. In fact, they might even be crushed instantly. 15 minutes passed in the roar of violence. The coil finally shattered. The battlefield was in utter chaos. The cultivators could no longer take it. There were signs of them caving. No one knew who the first one to retreat with horror on his face was, but others followed. The battlefield resembled a retreating tide as cultivators withdrew and the army showed signs of internal collapse. I don't want the battle credits anymore. This guy's not human. I still have the great Tao ahead of me and many other things I want to accomplish. I'm not going to be the pebble destined to be crushed under some other person's boot. The breakdown of the army was a blow to the troops that followed after, and chaos descended on the battlefield. The sight sent shivers down Feng Qiran's spine. She stared at Wang Baol, then at the Dao Palace cultivators who surrounded them. Her heart brimmed with indescribable emotions. In the end, she could only sigh. As the cultivators scattered, Wang Baol emerged from the center of the battlefield, which was a sea of corpses and rivers of blood. The crimson the arch armor remained a terrifying sight to behold. More terrifying was what lay behind him. Adrift in space were tens of thousands of black eyes. They were all closed, shifting and spasming while distorting the surrounding fabric of space. They hovered behind Wang Baol as he stood atop and was surrounded by countless corpses. It was as if a demon god had descended upon them all. That's barely enough. It's still not enough. Wang Baol was heaving, mentally exhausted and physically weakened, hardly able to stand on his own 2 feet. The continuous energy flowing from his the arch armor and the will of the demonic eye art, however, forced him to straddle the space between utter exhaustion and heightened excitement. His eyes reddened, and he shifted his feet, ready to kill again. It was then that, suddenly, a strange sound emitted from Mercury and resonated in space. The great never-ending clan battleship on Mercury, and the black lightning bolts that had gathered, suddenly unleashed their power. The countless black lightning bolts were no longer beams of light 10,000 feet wide. They expanded to 100,000 feet in width. What had been beams of light gathered and materialized into a gigantic black hand formed from lightning. The gigantic hand swept across the cosmos, bringing along with it power that surpassed that of a soul conduit realm cultivator. It was a terrifying power that seemed to rival that of a spirit immortal realm cultivator. It appeared on the battlefield suddenly and surged towards Wang Baol in a sudden grab. The gigantic hand might seem insignificant when compared to the vastness of space. However, it was as vast as the heavens when placed on the battlefield. It appeared ready to gather Wang Baol and the surrounding stars, crush them in its fist, and bury them alive. Wang Baol might be able to hold his own against a soul conduit realm cultivator at the early and mid stages after a series of boosts from his artifacts and mystic arts, But when it came to a Soul Conduit Realm cultivator with a mastery over late-stage Soul Conduit Realm level mystic techniques, the challenges he would face in battle would be tremendous. A single misstep would result in grievous injury, much like his past fight against Taoist Yuran. With his late-stage nascent Soul Realm cultivation, even after multiple augmentations from his various artifacts and techniques, the power he could display would only reach the late-stage Soul Conduit Realm. Besides, there were limits to what the Arch Armor was capable of. His stellar nascent soul was bound by even more rules, and his demonic eye art had its own set of dangers. The price he had to pay for such boosts were considerable. There were ways for him to become even more powerful with his current level of cultivation. He could either unleash the power of his scabbard, or he could rely on the unique feature of his stellar nascent soul and find a planet that could provide him an endless and increasing source of power. The former was an impossible feat for him currently. As for the latter, there was no planet in sight. The current attack from the never-ending clan battleship was of a power that surpassed that of a late-stage Soul Conduit Realm cultivator. Instead, it was the power of a perfected Soul Conduit Realm cultivator and matched the power of a cultivator at the True Spirit Immortal Realm. The extent of that power made Wang Baol tremble. Every muscle and nerve in his body was screaming. They were telling Wang Baol that he had to escape, that he had to run immediately. All of his senses were screaming danger at him. The alarm was like waves of danger rushing at him, a tsunami that threatened to pull him under. I would lose psychologically if I retreat. That would be the end of me. Madness colored Wang Baol's eyes. He stared unblinkingly at the approaching gigantic black hand, a massive form that blocked a great part of space, and sent a quick voice transmission to Feng Qiuran, who was on her way to help him. Feng Qiuran paused in her tracks when she heard what he had to say. It was then that the gigantic black hand swooped at him with its overpowering aura and made a grab for him. Its aura rushed at him before the physical hand arrived. It seemed to contain the power to erode and burn everything away. Wang Baol's robes withered away, and the arch armor showed signs of dissolution. Wang Baol stood his ground against the waves of spirit energy rushing at him. His eyes reddened as his hands came together in a flurry of hand seals then flung outwards at the approaching gigantic hand. Demonic eyes explode. The howl that emerged from Wang Baol was tinged with grim determination, madness, as well as brutality. Tens of thousands of black eyes filling the heavens behind him, alongside his own demonic eye, went from shut to open in an instant. The concrete gaze that shone from these thousands of eyes rippled across the cosmos, holding the approaching gigantic black hand in a momentary grip. Unfortunately, the levels of cultivation separating Wang Baol and Taoist Yuran were too many. The gigantic black hand wrestled itself free from the Medusa-like gaze instantly and continued its approach. The collective attack was not without its effects. By the time that the gigantic hand had freed itself, the tens of thousands of black eyes behind Wang Baol had disappeared and reappeared before him. They blew up simultaneously, the destruction transforming into a black hurricane that was the embodiment of destruction and evil. It howled and collided into the gigantic black hand. The thunderous howl that resonated in space seemed to overwhelm the cosmic laws themselves as its echoes traveled outward, farther into space. The demonic eyes smashed into the gigantic hand, exploded, and created shock waves that collided with the gigantic hand repeatedly. The gigantic black hand was flooded with repeated waves of spirit energy. It shuddered under the endless attacks, growing more indistinct with each blow. The waves of spirit energy that resulted from their collision smashed into the Tao Palace cultivators in the vicinity. Many had barely enjoyed a moment of delight at the black hand's appearance before they were swept away from the residual shock waves in the next instant, their bodies torn apart and their spirits crushed. Wang Baol cared nothing for their deaths, however. His hands flew into a series of hand seals as he wielded the power of the arch armor and allowed it to fuel the flame snatch without stopping. He had observed the extraordinary power displayed by his demonic eyes. Regardless, there weren't enough of them. They continued to explode and flood the gigantic hand with the destructive force of their explosions. The gigantic hand's form gradually grew indistinct. The size had shrunk. Regardless, its core remained. When the last of the demonic eyes finally disappeared, the gigantic black hand, now half its original size, continued its charge towards Wang Beol, its palm outstretched. It was swift and exuded the murderous intent of Taoist Yuran. It approached and was about to make a grab for Wang Beol. It was then that the madness in Wang Beol's eyes brightened. His hair whipped in the stillness of space as Wang Beol howled like a demonic god and unleashed the full power of the arch armor. An incredible, overwhelming force erupted from Wang Beol's person, from his mass of meridians and the arch armor, and from his divine armament arm, which was raised and sweeping towards the gigantic black hand in a violent slash. As the blade fell, the stellar nascent soul inside Wang Beol's body opened its eyes. Starlight glittered within, and a star appeared to also be spinning inside the stellar nascent soul. It unleashed its full power, becoming a relentless engine that was giving its all to fuel Wang Beol in this battle. The gigantic black hand and Wang Beol clashed in a cacophony of thunderous booms. The black hand stilled, momentarily held back by Wang Beol. Its 5 fingers continued to close in though, trapping Wang Beol within its palm that abruptly tightened into a fist. It was an incomplete fist. Wang Beol stood in the center like a stubborn rock. No matter how much force the gigantic hand exerted, it couldn't crush him. The slash from Wang Beol's divine armament had landed true. The damage it created further weakening the gigantic hand. The latter's form gradually blurred, growing increasingly indistinct. Regardless, it would take some time before the divine armament could fully pierce through the palm. It seemed like a stalemate had been reached. Wang Beol's red face said otherwise. The sensation of being grabbed by the gigantic hand had been akin to being slammed into by a speeding cruiser. His organs were spasming, and there was a loud buzzing in his ears that was drowning out everything else. The power that the gigantic hand was exerting on him seemed capable of crushing everything. His life wasn't going to be snuffed out like a flame. He was going to be crushed to bits and then buried alive. The arch armor was creaking under the gigantic hand's pressure. It seemed on the verge of giving out. The stores of blood and flesh that had been accumulated by the flame snatch were being channeled to the armor's continuous repair. Regardless, cracks continued to appear, lining the armor. His stellar nascent soul was trembling, as if forced to its limits. The fight wasn't going to boil down to strength or power, it was going to boil down to resilience. The person to outlast the other would emerge the winner. As the two continued their fight to the death, Feng Qiran stood a distance away. Her face was pale, and anxiety shone brightly in her eyes. She didn't join the battle immediately but was instead biding her time and awaiting the right opportunity. She knew that if she were to join the fight now, whatever aid she could provide Wang Beol against the gigantic black hand would be minimal. She knew what she had to do. If Wang Beol won the fight, she would protect him as both of them escaped the battlefield. If he lost, she was to rescue him in the nick of time. That was the contingency plan that Wang Beol had shared during his voice transmission. Moments trickled by. The gigantic black hand continued to tighten itself into a fist. It seemed to be gradually gaining the upper hand. Wang Beol appeared to be losing the fight against the increasing pressure. The arch armor began to creak loudly. The surrounding Dao Palace cultivators grew alert and tense, whereas Feng Qiran was wrecked by anxiety. She could no longer wait by the sidelines. She was prepared to rush forward and help Wang Beol. To hell with the consequences. Then, something that resembled the sound of the universe ripping itself apart came screaming from distant space. It materialized into countless waves of energy that rippled outward. In an instant, a vast fleet of Federation battleships appeared in the wake of the energy ripples. They had made use of the solar system array formation, teleporting through the abyss, leaping through space, and arriving at the battlefield. Layers of array formations flared up and gathered upon their landing. The light of spells swept outwards like a furious flood and rained down on the battlefield like a relentless storm. Alarm flashed across the Dao Palace cultivators' faces as they hurriedly evaded the attacks and mounted a hasty defense. A voice, augmented spiritually, boomed from within the Federation battleships and thundered across space. "Do not fear, Chiron. I'm here to save you." More than 100 large spheres of light flared up inside the Federation battleships as soon as Li Xingwen's voice rang out. Inside each sphere of light was a strange crystalline stone that emanated incredible power. Another 10 spheres of red light flared into being, capturing the attention of everyone on the battlefield. These stones were the Federation's trump card, the anti-spirit bomb. The blue-colored bombs rivaled a nascent Soul Realm cultivator's power, while the red-colored bombs were a recent upgrade. Due to certain restrictions, the latter couldn't be manufactured on a large scale. Regardless, any of the second-generation anti-spirit bombs was more powerful than a nascent Soul Realm cultivator. Its power could match a Soul Conduit Realm cultivator. There were fewer of these second-generation anti-spirit bombs. Only those with the highest access rights could deploy them. Li Xingwen had brought nearly half of all existing second-generation bombs with him. He had seen the danger Wang Beil had been in and deployed all of them without hesitation. The 100 spheres of light rushed towards the gigantic black hand instantly, approaching and blasting the latter with relentless force. The gigantic black hand was a force to be reckoned with. Regardless, it had been weakened earlier by Wang Beil's demonic eyes and his subsequent attacks at full force. It was to the point where its materialized form was blurring and growing indistinct. Trapped in a corner, it was unable to avoid the anti-spirit bombs. It suffered a frontal assault from the 100 bombs. The blue-colored bombs were still manageable, but the combined explosion of the red-colored bombs managed to reach the hand's core. Feng Qiran's eyes flashed as she spotted an opportunity to attack. She unleashed her artifacts and her mystic techniques relentlessly. The attacks from the outside helped ease the pressure on Wang Beil. The tide gradually turned to his favor. Now! An exhausted Wang Beil roared. The near-withered stellar nascent soul inside him suddenly opened its eyes. It released the last of its energy, which darted into Wang Beil's divine armament. Wang Beil was transformed into a shooting star, the divine armament the tip of his blade as he surged forward in a sudden charge. He rushed forward with the force of floodwater bursting a dam open. The gigantic black hand could no longer hold its form. It shuddered, then began to break apart. Wang Beil's divine armament pierced clean through the back of the hand, resulting in the hand's explosion. Violent shock waves surged outwards with the force of a tsunami. Wang Beil darted out from the disintegrating black hand, freed at last. Wang Beil could no longer hold back the full extent of his injuries. As soon as he broke free from the gigantic black hand, his injuries became fully exposed. He spat out a mouthful of blood. More blood began to trickle out from the gaps in his the arch armor, which drifted into space and formed streams of blood. The arch armor could no longer maintain its form as well. It shattered and transformed into mutilated strands of meridians that retreated into Wang Beil's body. He hadn't initiated the arch collapse, which meant that even though the armor was severely damaged, he could still restore it to full functionality by nourishing it with sufficient spirit qi. However, the terrible state it was in was a testament to the difficult battle Wang Beil had just survived. Wang Beil had just lost the protection of his the arch armor. His vision began to blur after he had broken free. He was at the end of his rope and had expended all his energy. However, the threat hadn't been completely eliminated despite him having wrestled himself free. As soon as he had broken free of the collapsing gigantic black hand, a cloud of mist had materialized into a seal inside the disintegrating hand and flown out. It charged towards Wang Beil, ready to imprint itself on the latter. It exuded the aura of all things dead and dying, the power to end all living creatures and erode away life itself. Should it reach Wang Beil with his current weakened state, there was no way he was going to survive the seal. Wang Beil was in no position to evade the attack. The arch armor had vanished, and his demonic eye's form had grown blurry with weakness. It eventually transformed into a mark inked into Wang Beil's forehead, like a third eye. The only hope Wang Beil had against the approaching seal was his final words to Feng Qiran over his voice transmission. If any accident had befallen Feng Qiran over the course of his battle, he could only rely on his scabbard to unleash its power and save him from death. Feng Qiran didn't disappoint Wang Beil. She had been watching the battle closely. As soon as Wang Baol had dashed out, she rushed towards him. She appeared next to him in an instant, grabbed him and spun around. Then, her left hand formed a series of hand seals and raised into the air. Her soul conduit realm cultivation erupted. She risked backlash and injuring herself again as she pressed her left palm into the air, towards the approaching seal. Her face paled instantly. A white bottle materialized before her palm and collided with the seal. The bottle shattered amidst a thunderous boom. The black seal's approach was halted by its explosion. It finally lost the power to pursue Wang Baol, giving Feng Qiran sufficient time to escape. She turned and took Wang Baol with her, transforming into an arc of rainbow that rushed away from the battlefield. With the coordinated aid provided by Li Xingwen and the Federation fleet, she finally approached and landed on one of the Federation battleships. Li Xingwen rushed over, anxiety clear on his face. As soon as they landed, he hadn't had time to take a look at Feng Qiran, who was staggering and still suffering a backlash from her injuries. Instead, he took Wang Baol from Feng Qiran's arms. Staring at the pale-faced Wang Baol, who was weakened to the point where he couldn't even open his eyes, and sensing the drained state he was in, like a candle on its last inch of wax, Li Xingwen's heart stuttered painfully. "You little rascal? Grandmaster?" A dazed Wang Baol seemed to have heard Li Xingwen's voice, so he struggled to open his eyes. He saw Li Xingwen, then noticed Feng Qiran, who was standing beside Li Xingwen. His eyes seemed to clear slightly, and a grin appeared on his face. "Your disciple did as he was told. I brought the Grand Matron back safely." He didn't finish speaking the words he wanted to say. Wang Baol couldn't stay awake any longer. After seeing familiar faces from the Federation, his heart finally eased into long-awaited relief. His head tilted to one side as he passed out. Li Xingwen sighed secretly at the thought of Wang Baol still trying to gain Feng Qiran's favor when he was in such a terrible state. He lifted his head and looked at Feng Qiran. Her face was pale. She seemed to feel the same sudden sense of relief. She spat out a mouthful of blood that she had been holding in, then sat down immediately. Unable to move any further, she began her healing process. Li Xingwen stared at Feng Qiran and Wang Baol, then lifted his head and looked at the stars beyond. He gazed at the Dao Palace fleet and the Dao Palace cultivators, clearly thrown off course and into chaos after the anti-spirit bombs had blown the gigantic Black Hand apart. He took a deep breath. They were too near Mercury. The mission objective was to rescue Wang Baol and Feng Qiran, and the objective had been achieved. There was no need to start another incident. He gritted his teeth and stopped himself from acting on impulse, which was crying for him to turn the battleship around and pursue the enemy. Instead, he barked out an order to retreat. As the fleet retreated, Li Xingwen sent orders for the deployment of another 100 anti-spirit bombs. They hovered in space, threatening to blow up at any second. The Dao Palace cultivators stared at those glowing spheres, their pupils contracting in alarm. Their hesitation intensified. Somewhere on Mercury, Taoist Yuran had fallen silent. Sending out the gigantic hand had consumed a great portion of his energy. Replicating the attack would affect the overall recovery of the Death Dao battleship. The anti-spirit bombs had left an impact as well. He narrowed his eyes. After assessing the situation, he clamped down on his murderous thoughts and didn't pursue the fleeing Federation fleet. The Federation fleet retreated slowly, making use of the vortexes conjured by the solar system array formation to leap through space. The battlefield descended into a deathly silence with their departure. A long while passed. Then, the Dao Palace fleet and their cultivators finally dispersed soundlessly. Having made a safe retreat, Li Xingwen immediately sent down orders for a defense array formation to be temporarily set up around Feng Qiran as she continued her healing. He also made arrangements for a trustworthy cultivator to guard her. He personally brought Wang Baol to the secret chamber, where he made full use of the solar system array formation and the Federation's vast resources to set up a conducive environment that would optimize Wang Baol's recovery. Li Xingwen finally released a sigh of relief when he was assured that Wang Baol had only passed out and wasn't in critical condition. He extended his spiritual senses and stood guard over the two injured cultivators. Time passed steadily. The Federation fleet traversed vast regions of space as it headed for Venus. Several hours into the journey, Wang Bao's eyes finally fluttered open. A bone-deep exhaustion and multiple sharp pains all over his body made Wang Bao grind his teeth. He struggled to sit, then panted heavily as he surveyed his surroundings. He was in a secret chamber and could sense rich spirit chi flooding the room. His memories of the recent battle returned to him. His spiritual senses extended outwards as he scanned the area without anyone's discovery. He saw everything that was going on in the battleship, including Feng Churan, who was deep in healing, and Li Xingwen, who was outside watching over them. Wang Bao was finally able to release a true sigh of relief. It seems like I didn't die. I even managed to get back to the Federation safely. Wang Bao rubbed his tummy, which had lost all former softness. As his heart eased into a sense of relief, he pulled out a bag of snacks from his storage bracelet without thinking and began munching loudly. He began to inspect his injuries. Seems quite serious. The damage to the arch armor's quite significant too. Nothing to be worried about though. 10 bottles of spirit liquid. Maybe 20 bottles. That should be enough for me to recover fully. Wang Bao continued snacking. He didn't begin healing immediately. Instead, he did some calculations, then pulled out a bottle of ice spirit water and finished the entire bottle. After that, he narrowed his eyes and lifted his hand to touch the image of the black eye inked onto his forehead. Memories of the earlier battle, which had nearly got him killed, flashed across his mind. The power of the demonic eye art seems more terrifying than I imagined it to be. The combined force of 10,000 demonic eyes is enough to destroy half a gigantic black hand and have its power. Wang Bao didn't immediately extend his senses towards the imprint on his forehead. An imperceptible light flickered in his eyes. He placed his snacks to one side, then pulled out a bottle filled with spirit liquid from his storage bracelet. He placed it under his nose and took a deep sniff. The bottle shuddered. The spirit liquid inside the bottle transformed into a thick spirit mist instantly, entering Wang Bao through his nose, mouth, eyes, and ears. The mist shook inside Wang Bao's body, then expanded and filled his entire body. It began healing his injuries. The bottle was soon depleted. Wang Bao pulled out a second, then a third bottle. 30 minutes later, more than 30 emptied bottles had accumulated next to Wang Bao. It was then that he opened his eyes. They still showed signs of exhaustion, but the injuries that had lined his body had recovered fully. The arch armor had also been restored to its full functionality after being nourished by the spirit liquid. Its damaged parts repaired completely. The store of energy accumulated by the flame snatch had to be replenished by draining more blood and flesh though, as Wang Bao didn't waste his spirit liquid on the flame snatch. Having accomplished the series of restorative actions, Wang Bao took a deep breath and prepared to rest his eyes and mind. His tired spirit required rest. Based on his calculations, when he next woke up, the battleship should be just about to land on Venus. He hadn't seen Zhao Yaming or any other familiar faces on the battleship. However, when he had last scanned the battleship, he had caught snippets of information from casually chatting cultivators. That had given him a greater understanding of the current situation. He had also found out that Zhao Yaming and the others had returned to the Federation safely. They hadn't joined the current mission because they had been assigned other missions. They're going to find out that I've suddenly become so powerful. That's going to inspire some strong feelings of adoration. I have to think about how I'm going to present my humble, modest self. Brimming with anticipation, Wang Bao's eyes slowly fluttered shut. Tension seemed to ease from his body. However, an icy light continued to dwell somewhere deep inside him. As soon as his eyes shut, the imprint of the demonic eye inked on his forehead suddenly shifted. It seemed to have suddenly come alive. The black, shut eye seemed to possess its own mind. Opened. The consciousness dwelling within erupted instantly. Wang Bao's current state appeared to be its best chance to seize control. It seems like another idiot to me. One that got hooked so easily. Wang Bao's eyelids twitched. He opened his eyes, revealing an icy glimmer deep within. His lips twitched upwards into a cold smile. Wang Baol had multiple ways to soothe his exhausted mind. He was, after all, a master of dermic armaments. Refining dermic armaments required great mental strength and focus. He might not be able to fully utilize the fruit he had obtained from the hyacinthus tree on the ancient sword or his many other mystic techniques in battle, but using them to speed up the recovery of his mind and spirit outside battle was still something within his means. He hadn't done so earlier and had concentrated purely on healing his physical body, because he had wanted to test the consciousness that he had discovered hidden within the demonic eye art. He hadn't had time to examine it earlier during the chaos of battle and their escape. That didn't mean that he didn't care. He had been keeping a close eye on it all along. That was why he had left the healing of his exhausted mind to last and why he had pretended to relax. He wanted to know if this consciousness would show any signs of movement or change. Upon sensing its sudden eruption, Wang Baol pulled out the dried hyacinthus tree fruit with a wave of his hand, as well as a few pills that he swallowed immediately. With his other hand, he formed a series of hand seals and initiated a few tricks he remembered. They helped soothe his mental exhaustion and stabilize his mind, transforming it into a mental stronghold. Then, with bright, curious eyes, he extended his senses deep into himself, towards the frenzied consciousness of the demonic eye art that was unleashing mad spikes of power. The mode of its appearance seems to indicate that it's a spiritual companion of sorts. It didn't surface during my fight with the gigantic black hand. That means this consciousness possesses a certain degree of intelligence. It knew that if I were endangered due to its sudden interference, it would also face the risk of destruction. But a simple bait managed to lure it out. Seems like it's not that smart after all. Maybe it relies on pure instinct. Wang Baol muttered to himself. The look in his eyes sharpened, and a black, mist-like entity began to cloud the sharpness in his eyes, threatening to color his eyes fully black. Or maybe it only has one trick up its sleeve, which is to cloud my mind with bloodlust and a hunger for death during battle. Wang Baol was slightly disappointed. He dissected the agitation that was rising within him currently, and the thoughts of murder that had started to surface in his mind. The sensation was akin to a drug addict suffering a relapse. If he didn't obey those instincts to kill, those impulses would consume him. Is that all it's got? What a waste of my efforts. Wang Baol shook his head. Black mist clouded his eyes, giving him an almost supernatural appearance. But he was extremely clear-headed. His mind seemed separated from his body, his observations neutral and devoid of emotion. He observed for a while longer, realized that this consciousness that had risen from the demonic eye art had no other tricks up its sleeve, and then lost interest completely. He was about to silence it when this companion consciousness appeared to be dissatisfied with only spreading murderous thoughts in Wang Baol's head. It began to reach for his nascent soul. That was a pleasant surprise for Wang Baol. He paused in the middle of his hand seals and continued his observation. The companion consciousness was like thin black strands that gathered inside Wang Baol's body, unaware that he was awake and watching. It crept further inward, like a serpent, as it headed for his nascent soul. So its target is the nascent soul? Or maybe after it extends to the nascent soul, it's going to infect or devour my spirit, which is housed inside the nascent soul. The look on Wang Baol's face turned serious when he realized where the consciousness was headed. When a cultivator achieved the nascent soul realm, his spirit would transform into a divine soul that would then be housed within his nascent soul. Once he reached the soul conduit realm, the divine soul would transform into a god soul. The divine soul held incredible importance to a nascent soul realm cultivator and required the latter's careful protection. Wang Baol's eyes flashed as he studied his nascent soul. Within hid his scabbard as well as the dark fire. The latter had formed when he had become a dark child and was proof that he was from the dark sect. Within the dark fire was his divine soul. Just to be safe, Wang Baol quietly activated the dark art and released a sliver of dark energy through the dark fire housed inside his nascent soul. He intended to direct the dark energy towards the consciousness and test the latter's strength. It was but a mere wisp of dark energy. As soon as it appeared, the black strands of consciousness that had been trying to approach Wang Baol's nascent soul shuddered violently. It was as if it had suddenly discovered the presence of a terrifying entity. It shook and cowered, appearing on the verge of disintegration. Wang Baol received a fright. He hurriedly weakened the wisp of dark energy to a tenth of its original power. That saved the demonic eye art's consciousness from annihilation and gave it a fighting chance as it clashed with the dark energy. Wang Baol released a breath of relief at the sight of the fight. He continued observing, at first curiously, then with an increasingly odd expression on his face. The fight between the two entities had grown intense. The consciousness seemed to have used its full force in order to hold its own against Wang Baol's dark energy. Then, having realized the tenacity of its current host, it slowed down its encroachment of Wang Baol's nascent soul, retreating rapidly and hiding. It even silenced its murderous desires. "That's amazing!" Wang Baol coughed. There was no way he was going to admit that he was blowing things out of proportion. He started consoling himself as he muttered with a serious look on his face. "It seems to harbor some form of strong will, a kind of madness. It's as if it were emperor of this heaven and earth. It possesses a degree of intelligence and resembles a virus, or at least, a kind of possession that's been recorded in the Tao Palace archives." Wang Baol thought long and hard about what he had just seen. It was the embodiment of the devil. Wang Baol found the term extremely appropriate. What a terrifying devil. To think that it's able to stand its ground against a tiny sliver of my dark energy. One that's been weakened 10 times, and hold its own. Not a simple feat at all. Wang Baol rubbed his chin. He gazed inward, at his nascent soul, and tried to put himself in the shoes of this terrifying devil. He considered how difficult it must be to infect his soul. If I were that devil, I'd have to first defend myself against the power of the dark art. I'd start from 1,000th of its full power, then gradually advance to being able to hold my own against the full power of the dark art. Then I'd be able to approach the nascent soul. I'd be able to see a stellar nascent soul, which is unique and completely different from all other nascent souls. At that point, I'd have to work very hard to become more powerful, trying again and again to infiltrate the stellar nascent soul. If I was unlucky, I might cross paths with a strange scabbard. Then that would likely be the end of me. Of course, maybe luck would be on my side. I'd manage to avoid the scabbard and enter the nascent soul. I could relax then and ready myself for a sumptuous meal. When I'm just about to possess and infect the soul, I would see a ball of fire. The dark fire. The spirit energy that it exudes is the exact same as the creature that I'd first encountered while outside the nascent soul. Then, I'd have to work very, very hard, grit my teeth, and fight the dark fire. When I finally see the host's soul, I would realize that it possesses the unique traits of a dark child and power many times stronger than that of a dark fire. So I'd have to work like mad. If luck was on my side, I'd overcome the dark child. Finally, just as I think I could finally possess and infect the host's soul, I would discover, my God, a devouring seed lurking in a corner, watching and waiting greedily for its turn. Wang Baol coughed again at that thought. He decided he should stop trying to pretend to be the devil. He turned his thoughts towards the origin of this entity. There's something very strange about this. I don't doubt the power of the demonic eye art. It's an extremely evil mystic art. So why isn't this devil as strong? Wang Baol fell into a contemplative silence. After a long while, he finally arrived at 2 possible conclusions. The first possibility was that the cultivation technique and the consciousness might seem to be one and the same, but they were, in fact, completely separate entities. The second possibility was that his very presence was many times more evil and more perverse than the demonic eye art. The second possibility is out of the question. Wang Baol tapped his nose lightly. He extended his senses and felt for the devil hidden inside the demonic eye art. He thought for a bit and decided not to destroy it immediately. Instead, a wild idea popped into his head. Should I rear another devil for kicks? Wang Baol itched with temptation at that thought. It was then that he realized that he seemed to have forgotten something. What did I forget? Wang Baol muttered to himself and wondered. His eyes widened suddenly. The donkey! Wang Baol smacked his forehead. He hurriedly pulled open his storage bracelet and rummaged inside. He finally found the donkey he had forgotten. It was skin and bones and barely breathing. The donkey kicked its 4 feeble legs subconsciously after being pulled out of storage. It had been starved to the point where even breathing was becoming a chore. It remained in a daze for some time. Then, tears started to stream from its half-opened eyes, which glimmered with an intense, almost unbearable resentment. Sun. The solar system array formation was activated once the battleship carrying Wang Baol and Feng Churan entered the Venusian outer atmosphere. A series of checks confirmed that neither of them hid never-ending clan parasites. Li Xingwen conducted his own special inspection as well, verifying that they were indeed not under an external force's control. Their battleship was finally allowed entrance and landed at the Venusian aerial port. The entire aerial port was placed under martial law. The interior of the port was placed under lockdown, and the defenses around the port were ironclad. Masses of cultivators stood guard, alert and curious. They were commandeered by Duan Muk himself. Countless eyes stared as the battleship slowly landed. The doors of the battleship swung open. All eyes turned towards the open doors, and a low voice thundered in the air. Salute! Every cultivator and staff member on the ground, including the various leaders of the respective political entities, raised their right hand and performed the Federation military salute. Duan Muk was one of them. The salute was directed at Wang Baol. They had all heard the reports from Zhao Yaming and Sect Lord Su. Wang Baol himself had personally escorted Feng Churan back to the Federation. The contributions he had made to the Federation were beyond parallel. The reports had revealed how Wang Baol had risked his life to send Zhao Yaming and the others to safety. That had been how the Federation was alerted to the incoming danger. Wang Baol's subsequent return with Feng Churan had been a boost of confidence to the currently disadvantaged Federation. When the Federation's 100 seedling plan had first been initiated, Duan Muk had advertised Wang Baol's name as well. Wang Baol's reputation and his contributions to the Federation had been made known to the entire Federation. Even Duan Muk had no idea what position he was to award Wang Baol now. Regardless, this was a salute that Wang Baol clearly deserved. However, just as everyone stood at attention and extended their salute, ready to receive the new arrivals, an excited bray pierced the air and echoed in the port. The sight that greeted everyone when the battleship doors opened made their eyes widen. The expression on their faces was that of surprise, and Duan Muk was clearly startled. The first people to step out of the battleship were Li Xingwen and the giant tree. Their appearances were ordinary and hardly noteworthy. However, there was a slightly embarrassed look on both their faces. Wang Baol followed behind. He also seemed normal. He was no longer exhausted, was dressed in proper attire, and was no longer chubby-looking but had become slim. Even his aura had changed. It was drastically different from when he had left the Federation. It was all due to the advancement of his cultivation, his attainment of the stellar nascent soul, and his years of hardship. He had shed all residue of immaturity. The changed and matured him should have been an opportunity to leave a good impression on everyone. His new self should have inspired respect and admiration. It would have, if not for the donkey sitting on his shoulders. It was a small black donkey. Its hind legs were hanging over both sides of Wang Baol's neck, while its front legs were pressed onto Wang Baol's head. It was skin and bones. However, the braying it let out was filled with life and clear as day. Humans riding donkeys was a common sight, but a donkey riding a human was certainly out of the ordinary. The bizarreness of the situation was compounded by the bag of snacks in Wang Baol's hand and how he kept raising his arm up to feed the donkey. The expression on everyone's faces turned odd at the sight. Wang Baol wasn't immune to embarrassment, but there was nothing he could do. The donkey hadn't been willing to return inside the storage space after being let out. It had cried tragically, shivered like a leaf, and even stuck its tongue out to make a show of its willingness to just kill itself right there and then. The sight had sent guilt spiking through Wang Baol. A moment's weakness had led to their current situation. The snacks had been something Wang Baol had started feeding the donkey after seeing its starved state. The donkey had started exploiting his guilt-driven generosity then. It would threaten to bite its tongue and kill itself if Wang Baol stopped feeding it. That was how they had ended up walking out like that. An embarrassed Wang Baol swept his eyes across the crowd outside the battleship, as well as the strange looks on their faces. He sighed secretly, then stopped in his tracks. With a solemn look on his face, he shouted, "My fellow Taoists, you must be wondering why I have a donkey on my back as I appear before you. That is because, in my eyes, this is not any mere animal. This is my comrade, my ally. He saved me repeatedly in times of danger. He even chose to forsake food and water in order to search for food and medicine for me while I was unconscious, to the point where he almost starved himself to death. I, Wang Baol, value friendship and loyalty above all else. Carrying him on my back is nothing. In fact, I won't hesitate to cut my own flesh to feed him. It's because when I first began my journey of cultivation, my grandmaster at the Ethereal Tao College taught me, us cultivators of the Federation will always return a favor." Wang Baol's voice grew increasingly louder. The crowd was clearly moved as he came to the end of his speech. The skin and bones state the donkey was in was the strongest proof. There must be a reason why any animal or human would choose to starve itself to such an extent. In such a day and age, trying to starve to die was a considerable feat. The reason it had tried to do so must be because of what Wang Baol had just said. It had chosen to sacrifice itself in order to save its master. Not everyone believed Wang Baol, but a great many accepted his words for truth. When they looked at the donkey, it was with great respect. The donkey, naturally intelligent, sensed the sudden shift in their attitude and the look in their eyes. Froze at first, then blinked. It was about to grin when Wang Baol suddenly coughed softly. It was so soft only the donkey heard him. The expression on the donkey's face immediately turned solemn. It looked as if it had just sworn to die by its master's side. Wang Baol was pleased at how quickly the donkey reacted. His speech not only resolved the embarrassing moment he had been caught in, but it also seemed to have left a positive effect as well. He brimmed with self-satisfaction. His tact and awareness seemed to have improved considerably once again. Then he spoke again with great solemnity. "Then, when I graduated from the Ethereal Tao College, our president, Duan Myuk, taught me another thing, and that is, we must always get even. The never-ending clan has invaded the Federation's turf. This wrong must be avenged. The Tao Palace cultivators have willingly chosen to follow the orders of the never-ending clan. As elders of the Tao Palace, Senior Chiron and I will cleanse the sect of its evildoers. But everything boils down to what President Duan Myuk has taught me. We, the cultivators of the Federation, must never forget. We will get even." Wang Baol used all of his strength to shout out the last words. With his cultivation, his final roar gained the force of a hurricane, sweeping through the aerial port. His words were like lightning bolts, striking deep into the hearts of the crowd, stirring emotions to life. Many of them began to shout as well. "We will get even." The Federation cultivators' morale surged as Wang Baol worked the crowd. They gathered closer to one another, a united force that emanated an intense fighting spirit that made one tremble with excitement. The upper echelons of the Federation, from the respective political entities, were equally stirred. They began to cheer loudly as well. Duan Myuk, Li Xingwen, and others more familiar with Wang Baol knew his habit of spewing nonsense. Regardless, their eyes were bright with an intense light. Duan Myuk, especially, was seized by a sudden thought. If Wang Baol were to become the Federation president, despite not knowing how he would perform in other areas, it was clear that at least when it came to motivating the people, he was doing much, much better than Duan Myuk was. He was clearly suited for this role. Feng Qiuran, who had followed Wang Baol out of the battleship, was equally moved. Her injuries hadn't fully recovered, and her face was still slightly pale. However, upon hearing the roars rising all around her and feeling the Federation's fighting spirit, she took a deep breath and shut her eyes. The faces of Tao Palace cultivators she had to fight her way through, flashed across her eyes. When her eyes opened again, they were clear of mixed emotions and divided loyalties. Instead, a bright, Resolute light shone in them. At the end of Wang Baol's speech, she stepped forward and stood next to him. Then, she turned towards the crowd, cupped her fists, and bowed deeply. Grand Elder Baol is right. The Tao Palace is in need of cleansing. The Tao Palace's betrayal has caused great injury to fellow Taoists in the Federation. I can extend 10,000 apologies, but it wouldn't be enough. I can only offer my full aid and my life to fight the war with my fellow Federation Taoists. Wang Baol's and Feng Churan's words resonated with the crowd, inspiring and exciting them. Their bold declarations gave the people a greater determination to fight. Let us salute Wang Baol and Senior Churan. Duan Muk shouted, his bright voice steady and resolute. Everyone bowed once again. Their fighting spirit, united, flooded the port once again. The welcome party reached an emotional climax at that point. Wang Baol and Feng Churan descended from the battleship, then followed Li Xingwen, Duan Muk, and the other upper echelons of the Federation into the military base. Duan Muk represented the Federation as he and the other upper echelons of the Federation spoke to Feng Churan in detail and gathered more information regarding the current situation. Feng Churan was then placed in a secret chamber in the base where she could continue healing. The donkey was led away as well. Wang Baol was left standing in the main pavilion. Only he, Duan Muk, and Li Xingwen remained after everyone else left. Duan Muk had a serious expression on his face. After some thought, he suddenly spoke. Wang Baol, if the Federation wins this war, you will be made the next Federation president. Upon hearing Duan Muk's declaration, Wang Baol, who had just reached into his storage bracelet for another bag of snacks and started munching again, shook. He almost choked on his chips. His eyes widened, and he could hear buzzing in his ears. Fortunately, his throat was thicker than most. He took a huge gulp and forced the chips down, then swiftly set his bag of snacks aside. His breathing quickened as he stared at Duan Muk. He blurted out a question hastily. You mean it? In principle, Wang Baol's current strength and cultivation had made his becoming the Federation president a moot point. But this was his goal in life, a dream that he had pursued since childhood. It was his personal mission. He had entered the ethereal Tao College largely because of his dream to become the Federation president. Besides, he had sent back so many sets of cultivation techniques when he had been on the ancient sword. Based on his calculations, that should have been enough for his promotion to Federation president. However, since he had returned and gained a greater understanding of the current dilemma the Federation was in, he had realized the gravity of changing a president during wartime. He knew that something was amiss. He also knew Duan Muk's character. He would face great challenges if he were to force the man to retire and give up his presidency. It would be difficult even if he were the strongest cultivator in the Federation. There were too many complications involved in taking over the office. This was his home. Besides, Duan Muk and the rest had always treated him well. There was no way he was going to force his way into office. That was why he hadn't asked about the rewards he would be receiving. He had observed the discussion Feng Churan had with Duan Muk and the others and realized the situation with the Tao Palace. He planned to ask Li Xingwen in a roundabout way instead. He wanted to know if he could maybe get a promotion to the next noble's rank. It would be best if he could be declared the next candidate in waiting for the presidency. However, if that were impossible, he would be satisfied with a promotion to secondary rank 1 noble. He hadn't expected Duan Muk to initiate the succession himself. His excitement peaked at that moment, especially when he saw Duan Muk nod after he asked him to repeat himself. Excitement and glee flooded his brain, causing him to feel slightly faint. His breathing quickened, and he smacked his chest hard, his eyes red. The Federation is going to win this war. The never-ending clan and the Tao Palace are going to lose. I'll kill whoever stops me from becoming the Federation president. Duan Muk watched the intense emotions playing on Wang Baol's face. He had no idea whether he should laugh or weep. Li Xingwen smiled. He wasn't surprised by Duan Muk's declaration. If not for Wang Baol's young age, he could have become the president right away. He knew Duan Muk's character. His successor had a strategist's mind. He had ambition and vision. He also had his own pride. Their failure at Mercury had dealt a heavy blow to Duan-myuk. Others might not have realized it, but Li Xingwen knew how serious an impact it had on him. On the other hand, Duan-myuk knew his responsibilities as well. He wasn't going to let Wang Beol be the president who would witness the civilization's end. He was going to be the one to shoulder the burden of their loss. If they won, however, he was going to be there, fighting with all that he had to prove his worth with their victory. He wanted the future generations to know his contributions to the Federation. He wanted Wang Beol to begin his presidency with a fresh new era. Beol, your mission will no longer be to fight. You're going to have to ensure that you and many others with equally important missions stay safe and survive. Li Xingwen took a deep breath, then gave Wang Beol a meaningful look. Wang Beol shuddered when he heard that. He shoved down the rising excitement and cleared his mind. It took him less than a second to understand Duan-myuk's choice, as well as the meaning hidden behind Li Xingwen's words. If they won, Wang Beol would be the future president. If they lost, he would have to shoulder the burdens of protecting their civilization and ensuring its survival. How much longer can the Venusian line of defense last? An unfathomable light appeared in Wang Beol's eyes after a long bout of silence. He stopped worrying about his future presidency and finally asked solemnly, "If nothing unexpected happens, it will collapse completely the next time the never-ending clan launches a full frontal attack." Duan-myuk replied hoarsely. He finally admitted to the inevitable end that he hadn't wished to accept but couldn't deny. The Federation made preparations many years ago for war with the Tao Palace. The plan had been to make use of the solar system array formation and the 3 lines of defenses on Mercury, Venus, and Mars. Unfortunately, there wasn't enough time. With the additional never-ending clan forces and their terrifying battleship, we aren't their match, even after we include you and Feng Churon. Li Xingwen sighed. He smiled wryly as he spoke. "The fall of Mercury was my fault," Duan-myuk said solemnly. "Duanmu, you don't have to blame yourself for that. Even if we were to blow up Mercury, the war would still continue. It would only have given us more time that still wouldn't be enough for us to prepare for a complete war. We would still have ended up here." Li Xingwen shook his head, then turned towards Wang Beol. "Beol, Earth is the origin and the core of our civilization. The objective of this battle is to ensure that the solar system array formation, which was set up to protect Earth, does not get destroyed. As long as the array formation survives, the Federation will have the power to defend itself. Our civilization will have hope of survival. Mars and Venus are the 2 key points supporting the solar system array formation. As long as either of these planets remains, the array formation will stand indefinitely. Destroying just one of them will not affect the array formation," Li Xingwen said. At that juncture, Wang Beol frowned and interrupted him. "Grandmaster President Duanmu, I have 2 questions. First question. The 2 key planets are located on either side of Earth, and their coordinates are completely different. Why did the never-ending clan decide to destroy Venus first, then make their way around Earth to destroy Mars? Are they unable to break through the array formation and head for Earth instead? Second question. Is the solar system array formation really that powerful? Is it truly capable of protecting our civilization?" Wang Beol looked at Li Xingwen and Duan-myuk after having asked his questions. The 2 exchanged looks under Wang Beol's gaze. Then, after a bout of silence, Duan-myuk suddenly formed a series of hand seals with his right hand. A defensive barrier rose around them, shielding them from eavesdroppers. Li Xingwen pulled out a wooden figurine, placed it on one side, and activated it. The defensive barrier strengthened visibly. Wang Beol's eyes flashed brightly as he observed them. He formed a series of hand seals as well, even drawing on the power of the arch armor and his stellar nascent soul. The latter pulled on the power of Venus, further reinforcing the defensive barrier around them. Layers of protection ensured that no eavesdropper would be able to listen in on their conversation. A serious look fell on both Li Xingwen and Duan-myuk's faces. They stared at each other again. Finally, Li Xingwen sighed and whispered, "Beol, what I'm about to tell you next is something that only I, Duan-myuk, and Master Zhao Pinfong know. You'll be the fourth person in the Federation to know this secret. This is the most confidential secret in the Federation. In principle, only the president should have access to this information. Zhao Pinfang is exceptionally gifted in the study of spirit science, which was why Duan Myuk and I agreed to share this information with him. That is why you must not share this secret with anyone else, unless the Federation loses this war. If that happens, the confidentiality of this secret will be made void. You can decide then if you wish to tell anyone else. The expression on Wang Baol's face turned solemn when he heard that. His heart began to race slightly. He could sense the solemnity in both Li Xingwen and Duan Myuk. He knew that the secret that Li Xingwen was about to share was likely going to be something very important. It was likely going to be world-shattering. Yes, master. Wang Baol cupped his fists and swore. Li Xingwen stared at Wang Baol for a long time in silence. He seemed to be lost in memories, or perhaps he was trying to find the words to express himself. Some time passed before he spoke again, softly. The spirit energy that is supporting the solar system array formation comes from the Federation citizens practicing the Qi fostering art. We have 10 billion citizens, and almost all of them practice the Qi fostering art. The spirit Qi that they produce during their cultivation fuels the solar system array formation. This is supposed to be a secret, but there are many who know of it. However, there are only 3 of us who know the core foundation that the solar system array formation is built on. Its foundation is a talisman of mysterious origin. Wang Baol's eyes widened when he heard what Li Xingwen said. A talisman? More than 1,000 years ago, before the arrival of the spirit inception era, a talisman was discovered in an ancient ruin in the southeastern region of Earth. It had been an object of worship. No one knew what it was, and the conditions were unsuitable for excavation. Despite numerous guesses and a great deal of research, no conclusive findings were reached. The talisman was eventually categorized as an ordinary historical artifact and archived. Then came the spirit inception era. Spirit Qi, brought forth by shards from the ancient sword, transformed civilization on Earth. I was the first person to reach the Foundation establishment realm in the Federation. That very day, the talisman suddenly appeared before me. I did extensive research before I could conclude that it had been unearthed more than 1,000 years ago. The talisman possesses incredible power. What is most extraordinary about it is that it appears to be invisible to those who are not from Earth. They can't see it or sense it. It is almost imperceptible to them. I tested it with a divine armament and witnessed the divine armament shudder in the presence of the talisman, as if in extreme awe. After a great deal of research, I believed there was a 60% chance of this talisman being a map of an array formation. I called for the Federation to build the solar system array formation. However, nobody knew that the core of the entire solar system array formation was built on this talisman. It acted like an amplifier. However, without sufficient resources, it couldn't expand its reach. We have to use Venus and Mars as keystones to increase the reach of the talisman's power. Extraterrestrial species that are alien to Earth will face increasing difficulty as they try to approach Earth. The closer they get, the harder their advance will be. When I retired from office, I shared this secret with Duan Myuk. A rule was set up. Only Federation presidents are privy to this information, while the public will believe that the divine armament is what is keeping the Federation safe. In reality, what is protecting us is this talisman. The world believes that Master Zhao Pinfang conjured the anti-spirit bomb out of nothing. The truth is, he gained enlightenment after studying the talisman and its changing contents. That was how he came to invent the anti-spirit bomb. I wasn't worried about you and Feng Churan arriving on Venus. The reason being because I could borrow the mysterious powers of the talisman through the solar system array formation and verify if you had parasites hidden inside your body, or detect if any extraterrestrial beings had seized control of your mind. That is the truth behind the solar system array formation. That is why I am certain that the never-ending clan will head for Mars after they've destroyed Venus. There is no other way for them to land on Earth. The words spilling from Li Xingwen's lips were like bolts of lightning that were striking at Wang Baol's senses. His eyes widened as he listened to Li Xingwen, and his breathing quickened. This was beyond his wildest imagination. There was no way he could have guessed this, that such a secret existed on Earth. The talisman looks like an ordinary talisman, drawn haphazardly and made of a material that seems no different from ordinary paper. It's been placed at the bottom of the lake in the ethereal Dao College. If the Federation should fall apart after this war, you are to take it away and become the guardian of our civilization. Also, I've examined the talisman before. Seems to be some sort of memento. Li Xingwen gave Wang Baol a long, unfathomable look as he spoke in a serious manner. Wang Baol reeled back from shock. He found that unimaginable. What kind of being could imbue an object with such an immense power that could defend an entire civilization, just by painting some characters on a piece of paper? I wonder if senior brother has the power to do that. Wang Baol's breathing quickened. Stunned by what he had just heard, he didn't notice the complicated looks of hesitation exchanged between Li Xingwen and Duan Myuk. Took a while for Wang Baol to digest what he had just heard. Then, Li Xingwen, seemingly having come to a decision, spoke again. That's why we have to defend Venus with our lives, even though it will eventually fall to the enemy. It's to prepare for the final battle and our final sacrifice on Mars. Baol, I know that there are secrets buried on Mars. Various signs on Mars have shown that you have now mastered those secrets. I hope that you will give your all during the battle on Mars. Wang Baol took a deep breath, then nodded solemnly. Li Xingwen had already realized something was going on with the dark artifact on Mars. Wang Baol had known that. He knew that if Li Xingwen hadn't helped him with his cover-up, he couldn't have kept the dark artifact under wraps. It would have been usurped by others. Li Xingwen passed down a few other instructions to Wang Baol. As night drew close, Wang Baol finally left the secret chamber with a heavy heart. Duan Myuk couldn't hold it in any longer. He turned towards Li Xingwen and opened his mouth. He couldn't find the words. After a moment, he finally asked, "Are we really not going to tell him the whole truth? What should we tell him? About the statues in the main capital city? Those statues that are from an ancient civilization on Earth? There's not enough time for us to awaken them. We can only activate them once. Both of us have run through this. They won't be able to hold back the enemy forces. Instead of using them as an offensive weapon, we should keep them as a means to protect the survivors." Determination flashed across Li Xingwen's eyes. As he spoke softly, his right hand was forming hand seals as well. He was drawing power from the solar system array formation, gathering it around them and forming a barrier. Besides, what he doesn't know is the final part to the secret, and that incident has been buried for decades. He shouldn't have to bear that burden. It's fine if we win the war, but should we lose, I want the past to remain the past, to turn to dust and scatter to the wind. What remains should be new life and new hope. Li Xingwen stared at Duan Myuk as he spoke resolutely. Determination shone in his eyes. Hidden deep underneath was a tinge of unwillingness, as if he had not yet given up on something. Duan Myuk saw both emotions clearly in Li Xingwen's eyes. He fell silent. Then, after a long while, he sighed. His spirits seemed to have fallen, and his face looked older. Those people chose to leave all those years ago. They chose to abandon this place. Why did they leave the talisman behind then? You gave Wang Baol a hint and told him it was a memento. Isn't that proof that you still have hope? Duan Myuk asked softly. Li Xingwen's eyes fell shut. He didn't answer Duan Myuk's question. The secret chamber fell into a deep silence. Neither of them spoke. Li Xingwen sighed inwardly, bitterness filling his heart and leaving a sour taste in his mouth. He hadn't shared the final part of Earth's secret with Wang Baol. Even Duan Myuk didn't know the whole truth. He was the only one who did. He could tell them, but he didn't want to. He didn't want to tell Wang Baol. When he had unearthed the talisman then, all those years ago, he had studied and researched it. He dug up all historical records and excavated all ancient sites that had ever appeared on the planet, uncovered many artifacts and information. In the end, he had made a single discovery. The cultivators who had first appeared during the Spirit Inception era were not the first generation of cultivators to have appeared in human history. Everything pieced together to form one singular conclusion. Earth had been a faction of an ancient and great civilization that had later abandoned it. Li Xingwen had his suspicions that the planet had been insignificant to the great civilization. The latter could have done without Earth at all. In fact, such a great civilization probably had countless other subcivilizations like Earth scattered across the universe. Perhaps our only value is in our similar bloodline. That might have made our people viable options as servants. What do they treat this place as? A breeding farm? Li Xingwen shut his eyes, concealing the fierce streak of resentment within. He had hinted to Wang Beol about the talisman being a potential memento. Perhaps Duan Myuk had been right. Somewhere deep inside him he still held hope. He was sure that the person who had left the talisman behind hadn't been someone from that supposed great civilization, but a human from Earth who had been taken away by the great civilization. That human had left the talisman behind secretly. Time passed amidst the pair's silence. Wang Beol was unaware of the conversation between Li Xingwen and Duan Myuk that followed his departure. He didn't know the secret about the ancient civilization and Li Xingwen's guesses. However, his cultivation had far surpassed Li Xingwen and Duan Myuk's. His spiritual senses were especially enhanced. That was why he had still been able to sense the power of the solar system array formation protecting the secret chamber even after he had left. Grandmaster hasn't told me everything. Wang Beol followed a cultivator of the Venusian base as the latter escorted him to his temporary residence. He entered and sat down, an unfathomable look settling in his eyes. Something's not quite right with the talisman, Wang Beol mumbled. He believed that Li Xingwen meant him no harm. If he were to analyze and assess the situation based on that belief, the conclusion that followed came easily. Whatever Li Xingwen was keeping from him must be related to the talisman's origins. He hadn't told Wang Beol either because certain reasons had compelled him not to, or because he hadn't wanted to exert unnecessary stress on Wang Beol. Old folks all want to give the young ones peace of mind. They'd rather shoulder the hardships themselves. They want to turn into a huge tree, becoming shelter for the young, protecting them from the winds and the rain. That's right. But these young ones who are being protected want to grow up more quickly so that they can, in turn, protect the huge tree. Wang Beol sighed softly. Wang Beol picked up his voice transmission ring and gave his parents a call. He had gone missing for a few months. He had no idea how his parents were doing, but he had his guesses. They had been wrecked with anxiety and worry. Fortunately, Zhao Yaming and Zhou Xiaoya, who had left seclusion, had been visiting them regularly and keeping their spirits up. Their constant comforting words and presence had soothed the old couple's worried minds and kept the worst of their anxieties at bay. Having received Wang Beol's voice transmission and his assurance that he was unharmed and well, the old couple was finally able to rest their minds. After some time, Wang Beol finally placed the voice transmission ring down. Next, he sent voice transmissions to Zhao Yaming, Zhuo Yifan, and others to inform them of his return. Replies to his voice transmissions came in swiftly, one after another. From their hurried and short messages, Wang Beol could tell that they were all busy with their respective missions, which had not yet ended. Zhuo Yifan was the only one who didn't reply. Wang Beol didn't think too much of it. He allowed his mind to settle and didn't try to pry into the secret that Li Xingwen had left unspoken. He believed that when the time came, his grandmaster would let him know everything. A thoughtfulness settled in his gaze. He began to assess the various means available to him for the upcoming battle. A long moment passed before he suddenly said loudly, "Senior brother, your most precious junior brother is in trouble. My most handsome, most invincible senior brother, are you there?" He waited for a long while but received no reply. Wang Beol sulked. He didn't believe that his senior brother had left, but there was no way he was going to bet everything on his senior brother really hanging around either. If his senior brother had really left, then he would really be in trouble then. "The most beautiful little Missy in the whole wide universe. Are you there?" Wang Beol sighed as he called out in his head. Nothing changed. Little Missy's replies were closely related to her mood. She seemed to be in a bad mood now. No matter how many times Wang Baol called out for her, there was no response. They're all ignoring me. Fine, I don't believe that I can't solve this on my own. Wang Baol glared and snorted. He began to think hard. There's still the giant on the moon and the dark artifact on Mars. I can also make use of the unique traits of the stellar nascent soul. The days passed steadily as Wang Baol considered his options. Feng Qiran's and his arrival on the planet had spread to every Federation cultivator situated on the base. Duan Muk had intentionally promoted the matter. As a result, everyone on Venus, Mars, as well as Earth, were aware of Wang Baol's return. They found out about Wang Baol's advancement in his cultivation as well as the Grand Supreme Elder of the Tao Palace, Feng Qiran's alliance with the Federation. The news excited everyone in the Federation. The response on Venus was especially positive. Wang Baol's speech at the aerial port had reached the ears of many and energized many more cultivators on the planet. They were burning with fighting spirit. Visitors continued to bombard Wang Baol's temporary residence since his return. They included Federation seedlings he had gotten to know on the Ancient Sword, old acquaintances like the Giant Tree and Sect Lord Su, and powerful figures from the various political entities in the Federation. They expressed their desire to get to know Wang Baol better and showed great respect and even deference during their visits. If it had been some other occasion, Wang Baol, well-versed in the high officials' autobiographies, would have spent most of his time with these people, deepening his relationship with them. However, he wasn't in the mood for that now. After a few days, he announced his decision to retreat into seclusion. The war continued while Wang Baol remained in seclusion, growing from minor skirmishes to more frequent encounters. As the solar system array formation continued to monitor everything under the sun, all evidence seemed to be pointing towards the inevitable. The Tao Palace and the Never-Ending Clan were close to completing their preparations for battle. The war against Venus was approaching. On the 10th day of Wang Baol's seclusion, Kong Dao finally completed his own mission and returned to the Federation. He was the first of Wang Baol's friends and comrades to return. He made his way to Wang Baol's place immediately upon his return. The first thing he told Wang Baol when they met was, "Baol, Zhui Yifan has gone missing." A cold light flickered in Wang Baol's eyes. Questions, careful and precise, began flowing. During that fateful mission on the Never-Ending Clan battleship, Kong Dao had hidden himself inside a rescue pod and avoided the massacre that followed. Then, he had seized the moment of Daoist Yu Rant's absence and the weakening in the battleship's interference to escape. He hadn't managed to catch up with Zhao Yaming after he had returned to the vast expanse Tao Palace and had missed the evacuation back to the Federation. However, he had made use of his connections in the Tao Palace and used up whatever battle credits he had accumulated to escape from the Ancient Sword before Daoist Yu Rant's return. I was lucky. Mercury was still standing when I returned. The president hadn't given the orders to blow up Mercury. If he had... Kong Dao shuddered at that thought. I found Zhao Yaming and the others when I came back. We exchanged information and realized that no one had seen Zhui Yifan. You've returned, and Zhui Yifan remains missing. His brother, Zhui Yixian, is missing as well. Kong Dao said. Then eyed Wang Baol. Wang Baol remained silent for a long while before releasing a soft sigh. If not for the looming war, he could have easily made use of his status as the vast expanse Tao Palace's Grand Supreme Elder to locate his friend. But they were at war. Zhui Yifan had only himself to rely on now. No matter how worried Wang Baol was for his friend, he could only set this matter aside for the looming war ahead of them. He spoke a while longer with Kong Dao. Kong Dao was exhausted and concealing his injuries, so Wang Baol gave him a few bottles of spirit liquid before ending their chat. The skirmishes between the Federation and the Tao Palace cultivators continued to grow more violent. After Kong Dao recovered from his injury and got sufficient rest, he was once again summoned for a team mission. All core formation realm cultivators like Kong Dao were being worked hard. There were simply too many things that required their attention. Core formation realm cultivators were the pillars that supported teams that patrolled their borders, supported the greater array formation, went on scouting missions, and conducted search and rescue efforts. The cultivation techniques that Wang Baol had sent back while in the Dao Palace had aided many of the Federation's more experienced cultivators who had been stuck at the perfected core formation realm for a long time and granted them great enlightenment. Regardless, there had only been 3 new additions joining Sect Lord Su, the Giant Tree, Duanmyuk, and Li Xingwen in the ranks of the nascent Soul Realm. One of them was Li Wan'er's father, the head of the Senate. Another was an elder from the 5-generation Sky Clan. The last wasn't from the 4 Dao colleges or the Trillionaris Corporation, nor was he the sect lord of the Plume Manifestation Khanate sect. He had seemed an unlikely candidate. Yet, upon closer contemplation, it should have been something that was to be expected. The third person was Lin Tianhao's father, the city lord of Ethereal City, Lin Yu. Lin Yu had been one of many senators in the Senate. He might have wielded great power in the Federation as the lord of a city, but he had not been counted amongst the ranks of the truly powerful in the Federation. Everything had changed since his breakthrough. No one dared underestimate this young senator who showed great potential now. Besides, Lin Yu had displayed his flair at dealing with people and matters alike. Li Wan'er's father had promoted him to deputy head of the Senate. His political status elevated the status of Ethereal City, as well as that of his son. Counting Lin Yu and Wang Baol, the Federation now had 8 nascent Soul Realm cultivators. 5 were currently stationed on Venus. Of the remaining 3, 1 stood guard on Earth while 2 were stationed on Mars. The latter 2 were also standing guard over the Martian colony's governor, who was currently in seclusion and striving towards her breakthrough. Everything pointed to how important a role core formation realm cultivators played at the moment. Kong Dao wasn't the only one who was busy. Every single one of the Federation's core formation realm cultivators was busy. Even Zhao Yaming wasn't spared, despite her unique status. She continued to send Wang Baol voice transmissions while carrying out her missions, but hadn't returned to the Federation since Wang Baol's arrival on Venus. Wang Baol himself didn't have the luxury to remain in seclusion indefinitely. Not long after Kong Dao had left, Wang Baol received a mission from Li Xingwen and Duanmyuk. Head for the moon. Your mission is to escort the moon safely to Venus. The moon was Earth's natural satellite. Current levels of spirit science technology had enabled the Federation to transform the satellite into an advanced, near-perfect stronghold. The lunar stronghold not only possessed powerful offensive capabilities, but it also had the ability to change its trajectory. It was akin to a galactic stronghold that could traverse space. The initial plan had been for the lunar stronghold to provide support during the battle on Mars. After Li Xingwen and Duanmyuk had discussed and consulted with the others, they decided to initiate its deployment earlier. It would now provide support to Venus. The mission was of great import, but the actual risk involved was minimal. The journey the moon was required to undertake might be long, but it fell within the protective area of the solar system array formation. The chances of them bumping into Dao Palace forces were slim. Wang Baol had been given this mission because of its significance. He would be personally steering the moon away from its natural orbit around Earth and into war. The mere thought of that would excite the masses. The pure visual impact of seeing the moon's departure would give a boost to Wang Baol's reputation. Wang Baol accepted the mission readily. He was of the opinion that his capabilities could be better used for more difficult missions. However, he had a secret plan that involved the moon that he wanted to test. Upon receiving the mission, he immediately boarded a Federation battleship and led more than 1,000 Federation cultivators towards the moon. The Federation battleship's swift speed was further bolstered by the solar system array formation. After 6 days, they neared Earth and landed on the lunar base. The upper echelons of every political entity on the base were already there, waiting for him. They had received their orders. Everyone was to answer to Wang Baol's commands. Wang Baol had been given full control over the lunar base. The abrupt change in leadership had gained the general acceptance of the major political forces. Regardless, there were still a select few who showed dissatisfaction and discontent over the decision. They had heard about Wang Baol's advancement to the nascent soul realm. Regardless, they hadn't personally seen or experienced his power. The lack of personal experience meant they neither felt pressured nor awed by his strength. There were also those who held stubbornly onto traditional views. They believed that social status was more important than one's level of cultivation. These people might not openly challenge Wang Beol, but they would certainly not show full cooperation. Of course, those were thoughts held prior to the battleship's landing. They vanished as soon as Wang Beol emerged from the battleship. The truth was, Wang Beol was fully aware of how the older, powerful folks of the Federation would think. He wasn't going to give them the chance to not cooperate with him. As soon as he stepped out of the battleship, he summoned the arch armor. The full force of his stellar nascent soul, his demonic eye, as well as the blood-lust that Wang Beol had accumulated through his numerous kills, erupted from his person instantly. It was like a sudden howling storm, a tsunami that swept across and flooded the entire moon. I believe you know who I am. There's no need for an introduction then. I don't care who you are and what you think. From this moment on, keep your thoughts to yourself. Carry out my orders exactly, or be executed. Wang Beol said calmly as he walked out of the battleship. His voice wasn't loud, but bolstered by his immense aura. It seemed to boom like thunder in everyone's minds. Every cultivator's breathing quickened in that instant. They stared at the armored, devil-like Wang Beol, their heads buzzing. They trembled under the weight of his murderous aura. All stray thoughts were silenced. Everyone lowered their heads in deference as they replied, "Yes, sir." Wang Beol raised his head and gazed in the direction of the slumbering giant corpse. His eyes narrowed. Perhaps his aura had been overly powerful. The slumbering giant seemed to be responding to it. The moon shuddered violently the moment Wang Beol directed his eyes towards the location of the sleeping corpse. An imperceptible, inhuman howl appeared to have risen from the giant's sleeping grounds. The moon trembled as the howl rose. Alarm flashed across everyone's faces as they stood, half-bowed and facing Wang Beol, in the aerial port. There was stark terror on some of those faces. As cultivators stationed on the lunar base, they knew the mysteries hidden on the moon better than anyone else. The visible half of the moon was still relatively safe. The dark side of the moon, on the other hand, was filled with danger. In the deepest region of this half of the moon slept a gigantic corpse. Since the ancient sword had entered the solar system and its fragments had landed on the moon, the gigantic corpse had awoken only twice. The first time had occurred decades ago. The second time had been only a few years ago. During the most recent awakening, the corpse had exuded a terrifying power and revealed the chains that bound its entire body. It had fallen to its knees while staring in the direction of the ancient sword. The sight had awed and terrified everyone who had witnessed it. The gigantic corpse's existence was why the moon remained such a dangerous place. At the same time, it also gave the moon an extraordinary and unknown edge in terms of the satellite's actual offensive capabilities. At the present moment, while everyone was frozen in awe at the unexpected roar, Wang Beol spoke coolly, his eyes flashing. "Activate all engines powering the moon. We will depart from the moon's natural orbit in 3 days' time and head towards Venus. There shall be no delay." Having made his instructions clear, Wang Beol turned and raced straight towards the roaring giant corpse. Waves of air rose in his wake, marking his swift departure. He disappeared almost immediately, vanishing from everyone's sight. His voice echoed in his absence, resonating in the aerial port. "Yes, sir." The awe he had instilled in the crowd remained after his departure. Everyone bowed instinctively and replied in unison. Then, they lifted their heads and stared in the direction Wang Beol had left. The giant corpse roared as soon as Wang Beol landed on the moon. "I have a feeling that something big is going to happen. I remember it now." The last time the giant corpse woke up was during the Foundation establishment trial for the various political entities' disciples. Senator Wang was there then as well. "That's right. I remember City Lord Wang nearly died. The Galactic Dusk sect elder who stole his core is still imprisoned." Wang Beol was both senator and city lord, so there was no specific way to address him. Everyone was still recovering from fright and nervousness, But despite their concerns, no one dared to defy Wang Bao's orders. His instructions were soon passed down the ranks. The entire moon soon began to shake. It was a different sort of tremor from the shuddering that followed the giant corpse's roar. The latter followed no rhyme or reason. The former was a sustained and consistent trembling, which was a result of all engines installed on the moon being activated in consecutive order. As the engines were activated and preparations were swiftly made for the moon's deployment, Wang Bao was also making his way speedily across the visible side of the moon. He left bursts of howling winds in his wake, which went sweeping across the lands. Ancient martial realm moon beasts trembled and stayed out of his way. Nocturnal moonbats also howled in terror upon sensing Wang Bao's aura in the distance. They dared not take flight. Instead, they fell to the ground and started digging frantically, then wormed into those hastily made holes and hid their trembling forms underground. Both types of beasts had been beneath Wang Bao's notice during his first visit to the moon. He didn't spare them a single glance as he sped through the air like lightning now. A few moments later, as he was about to reach the dark side of the moon, he finally came to a standstill. On the ground beneath his feet were hundreds of gigantic moon goo. These huge centipede-like creatures were like the mythical monsters of death that lived in the deserts. Each one of them spanned hundreds to thousands of feet long, with cultivation at the third and fourth levels of the true breath realm. They had appeared in masses during Wang Bao's first time on the moon. It had been a near heart-stopping experience. Now, though, he hovered in midair while the moon goo wriggled on the ground and cowered in fear, afraid to raise their heads. Liquid stained the ground near many of the moon goo's tails. It looked like they had just pissed themselves. Wang Bao shook his head and was about to continue forward. Then, the expression on his face shifted slightly. He tilted his face to his right. On the horizon, mist was gathering, transforming into thick waves of fog that spilled outward in all directions. The mystic trace fog. Wang Bao's lips twitched upwards into a slight grin. It was almost fond of it. If not for the mystic trace fog, he might not have survived the mystic lunar realm back then. Instead, his bones would be dust on the moon now. The sight of the mystic trace fog warmed Wang Bao slightly. He shifted and headed for the mystic trace fog. Within the blink of an eye, he appeared next to it. Wang Bao allowed the fog to envelop him. The fog obscured his vision, and he could sense waves of energy within the fog washing over him, trying to teleport him away. Interesting, Wang Bao muttered to himself. Even though he had used the mystic trace fog in his creation of the mystic trace bead, he was still in the dark about how the mystic trace fog actually worked. He had only been borrowing its unique capabilities for teleportation then. However, his level of cultivation was now much higher than when he had first encountered the mystic trace fog. The giant corpse had fallen silent after its first roar, so Wang Bao wasn't in a hurry. He decided to step deeper into the fog. The waves of energy that were washing over him transformed into a tiny stream. Wang Bao didn't even need to activate his cultivation. He allowed his body to advance, and it freed itself easily from the fog's attempt to teleport him. It didn't take long for Wang Bao's curiosity to be piqued once again. As he continued deeper into the fog, the forces of teleportation intensified gradually, to a point where he was nearly affected. Wang Bao had to unleash his cultivation at this point in order to fight against the forces of teleportation. I couldn't figure it out then. I wonder if I can make out what this mystic trace fog is exactly now. Wang Bao narrowed his eyes. He allowed his spiritual senses to extend and scan the mystic trace fog. The image of the mystic trace fog appeared in his mind immediately. He maneuvered his senses and amplified the fog in his head. It took the activation of 90% of his spiritual senses before he finally managed to see what the fog was truly made up of. His pupils contracted instantly at that moment. This is, through his spiritual senses, he saw the true form of the fog, countless bugs the size of bacteria. Bugs that weren't living, bug corpses. They had long, tube-like forms that were translucent and slightly yellowed, as well as twin feelers on both ends of a body that was distinctly divided into 3 segments. What kind of bug is this? Their corpses possess the ability of teleportation. A startled Wang Baol raised his right hand. The devouring seed inside his body started churning, and his stellar nascent soul opened its eyes. His cultivation and the devouring seed unleashed their powers at the same time, causing a strong suction force to erupt from Wang Baol's palm. The surrounding fog began to distort in form. The spread of the fog suddenly disrupted as it began to gather instead around Wang Baol. A vortex materialized as the devouring seed unleashed its full power and drew more fog towards it. Wang Baol transformed completely into a vortex, which stopped the spread of the mystic trace fog entirely. Instead, it curled into itself towards Wang Baol. An observer standing a distance away would see the fog's gradual thinning, while Wang Baol's form grew increasingly distinct. The fog finally disappeared completely. In Wang Baol's right hand, a small yellow sphere that was the size of a fist appeared. Wang Baol studied the sphere in his hand carefully. He didn't recognize the bugs at all, but his gut told him that there might be some other use for this sphere. He sealed it and threw it into his storage bag before flying off. He flew across the visible side of the moon and finally stepped onto the dark side of the moon. He crossed past battlefields, be it moon spirits, beasts with eyes all over their bodies, or the more powerful night immortals. All stopped at the sight of Wang Baol. The former would shudder upon seeing Wang Baol, while the latter, after the initial moment of stillness, would fall to their feet as if kowtowing to him. The night immortals' reactions sent Wang Baol into a contemplative silence. He could feel the green lotus inside his devouring seed swaying slightly. He finally arrived in the central region of the dark side of the moon. He stepped into the valley that he had barely crawled out of alive the last time he was there. Wang Baol stood in the valley and eyed the ruins before him. He stared at the cavern, what remained of the former valley, and fell silent. Then, he lowered his head and gazed into the darkness of the cavern. After a long while, he finally whispered, "Night Immortal King, do you still possess a mind of your own?" There was no roaring, no reply. There were only twin glows, crimson and filled with madness, that gradually lit the darkness inside the cavern. They were the eyes of the Night Immortal King. There was a blackish tinge to the red. It lacked the clarity of purple, and instead had a certain murkiness to it. The eyes showed no intelligence. They revealed the violence of a feral beast as they stared unblinkingly at Wang Baol, as if he had something that held their obsessive attention, something that they couldn't turn away from. Wang Baol's eyes were calm. He lowered his head and stared straight into the Night Immortal King's eyes. Man and corpse, one outside the cave and one concealed in the cave's darkness, stared at each other. The scene would make a bizarre painting indeed. Time flowed slowly. 30 minutes passed. The activation of the moon's engines and the growing tremors spreading across the moon had agitated the Night Immortal King. Wang Baol's appearance seemed to have intensified that agitation. The Night Immortal King's breathing grew heavier as the prolonged eye contact continued. A low, threatening growl began to emerge from the cave. Wang Baol stared into the Night Immortal King's eyes as he listened to the latter's threatening growl. He could feel waves of spirit energy, cultivation that had belonged to the Night Immortal King's former living self, stirring inside the Night Immortal King. Wang Baol's assessment placed the Night Immortal King's cultivation at the soul conduit realm. Without a semblance of intelligence and left with only instinct, the Night Immortal King clearly couldn't unleash his true former soul conduit realm cultivation despite having awoken. His last 2 awakenings had resulted in a catastrophe, but those disasters had been within the bounds of the Federation's control. The damage had been kept to the minimum. This might have something to do with the chains on the Night Immortal King, which were sealing his true strength. Well, that's quite a disappointment. Wang Baol sighed. He must truly possess great potential. He had trembled like a fool at the sight of the Night Immortal King mere years ago, but now, he felt like he could overpower the Night Immortal King. He's still something we could use during battle. Wang Baol shook his head slightly in disappointment as he stepped towards the cave. In the next instant, he was racing into the cave. The Night Immortal King's eyes flashed with violence as soon as Wang Baol entered the cave. The Night Immortal King lifted his head and howled. causing fierce winds to whip the air. He raised his right hand and sent it swiping at Wang Baol. The Night Immortal King was enormous, his finger the size of Wang Baol. His hand shot out and was about to seize Wang Baol when he vanished with a sudden teleportation, evading the Night Immortal King's giant hand while appearing in the deepest part of the cave, where he finally saw the Night Immortal King's gargantuan form. Green-colored seals decorated the Night Immortal King's body, which bristled with unreleased violence and brutality. The sight was enough to send most nascent soul realm cultivators reeling back in terror. Wang Baol was clearly not most nascent soul realm cultivators. Armed with the arch armor, the unique capabilities of his stellar nascent soul, and the bizarre power of his demonic eye, Wang Baol could kill a soul conduit realm cultivator with relative ease. What more the Night Immortal King, who was a mere corpse. Having evaded the Night Immortal King's swipe, Wang Baol got up close and personal with him. He wasn't interested in the Night Immortal King but the 9 heavy chains imprisoning the latter. The origins of the chains remained mysterious. In the Federation's records of the Night Immortal King's fall, the chains had already existed then. They had sunk deep into the moon's core and bound the Night Immortal King to the moon. A chain that could fuse with a satellite must be crafted from extraordinary material and possess incredible power. Wang Baol considered the possibility of extracting the chain and refining it. It might become a valuable artifact that could pose a threat to Taoist Yuran. With a sidestep, he avoided another furious swipe from the howling Night Immortal King and appeared behind the latter. He was less than 100 feet from the chains, and he inspected them carefully. His findings sent his pupils contracting in shock. His head began buzzing loudly, and his breathing stopped momentarily. Then, his form blurred as his avatar materialized and stepped away from him. It raced towards the chains. Upon their sudden collision, bursts of red lightning bolts exploded from the chains. The lightning bolts seemed to possess sentience. They surrounded Wang Baol's avatar instantly, then blew up. Despite his avatar's resilient form, it was overpowered by the explosion. It shuddered and began showing signs of degradation. The signs of degradation continued even after the avatar managed to free itself and retreat back to Wang Baol's side. Its hair was fully white, its body aged and wrinkled. It was as if it had been drained of life and vitality and had aged suddenly. Wang Baol gasped at the sight, shock flooding his system. The chains were not only immensely powerful, but they were familiar as well. They're like the chains on the never-ending clan battleship, the chains that bound the fearsome beasts and forced them to drag the wooden logs that moved the millstone. Wang Baol narrowed his eyes and stared at the chain in front of him. Then he turned abruptly towards the Night Immortal King, his eyes glimmering with a solemn light. It's impossible that someone who has to be kept in check by such chains is only at the soul conduit realm. There must be something I overlooked. Wang Baol narrowed his eyes and began circling the Night Immortal King quickly, studying the latter carefully. It didn't take long before he saw 3 healed scars on the Night Immortal King. They were almost impossible to spot underneath the fully regrown flesh and blood. One was on the back of the Night Immortal King's head, another was right over his heart, and the last was on his dantian. There were plenty of other scars like those in other locations, but these 3 left a deep impact on Wang Baol after a closer inspection. They don't look like injuries inflicted during battle. They look like the result of someone ripping into flesh with their bare hands while he was unable to fight back. There was a dark look on Wang Baol's face. Someone else might not have so quickly realized what had happened, but not Wang Baol. The 3 wounds reminded him of what had happened to him on the moon, when his Tao foundation had been torn out of his body. Perhaps the exact same thing hadn't happened to the Night Immortal King, but the differences lay in degree and not in the nature of the action. Both of them had something ripped out of their bodies. The wounds had been the result of that. Taking his brain, digging out his heart, and destroying his Tao. What viciousness! How much did the person hate the Night Immortal King? Wang Baol muttered. His gut feeling told him that this was some dark art that stole one's power. His eyes were filled with a mix of emotions and pity as he looked at the Night Immortal King. The Night Immortal King's cultivation, while he had been alive, must have been incredibly powerful. That must be why even after the theft of his brain, heart, and Tao, he was still at the soul conduit realm. The perpetrator didn't seem to stop there. After taking both brain and heart and destroying his Tao, they also imprisoned the Night Immortal King with chains that could drain his vitality. They drove the chains deep into the Night Immortal King's body so that the Night Immortal King can't heal himself. That's strange. Why would someone do that to a person who's already dead? Unless the Night Immortal King isn't dead at all? Wang Bao's eyes widened at that thought. His breathing quickened as he examined the Night Immortal King again. He began to spot what was amiss. The green seals on the Night Immortal King's body was another form of curse. There's only one explanation for that. The perpetrator couldn't destroy the Night Immortal King completely because of some reason, and they were worried that the Night Immortal King would recover from his injury. That's why they used a mix of means to imprison the Night Immortal King. Though that still doesn't explain the Night Immortal King's current state. Wang Bao frowned. Then, after a while, a flash of light flickered in his eyes. He dodged another swipe from the howling Night Immortal King, retreated a couple of steps, then muttered to himself, "Who cares? Night Immortal King. I'm going to see for myself whether you still possess a god soul." Wang Bao's eyes turned completely black. His dark fire surged out as he unleashed the dark art. His demonic eye materialized as the power of the dark art rippled outwards. It fluttered open and gazed at the Night Immortal King. The agitated Night Immortal King shuddered, and dark fire enveloped him instantly. Wang Bao had transformed into a guide for lost souls. His eyes pierced through the curse binding the Night Immortal King into the latter's body, where a wisp of dark, murky soul remained. Feral, barbaric, and without any intelligence. A wild beast's pure instinct. That was the soul that Wang Bao glimpsed. This is a newborn soul, not the true soul that belongs to the Night Immortal King. The uninitiated might not have discerned that, but Wang Bao was a dark child who had been taught the dark art. A mystic art that had originated from the past heavenly Tao era. He could see things in souls that ordinary people could not. Wang Bao fell into a brief bout of silence. He wasn't about to give up now. He shut his eyes, then pressed his hands together in a series of hand seals. He bit the tip of his tongue, spilling a mouthful of blood. Then, with a wave of his right hand, he unleashed a spell that gave his dark fire a sudden, temporary boost in power. Wang Bao opened his eyes suddenly. When he looked at the Night Immortal King again, he could finally see a concealed wisp. That would have been undetectable if not for his dark art. The Night Immortal King's soul. The low mumblings of the soul rippled outward as his eyes locked onto the soul. "Ziyu, my dear wife, why did you do it?" The soul's murmurs were gentle and brimming with love. There was no hint of confusion or doubt despite the question it was asking. It was as if the Night Immortal King wasn't confused about why his wife Ziyu had done something so terrible to him. It was as if he was voicing regret over a relationship's end because of what had happened. His murmurs were like a pair of invisible hands, weighed down by regret and loss, as they tried to caress an absent wife's face gently and smoothen her hair against her cheeks. Even after suffering an injury that an ordinary person would have found unimaginable, he seemed to still only harbor thoughts of longing for his wife. Wang Bao couldn't understand the Night Immortal King. However, he vaguely remembered something he had read when he had still been a young boy. What came next, after a love so deep? The answers varied. Perhaps it was longing, perhaps it was duty, perhaps it was pain, or perhaps it was the disappearance of one's soul. Wang Bao was silent. He wasn't the Night Immortal King. He couldn't feel what the latter was feeling, but his eyes were dark with emotions. He couldn't tell if his compassion for the Night Immortal King was because of what had happened to the latter, or because he could sense the blind love the latter still held. Wang Bao didn't spend time finding out if there were other emotions hidden within the Night Immortal King's soft murmurs. He wouldn't know that the unique qualities of his dark art had enabled him to see this lingering wisp of soul. His tiny blood sacrifice and the spell he had cast had helped as well. Wang Bao shook almost immediately after the brief murmuring passed. His eyes no longer saw the wisp of the Night Immortal King's true soul. He could only see the murky soul of the newborn. Ziyu! An unfathomable light appeared in Wang Bao's eyes. He turned to his side suddenly. Little Missy had materialized. She stood next to Wang Bao, her eyes filled with bitterness and an intense sorrow as she looked at the Night Immortal King. Wang Bao didn't speak. He remained at Little Missy's side silently. A long while later, the Night Immortal King began to shake. He seemed to be trying to shake Wang Bao's dark art off. He began to howl. It was then that Little Missy said quietly, "Bao, lend me one of your lotus seeds." Without any hesitation, Wang Bao activated his devouring seed, causing the green lotus within to sway. A single lotus seed fell and landed in Wang Bao's hand. It wasn't real. The lotus seed was a mere illusion, translucent in form. Wang Bao held it before Little Missy. "Thank you," Little Missy whispered. She took the lotus seed, then transformed into a soft sliver of light that darted into the Night Immortal King's forehead. A brief moment later, the Night Immortal King trembled and stopped struggling. He quieted down, then slowly shut his eyes, as if he had fallen into a deep slumber. Wang Bao watched the scene before him in quiet contemplation. He waited silently. An hour passed. It was then that a ghostly light appeared on the Night Immortal King's forehead, and Little Missy reappeared next to Wang Bao. Exhaustion lined her features. The sorrow she had displayed earlier had morphed into a fury tinged with sadness. "Ziyu was the first friend I made in the vast expanse Dao Palace," Little Missy whispered after a long period of silence. "On her wedding day, when she got married to Lord Zhou's disciple, Chun Mofeng, I gave her a gift. It was a powerful artifact my father had given me. The most powerful Dao in the vast expanse Dao Palace was the star-seeding Dao. My father praised it endlessly when he first read about it. Lord Zhou had practiced the star-seeding Dao. Passing it down from one person to the next was extremely difficult. In each generation, there could only be one successor. The successor had to possess his predecessor's soul seed. Chen Mofeng was Lord Zhou's only disciple. He was the next master of the star-seeding Dao in the vast expanse Dao Palace. Little Missy said, then stopped speaking. She seemed unable to continue. "Baal, I know why you are here. You want to test if the lotus can be used to control him. Unless you truly have to, please don't disturb Senior Brother Chen's rest. I'm tired." Little Missy's voice grew increasingly faint. Finally, it vanished completely as she returned back into the mask. It was as if she had returned to a deep sleep. Or perhaps she had simply lost herself in contemplation as she wondered about the horrors that a person was capable of committing. Wang Bao stood there for a long time. Finally, he sighed. Little Missy had guessed his objective correctly. He had intended to verify the connection between the lotus and the Night Immortal King. He had wanted to know whether he could control the Night Immortal King. He didn't know the details of the Night Immortal King's past. Nor did he know what Little Missy had done after entering the Night Immortal King's forehead. However, he could make some guesses from what Little Missy had said. The never-ending clan invaded. Before Lord Zhou fell in battle, he passed the star-seeding Dao down to his disciple, Chun Mofeng. Chun Mofeng shouldered a heavy responsibility, but fell victim to his Dao partner's viciousness. His brain was extracted for his memories, his heart dug out for his soul, his Dao destroyed and robbed of his cultivation. They were used to refine a soul seed so that his Dao partner could gain the necessary qualifications to practice the star-seeding Dao. Wang Bao stared long and hard at the slumbering Night Immortal King. Ziyu's methods were vicious and cruel. She seemed to want to prevent the Night Immortal King from awakening. Of course, she had no idea that the Night Immortal King didn't harbor any hatred towards her. He only had feelings of longing for her. Wang Bao sensed the connection between the lotus seed and the Night Immortal King. He sighed. The pity in his eyes disappeared. He turned and left the cave, appearing outside, in midair in the next moment. The green lotus and the Night Immortal King seemed to share an intimate connection. Perhaps he was the last owner of the green lotus. Or perhaps he wasn't. Maybe it was his master, Lord Zhou, instead? Wang Beol chose not to disturb the clearly depressed little missy with his questions. He flew off, raising his head and gazing into the starlit skies. The most powerful Dao in the vast expanse Dao Palace? Even though it might be extremely powerful, who would do such a horrible thing just to own a mystic art? Not me. Wang Beol's eyes turned towards the slumbering ground of the night immortal king. Then, with a single step, he headed for the lunar base. 3 days passed under Wang Beol's watchful supervision and detailed inspection. Assured that everything was running smoothly, Wang Beol stood inside the command center on the lunar base, amidst a crowd of busy cultivators, staring at numerous projection screens as endless data ran across them. Finally, he gave the order for the moon's departure. Let's take off. As Wang Beol's order rang out in the air, all engines on the moon began to activate at full force. A loud thunder began to spread across the moon as vast stores of energy began to accumulate inside the moon after its engines were activated. Energy continued to build up. The moon began to quake, and its quakes slowly nudged it away from its orbital course. The Earth's gravitational pull continued to lock the moon in place, though. They needed more time before the moon could pull completely free from its orbit. They needed time for the moon to gather more energy, enough to surpass the gravitational forces of Earth. The lunar array formation has been fully activated. Results of our simulations show that stability can be maintained at the moon's greatest speed. We're at 60% of our full force and heading towards the 70% mark. All indicators display as normal. I propose igniting 10 anti-spirit bombs to increase the moon's thrust. Reports from various departments were sent to the command center and continued to come in. Wang Beol nodded and approved the ignition of anti-spirit bombs. As a stronghold fitted for battle, the moon housed numerous anti-spirit bombs. Wang Beol had only found that out after he had taken command of the moon. He realized then that the Federation had been trying to present a weaker front. In reality, it had built a considerable stock of anti-spirit bombs over the years. The explosion of 10 anti-spirit bombs triggered a deafening boom that pushed the moon's propulsion to 90%. Everyone could sense a force tugging at them. Everything is going as planned. Waiting for your approval to merge with the solar system array formation and give the moon a final thrust. Approved. Wang Beol took a deep breath and barked out his approval. The moon and the solar system array formation performed the approved fusion. Upon complete fusion, the entire moon shook violently and thundered. It broke free from Earth's gravitational pull and began speeding towards the stars. The moon's departure sent tremors rippling through Earth itself, startling Earth's populace. Everyone raised their heads and stared skywards. The moon was no longer where it was supposed to be. It was far away and shrinking in size right before their eyes. It was a mind-blowing sight to witness. The moon's deviation from its orbit had thrown the tidal waves into disarray. Towering waves rose all of a sudden, threatening to transform into a flood that would put all land underwater. Fortunately, the Federation had been prepared for this. The cultivators left on Earth unleashed their full power against the tidal waves, finally stabilizing the tidal chaos. However, the image of the departing moon and the sudden tsunamis had been branded into the minds of the Federation citizens. The Federation chose that moment to announce to everyone the person in charge of the lunar base. Wang Beol was the one who was commanding the moon and steering its course. Wang Beol's reputation saw an instantaneous spike in the Federation. His fame might have surpassed even that of Duan Myuk. As the moon freed itself from its orbit and raced towards space, somewhere on Mercury, aboard the never-ending clan battleship, Taoist Yuran, who had been sitting in meditation while repairing the battle robes that controlled the battleship, opened his eyes slowly. The battle robes before him were mostly restored. He raised his head and stared at Venus, his eyes glimmering with a dark light. A moment passed. Then, his command thundered throughout the entire Dao Palace. Destroy Venus! Taoist Yuran's order was transmitted throughout the base on Mercury. Dao Palace cultivators, as well as parasitic never-ending clan members hiding in their host bodies and leading the Dao Palace cultivators, acted upon the order immediately. Because of greed and profit, A second Great War had broken out in the Federation civilization. The battle at Venus had commenced. The never-ending clan and the vast expanse Tao Palace seemed confident of their victory. There were no doubts that they would win this war. Their only concern was to do so with minimal loss while obtaining the greatest victory. The Federation's anti-spirit bombs had made them cautious. They were wary of the anti-spirit bomb's power, as well as the Federation's display of its intent to risk everything for the war, including, for example, blowing up a whole planet in order to kill its enemies. Such a self-destructive method that caused harm to their own, while inflicting destruction on the enemy, was a source of frustration and annoyance for the Tao Palace and the never-ending clan. That was also the reason why, despite having taken over Mercury, Taoist Yuran hadn't immediately launched a full-scale offensive on Venus. He had instead waited for the Death Tao battleship to be repaired to a level where it could overpower Venus' self-destruction before commencing an attack on the planet. The Federation had known that this would happen. The main objective of this battle was to determine how to successfully initiate Venus' self-destruction and cause maximum damage to the Tao Palace. It was a tough balance to strike. Despite a great deal of preparation, the Federation wasn't confident of its success. Time too early, the self-destruction might be rendered useless. Time too late, and they might lose all chances of even triggering an explosion in the first place. That was why Li Xingwen and Duan Myuk had decided to send the lunar stronghold over. The lunar stronghold was to hold off Taoist Yuran's battleship and allow the successful explosion of Venus. That was why the Federation notified Wang Beol immediately when they had discovered movement from the vast expanse Tao Palace and the never-ending clan troops. They instructed him to speed up and make sure he arrived in time. Li Xingwen, Duan Myuk, and the others in command also sent orders for all Federation cultivators and battleships to fall back and form a defensive formation around Venus. 9 strong defensive rows formed and awaited further orders. All mechanisms were activated. Array formations and large-scale military dermic artifacts alike were kept running. Numerous small teams that added up to tens of thousands of cultivators were spread out around Venusian galactic space. They were the first swords to engage in battle. Leading them were Sect Lord Su of the Galactic Dusk Sect and the Giant Tree. As nascent Soul Realm cultivators, they were given full responsibility of these teams. Li Xingwen was in charge of shifting the line of defense, while Duan Myuk was to control the pace in which the battle would unfold. They also had Feng Qiran, the only Soul Conduit Realm cultivator, on base. Her cultivation had almost recovered to its former peak condition after a long period of rest. Her mission was to make use of the boost provided by the solar system array formation, in coordination with her cultivation techniques, and create multiple doppelgangers to hold back never-ending clan Soul Conduit Realm cultivators. It was an extremely heavy responsibility with grave consequences. As Venus deployed its full defenses, the vast expanse Tao Palace troops were taking off from Mercury. The troops gathered and then fanned out into an offensive formation as they headed towards Venus. The day that the two forces were going to clash drew near. In the space between Earth and Venus, Wang Beol was commanding the lunar stronghold and speeding towards Venus. He was faced with a difficult decision. City Lord Wang, based on the moon's current speed, we will need at least 2 weeks before we reach the Venusian line of defense. Even if we were to risk everything and overload the engines, we can only shorten our journey to 10 days. That is assuming everything runs smoothly during the journey. Such prolonged overtaxing of the engines brings a high risk of instability. If any accident were to occur, the moon might cave in while traveling at such high speed. In the command center, Wang Beol's face was stormy as he listened silently to his staff's report. Li Xingwen's instruction to him was to arrive within 2 weeks. However, Wang Beol knew that nothing was predictable on the battlefield. If luck were on their side, nothing unexpected would happen. But should the Tao Palace and the never-ending clan arrive earlier than expected and initiate battle before the lunar stronghold could arrive, the Federation would be plunged into a dire situation. We have to get there as soon as possible. Wang Beol narrowed his eyes, which flashed with determination. He immediately ordered for the stronghold to sustain the prolonged overtaxing of their engines. The other cultivators in the command center showed signs of hesitation after receiving his orders. Regardless, they chose to obey. As the moon sped through space, it suddenly quaked as its engines received another boost of energy. It had been relying on the occasional burst of propulsion to glide through space. Now it propelled itself forward with a sustained thrust. Deafening booms thundered across the entire moon as its speed tripled. Waves of energy appeared to surge outward in endless ripples as the moon charged towards Venus. Time continued to pass. The Federation's populace kept their eyes glued on Venus. Be it the folks on Earth or Mars, their attention was focused on the impending Venusian battle. They watched with great sorrow that concealed within it hope. 6 days passed on Earth. On the 7th day, the battle on Venus officially began. First, a dozen enormous vortexes appeared beyond the Venusian line of defense. From within the vortexes scattered a myriad of colors. From within the dazzling colors emerged Tao Palace battleships that charged forward. The first wave of Neverending Clan and Tao Palace troops had arrived in hordes of Tao Palace battleships. They approached the outermost 9th line of defense around Venus. Venus was a blur in the cosmos. Surrounding it were numerous Federation battleships. Beams of light from array formations crisscrossed space, and countless dermic artifacts glimmered with a cold light. The battle started as soon as the first wave of vast expanse Tao Palace troops arrived. It was a fierce battle, whose intensity spiraled to a peak almost as soon as both forces collided with each other. The combat teams helmed by the Giant Tree and Sect Lord Su faced the greatest dangers. Battleships on both sides thundered with each shot taken, and masses of Tao Palace cultivators rushed out from the battleships, their lust for battle credits driving them to attack. The clashes of battle rang in the cosmos, and explosions boomed and resonated throughout the entire 9th line of defense. The vast expanse Tao Palace troops were like locusts, eating away at the Federation's defenses. They were like a flood that continued to push the Federation back. The 9th line of defense was in critical danger. Despite the Federation's continuous readjustments of their forces, the overwhelming difference in power was apparent. The 9th line of defense began to display signs of collapse. The force of array formations and dermic artifacts continued to be unleashed. Bursts of spells shot through the cosmos, blinding beams that lit up the battlefield. Some Federation cultivators chose the route of the kamikaze warrior, blowing themselves up. The casualty count spiked within the short period of time since the battle had commenced. A Soul Conduit Realm cultivator, who had been hiding inside a Tao Palace host body, appeared in the ranks of the Neverending Clan. He had been one of the cultivators who had attacked Wang Baol and escaped with Taoist Yuran's timely rescue. His appearance was like a sharp arrow that tore through the 9th line of defense. He was about to charge through when Feng Churan, who had received her orders, summoned a projection of herself. The latter flew out and intercepted the Neverending Clan Soul Conduit Realm cultivator. The both of them engaged in battle instantly. The battle seemed to have reached peak intensity. It was then that a dozen more vortexes appeared in the cosmos. The second wave of Tao Palace troops had arrived, and the situation on the battlefield was once again transformed. Duan Myuk had a full overview of the situation. He was able to see how the war was progressing through the solar system array formation. Every other Federation cultivator on the battlefield was both part of a united front and an independent entity. They had no idea how they were faring as a whole. What they knew was to keep on fighting. Zhao Yaming, Li Wuchen, Kong Dao, and the others might not be part of the forces fighting in the outer regions, but as members of the rescue forces, they had been driven mad with killing. They continued to provide support. The battlefield was filled with the sounds of violence that continued with no end in sight. As the battle raged on, Wang Baol was rushing towards the battlefield at full speed. His access rights gave him access to information that told him the battle on Venus had begun. This caused his heart to rage with anxiety. The cultivators in the lunar stronghold had calculated that at the speed they were traveling, they would need another 4 days before they could reach the battlefield. 4 days. Can we make it? Wang Baol was silent for a few moments. Then, a bright, determined light filled his eyes. He couldn't wait 4 days. He wasn't willing to bet on Venus lasting 4 days. Any accident on the battlefield could change everything. The best option was to reach the battlefield as soon as possible and throw the might of the lunar stronghold, as well as his own power, into the fight. That was the best way to optimize the Federation's advantages. Everyone in the lunar stronghold's command center could see the resolution in Wang Baol's eyes. They could guess his thoughts. One of them grimaced, then spoke. City Lord Wang, this is the greatest thrust the lunar stronghold is capable of generating at the moment. That's not true. Wang Baol raised his head skyward. There was a strange light in his eyes. He vanished amidst the crowd's startled looks and reappeared in midair, gazing toward the resting place of the Night Immortal King. He cupped his fists and made a deep bow. He muttered, "Senior Chan Mofeng, my apologies for disturbing your rest." Then, without hesitation, Wang Baol unleashed the full force of his devouring seed. The green lotus resting within began to sway violently. Out of the hundreds of lotus seeds it had, one exploded. At that same instant, deep within the moon's cavern, the slumbering Night Immortal King suddenly opened his eyes. Using the lotus seed to control the Night Immortal King was something Wang Baol had done before. During the battle in the mystic lunar realm, Wang Baol had unintentionally used his lotus seed and directed the Night Immortal King into killing Chen Hui, a disciple from the Galactic Dusk sect. With a single glance, the Federation had their guesses regarding the matter. Some felt that it might have had something to do with Wang Baol. Regardless, there had been no evidence to prove anything. Most importantly, Wang Baol had not attracted as much attention then as he did now. That had been the first time Wang Baol had successfully gained control over the Night Immortal King. The second time had been the earlier attempt. These two attempts had given him confidence. He was sure that the lotus seed wielded some form of control over the Night Immortal King. He had planned to arrive on the battlefield, then unleash the lotus seed at the most opportune and critical moment in the war. That would help gain the Federation the edge for the Venusian battle. However, it seemed that he couldn't wait that long after all. After weighing his options, Wang Baol had finally chosen to unleash his control over the Night Immortal King without hesitation. He had crushed a lotus seed, causing the Night Immortal King's eyes to flutter open. That was soon followed by a thundering roar that rose from the Night Immortal King's slumbering ground and shook the entire moon. Even though the moon was propelling itself forward at full thrust, it still quaked slightly at that roar. The cultivators on the moon reeled back in alarm simultaneously, their hearts racing with fear. Before they could recover from their shock, the ground underneath their feet shuddered again. From deep inside the Night Immortal King's cave, an enormous hand covered with green seals suddenly stretched out and pressed its palm against the edge of the cave. As the ground caved in under the weight of the palm, the gargantuan form of the Night Immortal King rose from the cave and rushed towards the heavens. He didn't go far before the heavy clanking of chains resonated in the air. The chains shackling him were pulled tight, making the Night Immortal King's form jerk in midair. He was stopped in mid-flight. His eyes reddened, and he lifted his face skyward and let loose another furious howl. The thundering roar rippled outward and swept across the sky. Inside the command center, Wang Baol hovered in midair. The shocked cultivators in the room heard his low voice boom in their ears. "Heed my command. Adjust the thrust ratio and shift the point of propulsion to the dark side of the moon. Prepare to reinitiate thrust." Loud gasps could be heard amongst the cultivators on the moon as they realized what Wang Baol was trying to do. Waves of emotions threatened to pull them under as they exclaimed in shock. Is he trying to get the Night Immortal King to propel the moon forward? City Lord Wang actually holds influence over the Night Immortal King. Amidst the sudden outburst, Wang Baol shattered his second lotus seed without hesitation and sent another command to the Night Immortal King. As the command was transmitted, Wang Baol felt as if he had transformed into the Night Immortal King. The command was a thought inside his head. As soon as that thought was sent out, the howling Night Immortal King shuddered, his red eyes beginning to glow with a strange light. The light was like another pair of eyes looking through the Night Immortal King's eyes. Wang Baol's eyes, The Knight Immortal King swerved around and, with a thunderous roar, unleashed his full speed and raced towards the heavens. His strength could only be rivaled by the strength of the chains binding him. His power traveled down his shackles and into the moon, tugging at the moon with equal strength. Under Wang Baol's instruction, the moon readjusted its thrust at the same moment. The full force of its propulsion, coupled with the Knight Immortal King's crazed tugging, sent a series of booms thundering across the moonscape. The ground trembled and splintered, and the satellite seemed on the verge of being ripped apart into multiple chunks. It was then that a sudden burst of speed erupted from the lunar stronghold. The new burst of speed was many times that of the moon's initial speed. It sent the moon hurtling through space, like a satellite driven by a crazy driver. The Knight Immortal King seemed to have transformed into a giant, a humongous dragon that was half dead, half alive, bound by chains that acted as its reins. He dragged the moon and sped across the cosmos. The speed that the moon was traveling at reached the max speed a soul conduit realm cultivator was capable of. It seemed to rival that of a spirit immortal realm cultivator. The price paid for it was the destruction of Wang Baol's lotus seeds, the shattering of one lotus seed after another sustaining the impossible speed. Everyone on the moon could feel it as they hurtled through space. They couldn't see it with their own eyes, but they could imagine what was happening. It was a shocking image that surfaced in their minds, and it would likely never be forgotten for the rest of their lives. The person who managed to accomplish this was Wang Baol. That, to everyone on the moon, made him seem even more mysterious and, at the same time, even more worthy of their respect. The cosmos itself was affected by the Knight Immortal King's roars and his pull on the moon. Waves of energy rippled through the cosmos, surging outward. Space transformed into a lake, and endless ripples disturbed its surface. A journey that had required 4 days was violently shrunk to a single day. One day might seem brief to some, but to the Federation cultivators fighting on the battlefield of Venus, it was a torturous eternity. The 9th line of defense had collapsed 1 day ago. The 8th, 7th, 6th, and 5th lines of defense were being blasted at relentlessly by endless waves of Dao Palace troops. The Federation was faring horribly in the war. Their anti-spirit bombs and the meticulous preparation that they had made hadn't nudged the battle in their favor. They could only stand firm and resist, drawing out the battle while awaiting their inevitable defeat. More than half of their dermic artifacts had been rendered useless, and a great portion of their array formations had been deactivated. The casualty count was sky-high. The Dao Palace also suffered great losses, but the worsening situation was gradually driving the Federation's morale into a downward spiral. Everyone was waiting, not for Wang Baol's arrival, but for Duanmyuk's command to blow up Venus. That was the critical maneuver for this battle. But no such order came. Duanmyuk was ready to give the order, but he couldn't. Since the battle had commenced, more than 300,000 Dao Palace cultivators had rushed the Venusian line of defense, and countless enemy battleships had attacked. 5 to 6 Soul Conduit Realm cultivators, including Mielizi, had even entered the fray. The enemy had the planet surrounded, but Taoist Yuran remained absent. Yuran's absence meant that the enemy had not yet displayed its full strength. That meant that Duanmyuk couldn't give the orders to blow up Venus. He had learned his lesson on Mercury. Then, the explosion of the planet had been swiftly overpowered by Taoist Yuran and his fearsome death Dao battleship. We will keep waiting for Taoist Yuran to appear. When he turns up, we will activate the solar system array formation to hold him down. That will be when we blow up Venus. Duanmyuk stared unblinkingly at the screens before him. Scenes from the battlefield flashed across the screens and reflected onto his reddened eyes. His nerves were pulled tight to their very limits. The 4th line of defense collapsed as they continued to wait. Feng Qiran had summoned 5 projections and was doing her best to hold back the 5 enemy Soul Conduit Realm cultivators. She might have fully recovered from her previous injuries, but the 5-way fight was still challenging the limits of her capabilities. She risked new injury in order to keep the enemies away and prevent them from unleashing their full power. The Dao Palace nascent Soul Realm cultivators should have given the Dao Palace an advantage on the battlefield. However, the Federation had drawn up a strategy that targeted this group specifically. The core formation realm cultivator leading each small Federation combat team had ignited an anti-spirit bomb at the beginning of their fight. Dealing with the bombs became a source of headache for the Dao Palace nascent soul realm cultivators. As the battle continued, rescue efforts led by Zhao Yaming and the rest became increasingly challenging. No one had the time for a breather. Zhao Yaming and Kong Dao could have used their status and chosen to station themselves behind the safety of the first line of defense, but they had chosen to head for the front lines in the end. The rescue teams, which included Li Wuchen in their midst as well, had suffered great casualties during the battles of the past few days. Everyone was exhausted and stretched to their limits. Injuries accumulated and worsened. Regardless, retreat was not an option. The combat teams were still deep in battle, engaged in a fierce fight. There was no reason for them to retreat and leave their comrades in the lurch. Venus was one of the two key strongholds for the Federation. It was paramount to the Federation's survival. There was no way they could retreat and give it up. Hold our ground. Zhao Yaming clenched her jaw and dashed forward. She saved a fellow Federation cultivator and blocked a blow from a Dao Palace core formation realm cultivator. The latter had a familiar face. He seemed to recognize Zhao Yaming as well and immediately drew back from her cautiously. Kong Dao followed closely behind Zhao Yaming. The injury on his chest was deep, bone visible through its opening. He sucked in a quick breath, gritted his teeth, then flung his pills towards the cultivator whom they had just rescued. There were multiple wounds on the cultivator. His face was pale, his lips streaked with bright crimson blood, and a bitter smile split his face in half. He was about to say something when the bright, glowing barrier of the fourth line of defense suddenly collapsed. It happened too quickly. The precarious state of the Federation took a plunge for the worse. The cause of this was the sudden charge of a cultivator from the ranks of the Dao Palace cultivators. He appeared, then immediately attacked the array formation holding up the fourth line of defense. A soul conduit realm cultivation blasted at the fourth line of defense, tearing it apart and causing its collapse. This cultivator was Mielizi. He blasted the fourth line of defense apart, dodged Feng Chiron's hastily conjured projection, then headed straight for the third line of defense. He seemed intent on destroying every array formation in the area and forcing the Federation to deploy its trump card ahead of time. Stop Mielizi! Li Xingwen's roar thundered across the entire third line of defense. He raced towards Mielizi with a sudden burst of speed. Sect Lord Su had turned around and was doing the same. It seemed like both of them were too late. The third line of defense was about to fall. It was then that a sudden shout erupted from behind the never-ending clan and Dao Palace forces, overpowering the cacophony of battle. The lunar stronghold approached from the distant starlit space, thundering as it drew near. The moon might not seem huge when compared to Venus, but it was still a cosmological entity in its own right. As it sped across the cosmos, it left ripples in its wake that surged outward and distorted the fabric of space. Its entrance sent cultivators on and outside Venus reeling back. What made the sight more shocking was the gargantuan, crazed-looking giant before the hurling moon. The giant was armored, his skin covered with seals, and his entire person enveloped in an aura of death. Vast chains bound him as he dragged the moon forward, howling. The sight was unbelievable and utterly terrifying. It made the moon's entrance even more dramatic and forceful. Everyone's eyes landed on the figure standing on the Night Immortal King's shoulder. It was Wang Beol. His robes fluttered, his black hair flowed. His good-looking features, his slim build, and his cold eyes made him seem strange and foreign. There was an aura of authority that forbade others from challenging him. The Night Immortal King might be towering in form, but he was still an ant when compared to a planet. Wang Beol's spells might not be able to physically grow the Night Immortal King's size, but casting an illusory projection of the Night Immortal King was still something within his means. The effects struck true. Shock and terror rose in the hearts of Dao Palace cultivators as soon as they saw the Night Immortal King's enormous form. They were like ants before a giant. The overpowering pressure exerted by the Night Immortal King made their scalps prickle with fear. Recognition flashed across the faces of a few older Dao Palace cultivators. They shouted in alarm, "Chun Mofeng!" While the Dao Palace cultivators were caught in sudden shock. Waves of spirit energy suddenly rippled in the region before the charging moon. Dozens of vortexes appeared, and another wave of Dao Palace troops emerged. They charged at the moon, intent on stopping it in its path. These battleships had clearly kept their presence on the battlefield concealed for some time. Their objective was to waylay Federation reinforcements and also to keep the full strength of the Dao Palace hidden from enemy eyes. When the right time came, they could then show themselves and join forces with the other troops, overpowering Venus in a single overwhelming wave of attacks. These hidden troops who had concealed themselves in the periphery of the battlefield were significant in number. Waves of spirit energy continued to ripple across the cosmos. Within the blink of an eye, dozens of vortexes appeared. There were almost 100 vortexes spinning in space now. Hordes of Dao Palace battleships rushed out of the vortexes. They seemed to be closing in on the moon and surrounding it. Spells erupted in beams of light, transforming the area into a sea of light. The moon and the night Immortal King were flooded by the light instantly. Any other Federation planet that had arrived as reinforcements might have been able to hold its ground against such an ambush, but it wouldn't have been able to avoid the damage that would have resulted from the clash. The best it might have done was to divide the Dao Palace forces and lessen the pressure being placed on Venus. It wouldn't have been able to rescue Venus completely from attack. This was the lunar stronghold, though, which had the Night Immortal King under its command. Such attacks were useless against it. Wang Bao's eyes had narrowed when the sea of light had flooded the area. Then he raised his right hand and pointed his finger forward. A howl tore itself loose from the Night Immortal King. It was like the sudden roar of a hurricane. His enormous form charged out of the sea of light. He tugged the moon, ignored the battleships blocking his path, and charged headfirst into their ranks. The battleships were powerful weapons not to be trifled with, but the enemy they were facing down was the Night Immortal King and the enormous moon. They were like a house of cards. The sea of light might be powerful, but it wasn't strong enough to keep the moon back. The battleships had no time to run. They crashed against the waves of energy created by the moon as it approached and were flung outward, crushed by the moon as it sped into them. The sounds of collisions resonated in the air as battleships were destroyed, followed by continuous screams of pain and terror. Many cultivators tried escaping from their battleships, but they could only watch in despair as the waves of energy surging from the moon bound their bodies. The moon approached, grew larger in size, and finally crushed and robbed them of their lives. The Dao Palace cultivators were being massacred. The Night Immortal King's roars resonated in the cosmos as his enormous form tugged the moon forward. Both gargantuan entities charged through enemy ranks, rushing into the center of the battlefield. Dao Palace battleships exploded and were torn to pieces in the wake of the Night Immortal King's charge. Wang Bao's eyes flickered with a cold light as he barked another order. Every cultivator in the lunar stronghold unleashed their dermic artifacts. The moon was bathed in an instant red glow. Every dermic artifact on the stronghold was activated, and countless beams of light blasted into space from every corner of the lunar stronghold, blindly and with full force. On their own, each beam of red light might not be extremely powerful, but, combined, their numbers exceeded 100,000 beams. Waves of spirit energy surged into the cosmos, and dozens of eruptions blasted into space with hardly any rest between each wave. More than 1 million beams of red light flooded the battlefield. Every Dao Palace battleship within the lunar stronghold's line of sight received hundreds of blasts from the latter. Dao Palace cultivators who had rushed out of their battleships were not spared either. The thunderous explosions of battleships and the pained screams of cultivators filled space like an endless song of violence. Wang Bao continued to crush lotus seeds to perpetuate his control over the Night Immortal King. The latter spread his arms wide, instinctively sweeping his arms through the cosmos. Each sweep of his arm sent a hurricane spiraling through space, destroying everything in the vicinity. Wang Bao leaped up and rushed towards the 5 never-ending Clan Soul Conduit Realm cultivators, whom Feng Chiron's avatars had been keeping busy. He wasn't greedy, he only targeted the three nearest to him. His avatar split from his form and walked away. It didn't charge into the fray. Instead, it remained perched on the Night Immortal King's shoulder. Wang Baol's arrival was like a nightmare to the never-ending clan Soul Conduit Realm cultivators. They had heard of what had happened in the previous battle with Wang Baol, including the bizarre mystic art he had unleashed with the black demonic eye that had hovered at his back. It had been the cause of dozens of Soul Conduit Realm cultivators' deaths. As soon as they saw Wang Baol appear, these Soul Conduit Realm cultivators began to retreat and attempted to stay away from Wang Baol. Elder Chiron, Wang Baol roared as his enemies made an attempt at retreat. A black demonic eye materialized behind him and opened. Feng Chiron and Wang Baol had fought together numerous times. The former immediately steered her avatars forcefully into the paths of the retreating Soul Conduit Realm cultivators, risking everything to keep them in place. What awaited them then would be their worst nightmare. Thunder boomed in the cosmos. The dark demonic eye opened, and a strange power surged from the open eye. Wang Baol attacked without hesitation, killing one Soul Conduit Realm cultivator instantly. Feng Chiron seized the opportunity and, together with Wang Baol, managed to kill another Soul Conduit Realm cultivator and injure the third. The last Soul Conduit Realm cultivator was lucky enough to escape with his life. He was also the sole surviving Soul Conduit Realm cultivator who had escaped with his life intact in his last battle with Wang Baol. It was this instinctive fear of Wang Baol that had made him draw back immediately upon Wang Baol's arrival on the battlefield. That had been what had saved his life. Within the blink of an eye, following Wang Baol's sudden arrival, the million crimson blasts erupting from the lunar stronghold, and the terrifying roars of the Night Immortal King erupting in the cosmos. The Venusian battlefield had descended into complete chaos. Every Federation cultivator who witnessed the sight was shocked. Some couldn't control their excitement and cried out, saying, "It's Wang Baol! It's the Night Immortal King!" Compared to the name Chan Mofeng, which was unfamiliar to many in the Federation, the Night Immortal King was a familiar name to all Federation cultivators. Ordinary citizens might not know much about the Night Immortal King, but any Federation cultivator would have heard about the legend of the Night Immortal King. And now, they were witnessing the true form of the fully awakened Night Immortal King. They also saw Wang Baol's true power. Both were a shock to the Federation cultivators. Even Li Xingwen and Duan Myuk were reeling. Mielizi was equally affected, shuddering momentarily. The Night Immortal King's appearance seemed to have stirred something in him. Memories seemed to be shifting inside his head. His eyes glimmered, as if he were struggling with his own mind. His charge towards the third line of defense seemed considerably slower. That cost him the element of surprise and lost him his prior advantage of speed. Li Xingwen intercepted him with his team before he could reach the third line of defense. Of course, everyone's attention was captured by the moon and the Night Immortal King's arrival, as well as Wang Baol's powerful attacks. As their minds reeled from shock, no one noticed Li Wuchen, who was part of the rescue teams on the battlefield. They didn't see the look of confusion on Li Wuchen's face when he saw the Night Immortal King. This wasn't his first time seeing the Night Immortal King, but it was the first time strange images had surfaced in his mind upon the sight of the giant. He didn't know the cause behind that. He only felt a strange and near imperceptible sense of familiarity as he gazed at the Night Immortal King. Before Li Wuchen could examine the sudden surge of images in his head and the unexpected feeling of familiarity, an emotionless snort thundered across the cosmos, descending upon the battlefield like the voice of a god. A black light appeared out of nowhere and shot across space, traversing the vast starlit battlefield and heading straight for Wang Baol. It was extremely fast, like an arrow piercing through space itself and leaving waves of spirit energy rippling in its wake. The ripples of spirit energy rushed outward, draining any ordinary cultivator that was unfortunate enough to come into contact with it and destroying said cultivator completely, in both body and soul. Wang Baol's pupils contracted. He didn't hesitate in the face of sudden danger, switching places with his avatar immediately. He reappeared on the moon, sitting cross-legged on the Night Immortal King's shoulder. The green lotus inside his devouring seed swayed fiercely, and Wang Baol crushed another 5 lotus seeds and strengthened his command over the Night Immortal King. Wang Baol knew that he had to awaken and keep the Night Immortal King's true soul awake. His true power would remain in slumber otherwise, under the reins of the newborn zombie soul. Wang Baol knew that the Night Immortal King's true power wasn't in his soul conduit realm cultivation, but in his endless strength and powerful physical body. The Night Immortal King trembled when the 5 lotus seeds were smashed to dust. The red glow in his eyes intensified, brightening like 2 stars. He raised his head up and roared. Then, he raised his right hand, tightened it into a fist, and sent a powerful punch flying towards the approaching black light. The punch smashed into the cosmos and created an instant vortex that seemed capable of tearing everything coming its way apart. It spiraled towards the approaching black light and crashed into it. The black light released its full power, unleashed its full force, and exploded. The resultant backlash and destruction rushed outward like angry waves, pulling the Night Immortal King under. The giant shuddered and staggered backward under the force of the backlash. He didn't slam into the moon but instead stumbled in another direction. Amidst the series of thunderous booms, the chains on the Night Immortal King whined under the force of the black light. They creaked and swayed dangerously. The moon quaked and was jerked hundreds of feet into the distance. The strength of the attack was so immense that it struck terror into the hearts of every cultivator present. Both Dao Palace and Federation cultivators alike stared at the sight, their hearts racing and their minds reeling. Wang Baol's heart sank. If it were him, he would have found the attack immensely challenging to hold back. The price in exchange for that would have been serious injury and blood spilling from his lips. He immediately turned towards the Night Immortal King to inspect the latter's condition. The result led to an odd expression on Wang Baol's face. The Night Immortal King had been driven back, to the point where he had stumbled off course. But the next moment, he had lifted his head fiercely again, with hardly a scratch on his body. That eased the worry in Wang Baol's mind. He narrowed his eyes and stared into the distance, towards where the black light had come from. An enormous, familiar-looking battleship formed from 3 circular discs was rapidly shifting from its initial translucent form into something completely visible. Atop the vast battleship stood a person. He appeared tiny next to the huge battleship. Regardless, this person was clearly the core of the battleship. It was a sight that Wang Baol found familiar, a strong build with 3 heads and 6 arms that exuded terrifying spirit chi. The aura he exuded was overwhelming and seemed as if it could overpower anything and everything. It surged from his person, as if attempting to assert authority and control over every living thing in the area. He didn't look like Taoist Yuran. Instead, he looked like the never-ending clan battle robes that had been soaked in spirit liquid on the battleship and that Wang Baol had destroyed. Regardless, when Wang Baol set his eyes on the transformed battle robes, he immediately recognized that as Taoist Yuran. So they fused. Wang Baol narrowed his eyes. There was no fear or intent to retreat in his eyes. What there was instead was a steadily rising, fierce battle lust. Red meridians materialized around his body as the arch armor clanked loudly and assembled over his form. Growing and extending over his right arm was the divine armament and its star-bright, gleaming blade. The dark demonic eye hovering behind Wang Baol chose this moment to grow larger in size, its eye opening in a narrow slit as it stared unblinkingly at Taoist Yuran. As its gaze locked onto Taoist Yuran, a gray light also surfaced in Taoist Yuran's eyes. Hidden deep within those eyes was an irregularly shaped shard the size of a human fingernail. Its form straddled the boundaries of illusion and reality, giving off black and white glows that merged into a gray, murky light in Taoist Yuran's eyes. As his eyes flickered with gray light, Taoist Yuran ignored the gaze of Wang Baol's demonic eye. He stepped off his battleship and onto the starlit sky, transforming into a blur. His speed was so swift that the vast distances in space seemed like mere inches. His murderous aura arrived before he did. His palms pressed together in a series of hand seals, and moon and sun-like shapes materialized around him. They spread out, shone like the stars, and transformed instantly into a miniature cosmological map. Within the map were 9 suns and hundreds of moons, and countless stars lit the map. It wasn't the map of the solar system, but of a piece of sky that didn't exist in reality. An awesome power erupted as soon as the map appeared. It was a power that seemed capable of crushing everything. Taoist Yu Ran's low voice boomed as the surge of energy rushed at Wang Baol, thundering, "Hold him down!" The cosmos shuddered and rippled, and the stars in the sky seemed to have dimmed. The map that Taoist Yu Ran had summoned appeared to be the only source of blinding light in space as it rushed towards Wang Baol. It was as if Taoist Yu Ran was wielding a piece of the cosmos in his hands and using that to overpower Wang Baol. That seemed like sheer exaggeration. In fact, the actual power of the spell might not be as incredible as what had been described. Regardless, the impression it gave and the feelings it inspired were indeed awe-inducing. An intense danger that sharpened into a murderous intent the likes of which Wang Baol had never experienced before exploded in his head with the force of 100,000 thunderbolts. All alarm bells in his head went off wildly. His heart almost stopped beating under the overpowering force of the approaching attack. A bout of dizziness struck Wang Baol, and his soul began to tremble. He couldn't avoid the attack. He had no time to wonder why his demonic eye had lost its power. Eyes red, he could only pour everything he had into activating the dark demonic eye behind him. Freeze Taoist Yu Ran in his tracks and disrupt his star map. That was the only way to retaliate against this attack and avoid being killed. "I've killed you once, I can do it again." A crazed look shone in Wang Baol's eyes. His stellar nascent soul opened its eyes as well and activated its full cultivation to support Wang Baol's demonic eye. The eye shot wide open in the next moment. Blood-like strands appeared in its iris and spread throughout the white of the eye. A sudden force that contained an immense seal within it erupted and enveloped Taoist Yu Ran. The shard hidden in Taoist Yu Ran's eyes glimmered, but before it could act, Wang Baol shouted the scripture in his head. An awesome power descended from above them. It came from the deepest regions of space and erupted all around them. A thunderous roar erupted in every cultivator's head as the power of the scripture arrived. Meanwhile, the dark demonic eye unleashed its full power. The expression on Taoist Yu Ran's face finally shifted and revealed alarm, and he and his fearsome star map stumbled to a momentary halt. Nested deep inside his eyes, the irregularly shaped shard dimmed considerably, its glow seemingly sealed and enveloped by an external force. It cloaked the shard and momentarily imprisoned its light within. Wang Baol seized the opportunity without hesitation, leaving his avatar behind and dashing out. His armored form raised its right hand, and the light flaring from his divine armament was like the sun, its light blinding. The divine armament pointed towards Taoist Yu Ran and slashed. Waves of spirit energy surged through the cosmos. The force of the slash was like a long arc of rainbow that shot through the abyss and appeared instantly before Taoist Yu Ran. It evaded the star map and attacked Taoist Yu Ran directly. It was then that the shard inside Taoist Yu Ran's eyes managed to struggle free. Wang Baol's demonic eye trembled as he spat out a mouthful of blood. The shard unleashed its full power once again. Alarm flooded Wang Baol's senses, and an intense violence surged alongside it. He didn't retreat. He held his ground and continued the forward slash. Taoist Yu Ran had just managed to regain his mobility. He didn't attempt to dodge Wang Baol's attack either. Murder filled his being as he pressed his hands together in a series of hand seals, wielding his star map to intercept the attack. The star map and Wang Baol's divine armament collided in the next instant. "Shatter!" Wang Baol roared. His divine armament fell heavily, crushing the star map and shattering the latter into pieces. A loud thunder resonated in the cosmos as waves of spirit energy rushed outward like the waves of a tsunami. The backlash hit at cultivators from both sides of the war. Many cultivators spat blood from their mouths as they staggered away hurriedly. Blood seeped from Wang Baol's mouth. An unbelievable force had rushed at him the moment the star map had shattered. The arch armor's protection didn't save him from being injured. His armor creaked under the backlash, and cracks appeared all over it. Wang Baol was driven back, an intense flare of danger erupting in Wang Baol's head as he watched Taoist Yuran's arm reach out from behind the shattered star map. The arm seemed to be imbued with a strange power. The shard that had rested in Taoist Yuran's eye materialized inside the palm of that arm as the arm continued stretching towards Wang Baol, intent on capturing him. There was no doubt that should he be captured, his fate would be the destruction of his body and soul. He would be powerless to defy the inevitable. Fortunately, Wang Baol was an experienced fighter. Just as the hand of death was about to close in around him, he switched places with his avatar. Wang Baol's true form vanished. In his place appeared his avatar, which blew itself up as soon as the fist tightened around it. The explosion thundered in the cosmos, and the force of the explosion hit the hand squarely. Taoist Yuran grunted. Then he transformed into a long arc of rainbow and charged through the shattered star map towards where Wang Baol's true form was, on the night Immortal King. He was a blur that rushed towards Wang Baol. It was clear that he intended to end this battle quickly. He wasn't going to give Wang Baol the chance to recuperate and react. However, he had underestimated Wang Baol's quick response. As soon as Wang Baol had switched places with his avatar, he had shattered another 10 lotus seeds decisively. Under his control, the Night Immortal King roared and charged, lifting his right hand and sending a punch forward. It was as if Wang Baol and Taoist Yuran had acted at the same time. They rushed at each other and soon clashed. The Night Immortal King stumbled back amidst their thunderous collision. Taoist Yuran staggered backwards as well, driven back 1,000 feet before he finally managed to plant his feet down and stop. He lifted his dark, furious face and glared at the Night Immortal King's shoulder, where Wang Baol was. There was blood seeping from Wang Baol's lips. He, too, lifted his head and returned Taoist Yuran's stare. Their fight had only lasted a few moments, and Wang Baol was clearly at a disadvantage, but he had managed to hold his own through various tricks and means. Wang Baol, we've activated the anti-spirit bombs on Venus. They are ready for deployment anytime. Find a way to get Taoist Yuran to unleash his Death Dao battleship's power. That should hold his full attention and prevent him from focusing on overpowering the planet's self-destruction. As Wang Baol stared at Taoist Yuran, Li Xingwen's frantic voice traveled into his ear via the solar system array formation. Wang Baol narrowed his eyes, and his right hand lifted skyward, pointing at Taoist Yuran. The Night Immortal King's eyes went ablaze with a crimson glow. He roared and charged forward, heading straight for Taoist Yuran. The chains shackling him jerked tight, the moon barely holding him back. An array of lights flared on the moon, and its dermic artifacts became fully activated. They didn't start attacking in all directions like they had earlier but shifted and targeted a single spot instead. 100,000 red lights locked onto a single target, then blasted at Taoist Yuran. A flicker of light flashed across Taoist Yuran's eyes as his hands came together in a flurry of hand seals. 2 beams of light, black and white, surged from his palms, rushed forward, and merged into a gray light before him, blocking the stream of red as well as the Night Immortal King's fist. Booms thundered across the cosmos. Wang Baol summoned an avatar, sent it out, and blew it up. The expression on Taoist Yuran's face shifted immediately. He flew back amidst the deafening explosion. He was a single man fighting a hard battle against the combined forces of the lunar stronghold, the Night Immortal King, as well as Wang Baol's self-exploding avatars. He seemed reluctant to bring the Death Dao battleship into the fight. As he retreated, his 6 arms came together to form a series of hand seals. An enormous flower with pale white petals and a black center materialized next to him. It grew to full bloom, then scattered its petals into the cosmos. The snow-white petals enveloped the Night Immortal King. The Night Immortal King roared, his arms thrashing violently in the air. His armor separated from his body into multiple separate pieces that spread all around him. Wang Baol leaped and sent his divine armament downward in a decisive slash. The moon shuddered, The cultivators on the satellite gave everything they had in them. Even the stellar source housed inside the lunar stronghold churned fiercely. The red stream then transformed into a gigantic red hand that charged past the petals and made a grab for Taoist Yuran. Waves of energy rippled through the cosmos again. The night Immortal King shook, and blood seeped from Wang Baol's lips. Their combined forces destroyed the petals. They then pulled their efforts together and made another charge at Taoist Yuran. A flash of grim determination flickered in Taoist Yuran's eyes as danger loomed over his head. He raised his right arm and pointed at the Death Tao battleship. His hoarse, raspy voice echoed across the cosmos as he spoke. Seal! All 3 discs on the never-ending Clan Death Tao battleship unleashed a blue light as soon as the command was issued. A sea of light appeared, cold and chilly, rushing outwards and freezing everything in its wake. The blue sea of light flooded the battlefield within the blink of an eye. At the sight, a faint ghostly light flickered in Wang Baol's eyes. He seemed thoughtful and anxious at the same time. Without hesitation, he retreated, unleashing his full speed in order to escape. It was too late. The moon, the night Immortal King, and Wang Baol were flooded by the sea of light instantly, then rapidly encased in ice. The sight sent both Tao Palace and Federation cultivators reeling back in shock. It wasn't the first time they had seen the power of the Death Tao battleship. Mercury's self-destruction had failed to achieve its purpose precisely because the Death Tao battleship had unleashed a similar attack when the anti-spirit bombs had gone off. It had frozen the entire planet and overpowered the anti-spirit bombs, causing the mission to blow up Mercury to be a complete failure. This same attack had made a second appearance, but its target hadn't been a planet this time. Instead, it had been the invincible-looking lunar stronghold and the night Immortal King, as well as Wang Baol. Zhao Yaming's face turned pale instantly as she swayed on her feet. Kong Dao shook as battle lust and violence erupted from his person with increased intensity. As for Wang Baol's other friends, they were all filled with shock and worry. Li Xingwen and Duan Muk clenched their jaws. They had been waiting for this moment for a long time. Li Xingwen activated the solar system array formation to teleport the Federation cultivators away, while Duan Muk immediately triggered Venus' self-destruct mechanism. They weren't being reckless or bold. They worried that this was a trap planted by the enemy. However, if they missed this opportunity, the fate of Venus might end up like Mercury's. That was why they had decided to bet on it, despite the fact that it might be a trap. Unfortunately, they lost the bet. Just as Venus' self-destruct mechanism was triggered and the anti-spirit bombs buried deep inside the planet were about to blow up, Taoist Yuran laughed. He raised his right hand, then clenched it into a tight fist. The blue light blasting from the never-ending Clan Death Tao battleship turned black instantly. A sea of black, vaster than the sea of blue, was unleashed in the cosmos. It surged past the Tao Palace and Federation cultivators, the lines of defense, and appeared right above Venus. Then, it transformed into an enormous seal that blanketed Venus from above and fell heavily onto the planet. Venus shuddered violently. The anti-spirit bombs buried deep in the planet were overpowered by the seal's force. Their explosions stopped midway. Duan Muk shook. A crazed look colored his eyes as he and Li Xingwen formed hand seals and activated Venus' final trump card. Deep underground on Venus, there was a prison that had been built at the beginning of the Spirit Inception era. It held every criminal who had committed serious offenses since the start of the Spirit Inception era, the old lady from the Galactic Dusk sect being one of them. There were also beasts from Earth imprisoned there. Most of them were at the core formation realm and hadn't posed a great danger. However, Duan Muk had given a secret order that led to Zhao Yaming's father, Zhao Pinfong, personally modifying an anti-spirit bomb that was eventually planted inside these prisoners' bodies. These were anti-spirit bombs with stellar source as their core. Each was as powerful as a blow from a nascent soul realm cultivator. An array formation had also been set up around these prisoners, with every 100 prisoners coming together to form a mini-array formation. These mini-array formations came together to form an enormous array formation. This array formation was directly linked to the planet's stellar source. The self-destruction of the prisoners would, therefore, trigger the collapse of the stellar source and the destruction of Venus. This was the double-layered strategy that the Federation had prepared. As the array formation was activated, every mindless criminal in the Venusian prison began to shake violently. Beams of light erupted from their bodies, forming waves of destructive energy that affected the planet's stellar source. The entire planet began to shudder, seemingly on the verge of blowing up again. "So that's your trump card." Taoist Yuran laughed lightly. His right hand formed a series of hand seals, then pointed. The black seal hovering above Venus released countless black flames immediately. The flames burned fiercely, swept around, and surrounded Venus like a gush of strong wind. The planet was enveloped entirely in flames. The black flames became the second seal that caused the Federation's final trump card to fail. As the flames burned, they began to refine the planet. Venus' third line of defense collapsed instantly, with its second line of defense melting away rapidly. Fury rushed up Duan Muk's body and emerged as blood was spat out from his mouth. His eyes were red. Bitterness flooded his heart. Li Xingwen was in the same condition. He was swaying slightly on his feet, his face pale. Meanwhile, the other Federation cultivators fell into a deathly silence. "If I hadn't required your assistance to blow up Venus so that its stellar source could fully expose itself and be accessible for my collection, I would have refined all of you earlier," Taoist Yuran said as he smiled. His aim wasn't simply to destroy Venus. It was to make use of the Federation to stir the planet's stellar source into an active state. This wouldn't only perfect his refinement, it would also provide a great source of energy to repair the Death Dao battleship he had fused himself with on a larger scale. He had made it seem as if he had been forced to bring the Death Dao battleship into the fight with Wang Beol, the Lunar Stronghold, and the Night Immortal King, but that had been a trap. His aim had been to lure the Federation into blowing up Venus. "Wang Beol, I want you to watch the planet that you've tried so hard to protect be slowly eaten away and turn into nutrients for my battleship." Taoist Yuran raised his face skyward and laughed out loud. His eyes fell on Wang Beol, who remained encased in ice on the Night Immortal King's shoulder. Wang Beol was trapped and frozen to a spot, but he was still alive. No one knew what he was thinking. However, Taoist Yuran could see the anxiety in Wang Beol's eyes clearly. "Now, let the feast begin." Taoist Yuran's spirit soared at the sight of Wang Beol's anxiety. He laughed. With another wave of his hand, the sea of fire that surrounded Venus burned through the planet's second line of defense. The defensive array formation shattered. The Dao Palace cultivators were all struck dumb by the power that was on display. However, in the end, greed prevailed. After realizing that the black flames posed no danger to them, they rushed excitedly through the fire and began fighting. The self-destruct mechanisms had failed, and the planet's lines of defenses were falling. It seemed that defeat was inevitable. Duan Muk laughed bitterly. He was about to send the orders to abandon Venus and instruct the troops to escape to Mars via the solar system array formation. They would reorganize the remaining troops on Mars. It was then that Wang Beol, encased in ice and frozen to the Night Immortal King's shoulder, stared deeply into Taoist Yuran's eyes. A black flame suddenly erupted from his body. It seemed similar to the one that Taoist Yuran was using to refine Venus, yet was completely different in essence. The flame passed through the ice, melting it at an astonishing rate. Wang Beol's voice boomed across the cosmos. "Does that mean you have no cards up your sleeve now as well?" The black flame inside Wang Beol's body erupted with sudden violence as he spoke. It spread outward from the Night Immortal King's right shoulder with a mad fervor. The layer of blue ice encasing the Night Immortal King took on a different color instantly. The black flame was the dark fire. Taoist Yuran might have had some knowledge of the dark sect that had once engaged in fierce battle with the Neverending Clan, but his status in the Neverending Clan and his level of cultivation meant that he couldn't recognize the dark fire instantly. Regardless, he immediately sensed an indescribable danger, causing alarm to color his face. The black flame spread from Wang Beol outward, and the ice that had encased him began to disappear rapidly. It didn't melt, it disappeared. Melting meant that the layer of ice had turned to water upon contact with a fire that had a higher temperature. Disappearing, meant something else entirely. Temperature was a relative thing. Taoist Yuran's blue ice might appear to be of a low temperature, but should it come into contact with something that was even colder than it would no longer be ice, it would become fire to that colder entity. The blue ice was disappearing. An observer watching from afar might even think it was evaporating, dissipating into the cosmos, and revealing its sealed prisoners, the Knight Immortal King and Wang Baol. As the black flames spread, the blue ice encasing the lunar stronghold began to vanish rapidly as well. The sight sent Taoist Yuran's pupils contracting. What is that fire made of? Taoist Yuran's heart raced as he reeled back in shock. The cultivators on the battlefield who witnessed the scene were also collectively shocked. Venus, whose defeat had been inevitable a moment ago, seemed to have glimpsed a sliver of hope. Wang Baol was secretly sighing though, as his level of cultivation was still too low. If he were powerful enough and had been able to engineer a greater and more explosive display of the dark fire, this battle might just end right there and then. Resolution flashed across Wang Baol's eyes at that moment. After having uttered those words and given the Federation a sliver of hope, without hesitation, he reached for the remaining dozens of lotus seeds inside his devouring seed and crushed them all. The Knight Immortal King shuddered violently as the red glow in his eyes burned with a sudden intensity. They were like two blazing lamps whose light flooded the entire battlefield. A slumbering consciousness seemed to be struggling fiercely. It was like someone asleep was being shoved at hard and was on the verge of waking up. The purpose of unleashing the dark fire and shattering all his lotus seeds was none other than to awaken the Knight Immortal King's true soul. Wang Baol was going to awaken the Knight Immortal King's true soul and unleash the Knight Immortal King's true power on the enemy. That was his greatest and last trump card. The sudden intense danger alarmed Taoist Yuran. A fierce light flashed in his eyes. There was no time to concern himself with Venus at the moment. His hands came together in a flurry of hand seals, and the 3 discs on the never-ending Clan Death Tao battleship flared with a bright light. Instead of another blast of blue light, they summoned a seal that was identical to the one hovering over Venus. It flew out and appeared right above Wang Baol, releasing the same black flames and attempting to stop Wang Baol and refine him. No one will stand in my way. Taoist Yuran's eyes flashed, and the irregularly shaped shard hidden within shone brightly. He took one step forward and unleashed his full cultivation. Then, like an arrow released from the bow, he charged at Wang Baol. The realization finally dawned on him. Destroying the Federation was difficult but not impossible. Wang Baol, however, was the greatest unknown in the war. With him around, a slight misstep could result in a completely different outcome for the battle. I can't have you live. As Taoist Yuran rushed towards Wang Baol, the latter suddenly got to his feet. He stood on the Knight Immortal King's shoulder, his eyes glimmering brightly and his arms outstretched. The dark fire inside his body surged out again. Along with the flames spread the power of soul guidance. Its power combined with that of Wang Baol's lotus and transformed into a force built on the dark art. A force that seemed to be calling out for one's soul. Wang Baol said coolly, "Chan Mofeng." There was a strange tonality to Wang Baol's voice. It echoed in the cosmos and sent the Knight Immortal King shuddering violently. The Knight Immortal King let loose a fearsome roar. "Soul, return," Wang Baol said. His voice appeared to have power over the soul, as if whatever he said would be done. His hands came together to form a series of hand seals. They fell apart, like the parting of yin and yang, the unbinding of life and death. A slumbering soul was finally awoken. The Knight Immortal King lifted his head skyward and roared again. His fury echoed across the battlefield, sending fear and shock into everyone's trembling hearts. The roar drowned out Wang Baol's voice, sending waves of spirit energy rippling across the cosmos and surging outward. A terrifying aura erupted from his person. The appearance of the aura immediately overpowered everyone on the battlefield. Every cultivator, from the Tao Palace and the Federation alike, began to tremble. Even Taoist Yuran started shuddering violently during his charge. Shocked, he instinctively retreated, fearful to stray too near the night immortal king. A red mark suddenly appeared out of nowhere on his forehead. He seemed unaware of its existence. Deep inside the never-ending Clan Death Dao battleship, a woman sitting atop a cliff began to lift her head slowly. She gazed into the world beyond the battleship, a torrent of emotions coloring her eyes. At that exact moment, the red glow in the night immortal king's eyes dissipated rapidly. Replacing it was a deep ghostly light that grew increasingly distinct and finally transformed into a look of confusion and loss. The battlefield fell into a dead silence. No one spoke. Feng Qiuran, despite her excitement, found it hard to speak in the overpowering presence of the night immortal king. His power weighed down heavily on everyone. No one noticed Li Wuchen then. He was trembling. A seal that was hidden inside his eyes seemed to have shattered, causing memories to surge into his head. There was a look of pity in his eyes when he stared at the night immortal king. Chun Mofeng. Amidst everyone's shock, Chun Mofeng lowered his head and stared at the cursed seals on his skin in confusion. He looked at the chains weighing him down. Then, silently, he turned his head and looked at Wang Beol on his shoulder. It was a look that seemed to see right through Wang Beol. Unfortunately, while he had awoken, his full senses hadn't yet returned to him. He was still lost in confusion. Wang Beol's face was pale. He stood on Chun Mofeng's shoulder, in the full blast of Chun Mofeng's powerful aura. It was only through the combined forces of his stellar nascent soul, the arch armor, his dark fire, and the connection between his green lotus and the night immortal king, that he managed to stay on his feet. His eyes met the night immortal king's. Wang Beol raised his hands with great difficulty, then cupped his fists and bowed deeply. I'm Wang Beol, your humble junior and a disciple of the vast expanse Dao Palace. Taoist Yuran betrayed the sect and plunged the Dao Palace into danger. I had no choice but to awaken the esteemed elder. I beg you to aid us and kill the traitor Taoist Yuran. Chun Mofeng seemed not to have heard Wang Beol at all. He retracted his confused gaze from Wang Beol and swept his eyes across the battlefield. They paused momentarily on Li Wuchen before shifting away and landing on Taoist Yuran. The latter was shuddering, his scalp prickling with fear. Chun Mofeng saw the mark on Taoist Yuran's forehead, which seemed to agitate him. He appeared to be struggling against his own confusion. Wang Beol grew frantic when Chun Mofeng ignored him after having been awakened. He could feel the power of his shattered lotus seeds fading away rapidly with Chun Mofeng's awakening. They would be gone completely within 10 counts. Chun Mofeng would fall back into slumber then. Anxious, he seized upon the struggle in Chun Mofeng's eyes and called out to Chun Mofeng again. Please, esteemed elder, help me kill this man. Wang Beol sent the green lotus inside him swaying violently as he spoke and released his dark fire. Chun Mofeng finally shook slightly, and murder flashed across his eyes as he raised his enormous right hand slowly. The moon spirits, night immortals, and moon goo on the moon quivered at the sight of the raised hand. A mysterious power was pulling at them. They faded away, transforming into spheres of light that sped towards the cosmos. The lights numbered more than hundreds of thousands. They amassed in the cosmos, as if they had been a part of the night immortal king all along, transforming into a river of light that circled to the night immortal king's side. As the night immortal king's right hand raised itself fully, the river of light reached his upraised hand and transformed into an illusory, translucent finger. The finger was small compared to the moon, about 1/10 of the satellite size, but its appearance shocked everyone present. It rushed towards Taoist Yuran in a thundering charge. Wang Beol sighed a breath of relief when Night Immortal King Chun Mofeng attacked. He had spent all his lotus seeds in order to awaken the Night Immortal King's true soul. That was why. Chun Mofeng's hesitation had Wang Beol worried and anxious. Wang Beol narrowed his eyes. He had his own assessment of Chun Mofeng's true level of cultivation. Wang Beol sensed that the power contained within Chun Mofeng's illusory finger had surpassed that of a soul conduit realm cultivator. In fact, it might even have surpassed that of a spirit immortal realm cultivator. He still wasn't as powerful as Wang Beol's senior brother, but the power Wang Baol had felt was similar to the power he had felt during his ascension to the stellar nascent soul realm. It had almost reached the level of a planet realm cultivator. Perhaps this was indeed the power displayed by a planet realm cultivator. It wasn't a true measure of Chun Mofeng's real strength, though. He was still in a daze and only had a wisp of his original true soul. His physical body and his cultivation were both in a weakened state. Regardless, he still managed to unleash a power that rivaled that of a planet realm cultivator. One could imagine how powerful Chun Mofeng had truly been at the peak of his strength. Such a powerful cultivator should have become one of the leaders of the renewed Dao Palace. He should have had a bright future ahead of him. Fate had played its games and ensured that such a choice hadn't been made available to him. These thoughts flashed across Wang Baol's mind as he stared at Taoist Yuran. The latter's face was colored with alarm, and he was retreating rapidly, trying to evade the gigantic finger. Wang Baol's eyes were filled with murderous intent. "I've killed you once. I can kill you again. Let's find out if you'll be able to resurrect yourself a second time." Wang Baol's murderous gaze was tinged with doubt. His suspicions concerned Taoist Yuran's resurrection. He had a feeling that there was a huge secret hidden behind the resurrection. Taoist Yuran had no idea that he had died previously. In the face of an attack that came from someone who rivaled a planet realm cultivator, he could only tremble while his scalp prickled with fear. The looming sense of death and danger was driving him insane. As he retreated, his hands came together to form a series of hand seals. The never-ending Clan Death Dao battleship unleashed a dazzling light that transformed into an enormous seal. The seal appeared before Taoist Yuran, a shield against the Night Immortal King's attack. He felt that wasn't enough. Taoist Yuran couldn't care less for Venus at this moment, so he pulled the seal over Venus away. The black flames and mark hovering over Venus vanished and reappeared before him, transforming into a weighty seal that spanned 10,000 feet. The seal felt ancient and appeared to be at ease in the cosmos while repelling the cosmos at the same time. It was an indescribable, contradictory feeling that gave one the impression that it was being sealed. It repelled the cosmos and hence was sealed. The seal allowed it to coexist harmoniously in space. This was what made the Death Dao battleship special. Taoist Yuran, who was in grave danger at the moment, had abandoned all his plans and was risking everything. He gathered the full power of the battleship to fight back against the force of Night Immortal King Chun Mofeng's single finger. The cosmos thundered, the seal glittered, and it froze Chun Mofeng's approaching finger in its tracks. As it held the finger back, Taoist Yuran picked up speed and retreated hastily with the intent to leave the battlefield. He might have been fast, and the defense he had mounted might have been powerful, but still fell short. Chun Mofeng's finger, which had been formed from all living creatures on the moon, collided loudly with the black seal that Taoist Yuran had unleashed from the never-ending Clan Death Dao battleship. Thunderous booms erupted in the cosmos and surged outward, stirring violent waves of spirit energy that swept across the battlefield. The Night Immortal King's finger, formed from a multitude of lights, smashed into the black seal like a meteor. The collision destroyed almost half of the finger and shattered the black seal into multiple pieces. The remaining part of the finger shot past the shattered black seal and landed on Taoist Yuran's body. It didn't matter how fast he retreated. There was no escape. Taoist Yuran watched as the finger and the threat of death rushed at him, madness coloring his eyes. He shouted, "Heavenly Dao!" The irregularly shaped shard in his eye flared up with an intense light. It materialized and grew in size before Taoist Yuran, then charged towards Chun Mofeng's approaching finger and crashed into the latter. Explosions boomed in the cosmos yet again. The shard didn't shatter under the incredible force of Chun Mofeng's finger. Regardless, Taoist Yuran's cultivation was clearly not powerful enough to support the resilient shard. The shard might not have been damaged in the collision, but it was easily nudged away by Chun Mofeng's finger and then shoved into Taoist Yuran. The attack still landed on Taoist Yuran. Taoist Yuran spat out a mouthful of blood, wailing as his 6 arms came together to form a flurry of hand seals. It seemed to be a mystic technique that allowed him to transfer his injuries. They were distributed to his limbs. The result of that was 4 broken limbs out of 6 and 2 destroyed heads out of 3. Cracks appeared all over his body, and blood continued to spill from his wounds. Taoist Yuran had managed to escape death despite a direct blow from the Night Immortal King due to his mystic technique. His eyes exposed his weakened, terrified state. He retreated frantically and tried to widen the distance between him and the finger. He could tell that Chun Mofeng's current state was only temporary and wasn't sustainable for a long period of time. He just needed to survive for a while longer before he was out of critical danger. That was what happened. After the attack, the unfathomable look in the Night Immortal King's eyes faded away and was swiftly replaced by a red glow. The power of Wang Baol's lotus seeds was waning. He had only a few seconds before the Night Immortal King's true soul fell into slumber again. When that happened, the finger that had been formed from lunar beasts would disappear as well. Wang Baol was prepared for that. As Taoist Yuran tried to delay their next engagement and distance himself from the Night Immortal King's finger, Wang Baol dashed out. Boosted by the arch armor and with the divine armament shining on his arm, he unleashed his full speed and rushed at Dao Yuran like a shooting star. Alarm flashed across Taoist Yuran's face. Widening the distance between him and the finger took all that he had. Wang Baol's charge came at the most critical moment, so there was no way he could avoid Wang Baol's attack. I won't admit defeat. Madness filled Taoist Yuran's eyes. His true form was still inside the Death Dao battleship, but his soul was fused with the battle robes. If the latter was wounded, he too would suffer the same injury. The resultant backlash might even destroy his true form. At that precise moment on Venus, Duanmyuk's eyes were also equally colored by madness. When he had given the order to blow up Mercury, he had misjudged and lost their advantage. Then, when it had come to Venus, he had made a mistake again. Tragedy had almost repeated itself. Now he had 2 options before him. The first was to continue waiting. Perhaps the battle would end without the need to blow up the planet. The second option was to seize the opportunity and blow up the planet. They would sacrifice Venus so that the overall war strategy would unfold as planned. Even if Taoist Yuran still has a trump card up his sleeve, he would choose to save himself. He has no energy to cause interference for Venus. That's why we should self-destruct. A red-eyed Duanmyuk roared, his mind made up. The entire planet shook suddenly as the anti-spirit bombs buried underground were freed of the seal and reactivated. The explosions began. Thunderous booms erupted in the air. The planet quaked. Li Xingwen commandeered the solar system array formation and unleashed the latter's full power for a wide-scale teleportation. In an instant, every Federation cultivator on Venus began to blur and vanish. They disappeared in batches as the waves of destructive energy within Venus intensified. The Dao Palace cultivators reeled back in shock and alarm. No one bothered to stop the planetary self-destruction. Instead, everyone began to scramble in fear and run, as far as they could. Taoist Yuran had no energy to bother with Venus either. Even if he did care, there was no way he could do anything about it when he himself was facing grave danger. Venus was approaching eventual destruction, while Taoist Yuran was frantically trying to escape. Just as Wang Baol was about to reach Taoist Yuran, a sigh suddenly sounded from the never-ending clan death Dao battleship behind Taoist Yuran. It belonged to a woman and was tinged with a certain sense of remembrance and a myriad of emotions. The sigh resonated across the battlefield. A similarly illusory, translucent finger appeared before Taoist Yuran. It tipped towards Chun Mofeng's finger and touched it. There was no loud explosion, no terrifying shock waves. Chan Mofeng's finger disintegrated soundlessly upon collision, separating into numerous white lights that faded away in the cosmos. Wang Baol's pupils contracted at the sight. He immediately retreated, shock rising within him. The power of his lotus seeds had faded away completely, but Chun Mofeng, who should have fallen back to sleep, suddenly murmured in a low, hoarse voice. This was the first time he had spoken since he had been awakened for battle. Ziyu? The expression on Wang Bao's face shifted to alarm when he heard the name spilling from Chen Mofeng's lips. His pupils contracted. It was clear that he was no stranger to that name. In fact, he knew very well what that name meant to the Knight Immortal King. His Dao partner, who extracted his brain, dug out his heart, and destroyed his Dao, is actually on board the never-ending clan battleship now. Wang Bao reeled back from the revelation. Fortunately, the self-destruct mechanism for Venus had been activated. Explosions and destructive waves of spirit energy were thundering non-stop on the planet. The power of the solar system array formation enveloped the battlefield. Wang Bao could feel the invisible waves of teleportation pulling at him. If he wanted, he could teleport away right this instant. That knowledge calmed Wang Bao considerably. As he continued to retreat, he turned and stared at the finger hovering before Taoist Yuran. At that precise moment, the finger glimmered, and a woman's form began to materialize. The finger extended into a palm, then an arm, until it finally materialized into a beautiful woman in Taoist robes. It was as if the cosmos were a painting, and this woman had just stepped out of the painting, gracing the world with her immense beauty. Her form was still translucent, preventing one from observing her actual features in detail. Regardless, it didn't detract from her beauty. In fact, it was the blurry indistinctness of her form that captivated all who saw her. They appeared to be slightly dazed. Perhaps it wasn't because of her beauty but her mysterious aura, which seemed capable of affecting all living things. You've finally made an appearance. Chen Mofeng's mind had fallen into deep slumber rapidly earlier, but the appearance of the second finger and the sigh had been a shock that had jerked him awake. His mind had cleared. The confusion in his eyes had disappeared when he had spoken. He seemed to display his true thoughts for the first time since he had awakened. They echoed what he had murmured. Not pain, not hate, but a deep longing. The beautiful woman fell silent after hearing Chen Mofeng's murmuring words and looking into his eyes. She stared deeply at Chen Mofeng, an unfathomable look in her eyes. Then, she curtsied and said softly, "My dear husband, it's been so long. You suffered such a great calamity, but you still call out for me. How can your dear wife not appear before you?" Hearing his Dao partner's voice for the first time in a very long time might have stirred Chen Mofeng's memories. His vast form trembled. Deep within his clear eyes, a red glow flashed again. The soul that had formed after his death was trying to overpower Chen Mofeng's true soul. The power of Wang Bao's lotus seeds had long dissipated, making the only thing keeping Chen Mofeng's true soul awake his stubborn longing. Chen Mofeng fought to stay clear-headed. He gazed at Ziyu, tried to keep the look in his eyes gentle and soft, and said quietly, "Ziyu, I miss you so much. I don't blame you for what you've done. Come home with me." Chen Mofeng raised his right hand as he spoke, the look on his face gentle and filled with longing and hope. It was the look of blind, foolish love. Ziyu gazed back at Chen Mofeng, the color of her eyes deepening into a faint, loving gaze. She replied softly, "My dear husband, your wife misses you very much too. Whenever I start missing you, I'll bring this out." As Ziyu spoke, her right hand rose and swiped through the emptiness before her. A blood-drenched heart appeared in her palm. It was still pumping, and powerful waves of spirit energy surged from the organ and flooded the cosmos. Chen Mofeng shuddered, his mouth moving with great difficulty. "Ziyu, don't. There's this as well?" Seemingly unaware of Chen Mofeng's trembling form, Ziyu smiled and interrupted his plea. She loosened her grip on his heart and clawed through empty space again. What appeared next was a clump of white. It was Chen Mofeng's brain. "My dear husband, look. My longing for you is soothed with them at my side. Ziyu, please stop, I beg you. Let me think. There seems to be another thing that eases my longing for you. Don't fret. Let your dear wife search for it." Ziyu gazed at Chen Mofeng as his trembling grew stronger and the pain on his face intensified. She was smiling as she spoke. Her voice was clear and beautiful, like the voice of fairies. It had a certain grace to it. Anyone who heard it would be subconsciously soothed by it. However, If they also saw what she was doing and heard the viciousness in her words, there was no doubt that they would reel back from shock and fear instantly. Taoist Yu ran, especially, shook fiercely as he stared at the woman who had clearly saved his life. He seemed to have seen her somewhere before, but after thinking very hard, he realized he hadn't. The sense of unfamiliarity she exuded was mingled with something familiar. The contradictory feelings shocked Taoist Yu ran. In addition, when he stared at the woman, he felt as if he were a servant in the presence of his master. It was a troubling and confusing sensation. Everyone seemed to be in a state of shock. As for Wang Baol, he was still retreating from the woman. He returned to the lunar stronghold. He stared at Chun Mofeng and Ziyu, then turned his eyes towards the trembling Taoist Yu ran. There was a stormy look on Wang Baol's face as he realized what was going on. She's trying to agitate Chun Mofeng. Little Missy mentioned the star-seeding Dao before. Maybe that has something to do with why Ziyu didn't kill Chun Mofeng. Her agitating Chun Mofeng might also be because of the star-seeding Dao? Wang Baol had no answers. However, he had a feeling that he was on the right track. This also means Ziyu is the reason why Taoist Yu ran resurrected. Emotions flickered across Wang Baol's face. The stress he had been feeling spiked instantly. A Taoist Yu ran fused with the never-ending clan death Dao battleship was a disastrous threat to the Federation. Who knew that behind that was an even more powerful entity? To the Federation, this was like adding oil to fire. Wang Baol knew the details between Chen Mofeng and Ziyu, which meant that Ziyu wasn't as much a stranger to him despite her making her first appearance before them. She's the one who stole Chun Mofeng's star-seeding Dao, hid on the never-ending clan battleship, secretly controlled Taoist Yu ran, and started this war. A murderous glow colored Wang Baol's eyes, and grim determination settled inside him. He knew that the Federation's odds remained grim despite the successful self-destruction of Venus. Wang Baol wasn't the only one who realized that. As the destructive waves of spirit energy continued to spread across Venus and thundering explosions continued to grow louder and echo through the cosmos, as the fabric of space around the planet distorted, and as batches of Federation cultivators disappeared and were teleported to safety by the solar system array formation, the remaining cultivators also felt the same. Duan Myuk was one of them. He stood inside the command center at the moment, staring unblinkingly at Ziyu, who was standing in space before Taoist Yu ran. He was unaware of Ziyu's and the Night Immortal King's past history, but he could tell that something was wrong. He realized that the mastermind behind this war wasn't Taoist Yu ran, but this woman whom the Night Immortal King had called Ziyu. Others who had remained were Feng Churan and Li Wuchen. They were both silent, their eyes filled with a myriad of emotions. As batches of Federation cultivators continued to be teleported away, Ziyu suddenly sighed forlornly. "I can't seem to find it. My dear husband, why don't you help your beloved Yuer find it?" Ziyu loosened her hold on the brain and swiped through the air. Instantly, appearing within her palm was an illusory bell. The bell was black, and despite its illusory form, it exuded a near imperceptible aura of a star. It was clearly something extraordinary. "My dear husband, where is this bell? I've eaten your brain and crushed your heart, but I can't seem to find the bell. It's all your fault. Why did you seal it before your death? I can't sense it anywhere. Tell your beloved Yuer. Where is it?" Ziyu appeared before Chun Mofeng as she spoke. There was a smile on her face, and Chun Mofeng finally couldn't take it anymore. He raised both his hands, hugged his head, and howled in pain. "Stop talking! Stop talking!" A red glow erupted in Chun Mofeng's eyes. His true soul, which had been struggling to stay lucid, was immediately overpowered. The giant spiraled into madness, lifting his hands and reaching for Ziyu. "How boring!" Ziyu shook her head slightly. Before the Night Immortal King's hands could touch her, she raised her right hand and tapped slightly. A thunderous boom erupted from the Night Immortal King's body. His armor shattered, and the runes on his body flared and overpowered him like a seal. He screamed in pain and fell, crashing into the lunar stronghold. Ziyu turned away from Chun Mofeng, her eyes landing on Wang Baol. There was a beautiful, evil smile on her face. "You, the guy who has the saint's eye, is what I want with you." Wang Baol's scalp prickled. He shook his head frantically and exclaimed, "Not a chance. The most beautiful, invincible lady in this entire universe. If you're not convinced, you can verify my words with your spiritual senses." What a sweet talker. No wonder the saint favors you. It's all right if you don't know. Perhaps the saint does. Ziyu hid her smile behind her hand as she spoke, then raised her right hand in an attempt to capture Wang Baol. It was then that the waves of self-destructive energies generated by Venus reached their peak. A sudden boom thundered. Venus shook, then blew up. The force of the explosion was incredible. It surged from the depths of Venus and moved across the entire planet. Beams of piercing, bright light blasted from Venus' core, skewering it and turning it into a sieve. Terrifying waves of spirit energy accompanied the beams of light. They overflowed and rushed outwards. In their wake, everything was drained dry, shriveled. They disintegrated and turned to dust. Buildings, mountains, everything. Fortunately, Duanmyuk, Fengqiran, and the others had chosen to teleport themselves away before the self-destruction of the planet. No Federation cultivator had remained on the planet at the point of its destruction. There were only Dao Palace cultivators on Venus. The Dao Palace cultivators were faced with a calamity. Most of them had no means to leave the planet and nowhere to escape. No matter how hard they tried to run or how much earlier they had begun running, there was no way they could outrun their inevitable death. Many were enveloped by the waves of spirit energy caused by the explosion. Their trembling bodies wiped out instantaneously and turned to dust. The entire planet's destruction seemed to have created a temporary black hole, which was devouring everything in sight. Everything and everyone, except Ziyu, who seemed not to care a single bit about Venus' self-destruction. Amidst the thundering booms echoing in space, her hand continued stretching towards Wang Baol, intent on capturing him. Wang Baol's scalp was prickling with numbness. He deeply regretted his decision to not teleport away immediately. "I'm such an idiot. Why didn't I leave immediately? This is something between the both of them. Why am I poking my nose into their personal affairs?" Wang Baol yelled amidst his panic and fear. "Ziyu, you really dare to harm me? My senior brother is the first divine king of the never-ending clan. Senior brother, quick, save me," Wang Baol said, then silently chanted the scripture. The mysterious will descended from the heavens once again and enveloped everything with its awesome aura. Ziyu smiled faintly. "Feels powerful. Unfortunately, you've used this trick on my puppet." A ghostly light flickered in Ziyu's eyes. Her outstretched right hand was now right in front of Wang Baol, reaching for his neck. Just as she was about to grab him by his neck, an illusory, slender arm stretched out from Wang Baol's body and hit Ziyu's approaching, outstretched palm in a swift collision. It was little Missy. A loud boom erupted, and Wang Baol shuddered as he felt a fierce wind accompanied by an unimaginable power land on him. If he were a flame, the wind might have extinguished him. The blow was strong enough to crush him completely. A layer of gentle light flowed from the illusory arm that had extended from his body. It formed a layer of protection against the attack, preventing it from being fatal. The backlash from the blow remained, however. It shattered Wang Baol's the arch armor, and his stellar nascent soul shriveled up and almost collapsed. Blood even spilled from his mouth and burst out from multiple places on his body. He was flung backwards, like a kite cut from its string. He smashed through numerous buildings that collapsed in his wake and finally crashed into the lunar stronghold. "Quick, run!" Little Missy's weak voice urged him frantically. Wang Baol bit hard on his tongue and forced himself to stay conscious despite his serious injuries. He allowed the solar system array formation to surround him with the energies of teleportation. The entire moon and himself began to blur. As the glow from the teleportation spell intensified, a flash of ghostly light flickered in Ziyu's eyes. She stepped forward just as the moon and Wang Baol were about to be teleported away. Her foot landed, and she passed through the glow of the teleportation and appeared before Wang Baol. Ziyu's lips tilted upwards into a devilish smile as she observed Wang Bao's shock. Her finger reached out for Wang Bao's forehead. "Boy, call out for your senior brother. Ask him to save you." Her finger landed on Wang Bao's forehead. It seemed that what awaited Wang Bao in the next moment was the shattering of his bones and the complete destruction of his body and soul. The teleportation would fail, and little Missy, the lunar stronghold, and the Night Immortal King would be trapped here. It was at that moment, when Ziyu's finger and Wang Bao's forehead touched, that her finger suddenly melted away. It was as if her finger were made from snow and Wang Bao was a piece of scorching hot metal. As her finger melted away, it transformed into tiny sparks of light that entered Wang Bao's body. They were like nutrients that were absorbed by his body without any signs of being repelled by the latter. Wang Bao's injuries healed instantly, and his cultivation received a great boost as well, spiking suddenly. Everything happened too quickly within the blink of an eye. Even Ziyu was stunned momentarily. Strong emotions colored her face, something that hadn't happened for a long time, not since she had obtained the star-seeding Tao. She retreated hastily, unleashing her mystic art promptly and cutting all connection between herself and her melting finger. Her heart raced as she withdrew. Wang Bao was equally stunned, but he didn't have the chance to express his joy. His body, alongside the lunar stronghold, blurred in the teleportation spell, then vanished completely. Venus' explosion reached the height of intensity then, and waves of destruction continued to surge outwards, finally reaching where Ziyu was. The entire planet was rapidly transforming into a black hole. The Tao Palace cultivators around her were heavily injured or dead, and their pained cries prior to their deaths were drowned out by the loud explosions caused by a planet's self-destruction. Taoist Yuran shuddered. All his efforts were for naught. Anxiety wrecked him, but he dared not speak. The woman standing before him inspired such terror and dread in him. Useless. A stormy-faced Ziyu threw a glance at Taoist Yuran before frowning and turning her eyes towards Venus. She lifted her right hand and pushed it forward against the waves of self-destructive energy sweeping out from the planet. The terrifying tsunami seemed to freeze momentarily in its tracks. It was as if there was an invisible wall in front of the woman, and not even the energy backlash from an exploding planet could penetrate this wall. Ziyu's right hand clawed through emptiness and plucked a pouch out of nothing. It was made of black cloth and had a strange floral pattern embroidered on it. Terror snaked through Taoist Yuran when he saw the pouch. He could sense the power exuding from it, a power that seemed even more terrifying than the woman before him. He wasn't given any time to guess what was inside the pouch. Ziyu had pulled it open, her actions seemingly cautious. Then 7 black seeds flew out from the open pouch. With a series of hand seals, Ziyu guided them towards the exploding Venus. They entered Venus almost instantly. The waves of self-destructive energy generated by the planet didn't seem to cause any harm to the seeds. In fact, the energy was being absorbed by the latter. The seeds exuded a golden light. As they entered Venus, they began to grow, twines extending outward and covering the entire planet. All this while, they continued to drain the explosion of its power, transforming the energy into nutrients for themselves. Taoist Yuran's scalp prickled as he watched the scene before him. There were more and more twines. Soon, the entire planet was covered in dozens of layers of the twines. Its appearance had transformed radically. The explosion was being contained, as if sealed with no outlet for release. Countless bumps began to appear on the twines. They clustered together and finally covered all surfaces of the twines. The bumps wriggled and spasmed, and many broke apart. From within these bumps climbed out never-ending clan cultivators. These cultivators flew into the air and gathered before Ziyu. Their numbers grew. When all the bumps had burst open, and all cultivators had flown out, Ziyu had before her an army with 100,000 cultivators. However, it was clear that these never-ending clan cultivators had no minds of their own. They were like puppets. Taoist Yuran's head buzzed at the sight. He was shaking violently. This was beyond his wildest imagination. He couldn't understand what was going on. Take them and destroy this civilization. Then, Capture and bring me that boy, Ziyu commanded calmly. Taoist Yu Ran's face was pale. He instinctively lowered his head and accepted his orders. Then, he began reorganizing the surviving cultivators. With the never-ending clan's Death Dao battleship at the helm, he led the army of 100,000 puppets away and raced towards Mars. The patch of cosmos finally quietened down following his departure. Ziyu was the only person left standing there. Her fingers danced through a series of hand seals, as if running through a simulation. This went on for some time before she suddenly froze. Then, she shut her eyes and fell silent. It was a long time before she opened them again. She lifted her head and gazed into the distant cosmos. I can only make out the fact that someone incredibly powerful has changed my fate. I've been steering the lives of others and changing their fates, treating them like ants. This whole time, without my knowledge, someone has also been controlling my life and treating me like, what, an ant? Or is that person trying to use me to nourish Wang Baol's cultivation? Ziyu shuddered. An icy light glimmered fiercely in her eyes. The first divine king? An icy glint flickered in Ziyu's eyes. At that exact moment, Taoist Yu Ran was leading 100,000 emotionless puppets and the Dao Palace cultivators who had survived the Venusian blast towards Mars. The surviving Dao Palace cultivators were filled with terror and were reluctant to continue the war. Regardless, they hadn't been given a choice. As they charged for Mars, thousands of teleportation array formations on the planet began to shimmer. They had been set up earlier to coordinate with the solar system array formation's mass teleportation. Batches of cultivators that had been based on Venus appeared amidst the shimmering light. They were all exhausted and injured to varying degrees. They were immediately surrounded by Martian cultivators, who had been waiting for their arrival. The Martian cultivators rushed forward to help, leading them away from the teleportation array formations. Thousands of medically trained physicians began attending to the cultivators' injuries. However, there were simply too many incoming Venusian cultivators, making it difficult for the physicians to attend to all of them immediately. The Martian colony governor had foreseen that happening and had arranged another tens of thousands of cultivators to assist the physicians and make the appropriate arrangements. Internal injury: 3 out of 5 organs injured. Quick! Send this fellow Taoist to the medical area immediately. Fellow Taoist, your injuries aren't serious. You've just expended too much spirit energy. Someone bring this fellow Taoist to the chambers to rest and heal. Your spirit shows signs of dissipation. Quick! Bring 3 soul recovery pills here. The Martian base continued with the post-battle efforts in a swift and organized manner. Appropriate arrangements were quickly made for the cultivators who had been teleported from Venus to the base. Amongst them were Zhao Yaming and Kong Dao. They all came bearing serious injuries and in a weakened state. They didn't leave to attend to their wounds though. Instead, they stood outside the teleportation array formation, waiting anxiously. They were waiting for Wang Baol, Duan Myuk, and Li Xingwen. Waiting alongside them were cultivators from the Divine Armament New City, who were led by Lu Daobin. The development of the Divine Armament New City had progressed rapidly during the years that Wang Baol had been in the vast expanse Dao Palace. The city had grown in size, and the number of cultivators based in the city increased exponentially. Various political entities had their eye on the position of City Lord, which had been a source of immense trouble for Wang Baol's followers, whom he had left behind to oversee the city. Lu Daobin had been pushed to the sidelines and almost driven out of the city. Even though Wang Baol had been diligently proving himself and making contributions to the Federation, that didn't dissuade or prevent the various political entities from having their greedy eyes on the city. Fortunately, he had the support of the Martian colony governor and Li Xingwen, that had helped save his position as city lord. Then Wang Baol had risen through the ranks in the Dao Palace. His position as their Grand Supreme Elder had sent the entire Federation into an uproar. It was then that the situation had improved. The various political entities had to play their cards more carefully. They hadn't been concerned about offending Wang Baol at first, as no matter how great his contributions had been to the Federation, he had still been part of the system and had to play by their rules. But as soon as he had become the Grand Supreme Elder, the situation changed. Things weren't so simple anymore. Lu Daobin and Li Wan'er had released sighs of relief then. They had then gradually asserted their authority. After that, the war had broken out and Wang Beol had gone missing, but at that point the various political entities had no longer been interested in wrestling for power. They hadn't lost much power during the period of Wang Beol's absence. Then Wang Beol had reappeared and killed a soul conduit realm cultivator. The scenes of his battle prowess had excited the stalwarts in the city. They had been overjoyed. They had seized the opportunity and wrestled full control over the city. Now, they had brought masses of cultivators from the new city to welcome their city lord. The Martian colony governor wasn't at the teleportation array formation. Instead, she was in the center of the Great Martian Array Formation. She and the upper echelons of the Martian city administration had activated the array formation. They were preparing the planetary defenses for an outbreak of war. 100,000 battleships were already stationed outside Mars, and an even greater number of cultivators were standing in formation, awaiting orders. Upon the Martian colony governor's command, all military dermic artifacts on the planet were activated instantly. An atmosphere of battle and violence permeated the planet. The Martian colony governor was different from Duanmyuk and Li Xingwen. She might be a female cultivator, but her character was strong and unbending, fierce like a scorching fire. If nothing were to spark that fire, peace would reign. Once ignited, it would burn everything in sight. Her strategy was different from the Venusian battle strategy. The latter had comprised 9 lines of defenses in space. It had been reactive and passive in nature. Her strategy, on the other hand, was to extract the Martian stellar source and use the anti-spirit bombs in coordination with the Great Martian Array Formation and the Solar System Array Formation. Mars would weaken the Dao Palace in waves and finally force Dao Palace cultivators to land on the planet, where the final battle would take place. The Solar System Array Formation's self-destruct module has been modified. We still lack the necessary access rights. Once we obtain those rights, we can initiate 5 self-destruct cycles instantly. Preparations for the Great Martian Array Formation have been completed. We can perform 3 rounds of suppression on the entire surface of the planet at any time. All 370,000 self-destruct areas fully set up and ready for activation anytime. Status reports kept arriving in the command center. The Martian colony governor seemed calm as she lifted her head and gazed into space. A general from the Martian military stood next to her. He seemed to hesitate before speaking in a hushed voice. Governor, regarding the access rights to the Solar System Array Formation, Li Xingwen might not grant them to us. He still wants to keep it as a final line of defense for Federation survivors. That fossil, the governor said coolly. Her nascent soul realm cultivation lent her a greater sense of authority and power. A battle in space is to our disadvantage. A battle on land is the only way we can maximize our advantage and optimize our strength in spirit science. Besides, if the Federation falls, any survivors will be left to wander space. What's the point in that? Even if one is to escape with his life, he has nothing but a miserable life living under an alien civilization's roof ahead of him. Even so, this strategy will result in great numbers of casualties. The general grimaced. Most of us come from an ancient Eastern civilization on Earth. They have a saying, only the madman lives. Casualties are unavoidable. Mars is the Federation's final line of defense. As long as Mars remains standing, the Federation will survive. If we fall, my entire family of 3 will fight to the death on the battlefield. Let that be our final show of loyalty to the Federation. I'll handle Li Xingwen and get the access rights from him. Give your orders now. The general listened to the governor's strong and resolute words and fell silent. Then he took a deep breath, obeyed her instructions, and gave the orders immediately. A thunderous boom rippled across Mars instantly. Everything was in place. As preparations for battle on Mars were ongoing, things at the teleportation array formation were nearing their end. Duanmyuk and Li Xingwen appeared, followed by Feng Qiran and Li Wuchen. The last to appear was Wang Beol. He came with the moon though, and the teleportation array formation couldn't contain both of them. Finally, with the aid of Li Xingwen and Duan Myuk, the moon appeared next to Mars in the wake of waves of spirit energy rippling through the cosmos. The night Immortal King had fallen back into slumber. As for Wang Beil, he had no time to speak to Zhao Yaming, Lu Daobin, or Li Wan'er, who he shared a special relationship with. He noted their well-being, nodded, then immediately bade farewell to Li Xingwen and Duan Myuk, after which he raced towards his city. He had spoken to Duan Myuk and Li Xingwen before leaving. "President, Grand Elder, please buy me more time. I need to get something. It might be the weapon that will turn the tides of this war." Having said that, Wang Beil had unleashed his full speed and sped away. Wang Beil had commandeered the Night Immortal King, fought against Taoist Yuran, and faced the mysterious Ziyu. He had made the greatest contribution to the battle on Venus. His words held an immeasurable weight to Li Xingwen and Duan Myuk, as well as all cultivators who had participated in the Venusian battle. In addition, Mars was like a second home to Wang Beil. He was the epitome of authority and fame in both the new and old cities alike. That was why his last words before he had departed quickly spread throughout Mars. When Li Xingwen and Duan Myuk arrived at the Martian command center, they had met the Martian colony governor and informed her of what Wang Beil had said as well. That might have been why, after a bout of silence, Li Xingwen gritted his teeth and agreed to the Martian colony governor's request to blow up the solar system array formation. It was then that Wang Beil finally arrived at his divine armament new city. He gazed at the city, which was many times larger than when he had left. There was familiarity to be found in the change, and that sparked numerous memories that surfaced in his mind and then quickly faded away. He rubbed his forehead and remembered the scene where Ziyu's finger had turned to dust. He didn't know what had happened then, but little Missy seemed to have truly fallen into a deep sleep this time. So Wang Beil's questions received no reply. He could only set this matter aside for now and race towards the sacrificial altar in the middle of the new city. That was the entrance to the cave. A familiar wave of spirit energy surged out from the depths of the cave as soon as he stepped in. The state preceptor, the burly man, and the young boy appeared before Wang Beil and greeted him. "Welcome back, esteemed dark child." The state preceptor looked his usual cunning self and the young boy his creepy self as well. Their translucent forms looked as if they might disappear at any moment. The burly man's greeting had been the loudest. Out of the 3 artifact souls, he was the most loyal. They hadn't changed a single bit, while Wang Beil was no longer the same Wang Beil. He had been at the core formation realm when he had left them. Now, he had returned with his cultivation at the nascent soul realm and his battle capabilities rivaling that of a soul conduit realm cultivator. In fact, with the combined forces of the arch armor and his stellar nascent soul, killing an early-stage soul conduit realm cultivator was almost a cakewalk for him. His dark demonic eye was another boost to his power. It brought him closer to the level of a late-stage soul conduit realm cultivator. At present, even without the dark artifact's explicit acknowledgement of him as their master, he could still easily overpower the 3 artifact souls and make them do his bidding. That was why he hadn't hesitated when the 3 souls had greeted him. He summoned the arch armor and unleashed the full extent of his cultivation. An incredible power erupted from his person. The 3 souls had suspected Wang Beil's actual power earlier, but the sudden display left them dumbstruck. The expression on the state preceptor's face shifted. The young boy widened his eyes. The burly man, too, stood rooted to the spot. They had sustained great injuries due to the damage to the dark artifact. As a result, they hadn't been able to accurately gauge Wang Beil's level of cultivation. The sudden surge of his cultivation that formed an overwhelming blanket of pressure weighing down on them instantly sent them reeling back. "Come on, get up. How has the dark artifact been during my absence?" Wang Beil stored the arch armor and then asked casually. As the souls recovered from their initial shock, they hastily replied to Wang Beil. Nothing out of the ordinary had happened while he had been gone. However, due to the lack of materials, repairs of the dark artifact had progressed with great difficulty. Wang Beil nodded. With a wave of his right hand, Hordes of materials poured out from his storage bag. There was everything. Perhaps not enough of each material required for the dark artifact's repairs, but it was almost there. Small mountains of materials formed out of the varied types of materials. The spirit chi in the air thickened instantly. After Wang Baol pulled out the spirit liquid and stellar source, the spirit chi in the air almost transformed into liquid form. Shock rippled through the three souls again, and their eyes widened. That wasn't the end of it. A greater surprise came in the end. Wang Baol laid out the items he had gathered on the main vast expanse star as well as other planets. The souls grew agitated with excitement when they saw the supreme fire ore that he had gotten in the Mi Luo forest. Supreme fire ore. My God! The ore will speed up the repairs. In fact, they're a necessary material for repairing the dark artifact. A key component that can't be substituted by any other material. A pity that there's so little of it. The souls sighed. Wang Baol seemed unfazed when he heard what the state preceptor had said. He glanced at the latter, then pulled out another storage bracelet. This time, instead of pulling out materials, he pulled out dozens of storage bags from the storage bracelet. He opened everything, and countless pieces of supreme fire ore flowed out of the bags, piling into a small mountain next to Wang Baol. The souls staggered with shock. Before they could say anything, Wang Baol hummed in contemplation, then pulled out two beast corpses. They were the corpses of the spirit immortal realm star Fang beasts that he had met during his 2 days in the Mi Luo forest. His senior brother had forced them to charge each other, and the collision had injured them fatally. Before they had died, they had even saved Wang Baol the trouble of extracting their beast cores by digging the cores out themselves. Apply the dark artifact's power on these 2-star Fang beasts and resurrect their corpses. I have something important for them to do. Also, begin the repairs on the dark artifact immediately. You have 10 days. 10 days to restore the dark artifact to the state where I can take it out of this cave and lead it into space for battle. The firm tone of Wang Baol's voice allowed no room for disagreement. He knew he hadn't much time left. The three souls had clearly been sneaking out during his absence, so they were aware of the war between the Federation and the Dao Palace. The state preceptor had somehow gotten his hands on a receiver that had allowed them to watch the news being broadcast by the Federation. They had been kept abreast of ongoing events outside the cave and knew the severity of the matter at hand. They dared not play the fool, nodding their heads solemnly and immediately going to work. Wang Baol watched the souls vanish into thin air. He could sense them hard at work repairing the dark artifact. He narrowed his eyes. The former Wang Baol wouldn't have easily allowed the souls to start repairs. That was despite his master using the dark dream mystic art to get them to acknowledge him as their master in the dark dream. The reason being was that the dark artifact had been severely damaged, weakening the souls considerably. The restoration of the dark artifact would also naturally lead to the three souls' recovery. Nothing might come out of that. Alternatively, he might be consumed by these souls. That had been a source of hesitation when Wang Baol had scavenged for materials. Things had changed. Wang Baol didn't have the luxury of time now. He couldn't wait any longer. In addition, he had become more powerful, which had strengthened his resolve and resulted in his decision to make this gamble. Besides, he had done his calculations. He had gathered plenty of materials, but they were still a long way away from fully restoring the dark artifact. We should be able to restore it to 50% of its full functionality. My current level of cultivation should be sufficient to activate another function of the dark artifact. Wang Baol narrowed his eyes and extended his spiritual senses. They enveloped the entire dark artifact, extending over the dark robe, the dark sampan, and both the staff and lantern of the lantern ore. He relaxed and allowed his mind to maintain a constant state of fusion with these three dark artifacts. That would speed up the soul's repair of the dark artifact. In addition, based on what he remembered from the dark dream, Wang Baol knew that he should be able to form an avatar of his own consciousness. That had been beyond his abilities in the past. Now though, Wang Baol felt it was something he should be capable of achieving. Amidst Wang Baol's furious formation of hand seals, an illusory figure gradually materialized before him. His eyes were shut, and he looked like the exact twin of Wang Beol. What differentiated them was their attire. The avatar was dressed in black robes. Beneath his feet was a dark sampan, in his hand a dark staff, at the end of which hung a dark lantern. The avatar wasn't exactly an illusion, yet he wasn't real either. He appeared as if formed from a cloud of black mist that exuded a chilly aura in waves. He was like a messenger of death who had descended upon the living world. His eyes suddenly opened. Twin ghostly lights flickered in those eyes, making Wang Beol's avatar look inhuman. Wang Beol extended his senses and assessed his avatar's level of fighting capability, then sighed. Next to none. It's a more convenient way of controlling the dark artifact, though, at least when compared to using my own true form. Wang Beol fell into a bout of contemplation. Then, his avatar suddenly lifted his right hand and raised his dark staff. A vortex suddenly appeared where the two-star Fang beast corpses had been placed, swallowing the two corpses. Vast dark chi suddenly appeared out of nowhere and entered the corpses. The dark artifact will be my go-to weapon. Next, I still have to use the power of the dark artifact to refine the two beast corpses into puppets. They will become my second go-to weapon. Determination flashed in Wang Beol's eyes. He steered his avatar into maneuvering the dark artifact and began refining the beast corpses. Puppets were another type of dermic treasure, and Wang Beol had a talent that surpassed the ordinary cultivator in this particular area. The experiences he had accumulated in his early years had led to his realization that he had a gift when it came to refining puppets. During his time as the Grand Supreme Elder in the Dao Palace, he had gone through volumes of Dao Palace records and documents that had helped him in refining dermic armaments and strengthened his overall mastery of puppets. Besides puppets, I'll also have to refine and enhance some dermic armaments. With a wave of his hand, Wang Beol summoned a huge black bow. It entered the vortex. His hands came together in a flurry of hand seals as he began the urgent business of refining dermic armaments. While he was busy with refinement, Mars was also busy preparing for war after the mass teleportation had ended. The Martian colony governor's instructions were being carried out dutifully. Time passed steadily. 7 days went by. There was an inspection of the solar system array formation. An alarm system was set up across the entire planet, and all dermic artifacts were activated. Then, the Martian colony governor gave the orders. The dermic artifacts unleashed their powers simultaneously, transforming into countless beams of light that blasted into the cosmos beyond Mars. An enormous vortex appeared in space at that exact moment, and the never-ending clan battleship charged out from within. The dermic artifacts' attacks landed directly on the battleship, but they barely caused a scratch. As the dermic artifacts disintegrated amidst their self-destructive attacks, a figure appeared on the battleship. It was Taoist Yuran. Wang Beol. There was a stormy look on Taoist Yuran's face, and murder colored his eyes. His right hand rose, then pointed at Mars. The vast fleet of Dao Palace battleships appeared behind him. The remaining survivors of the Dao Palace and 100,000 never-ending clan puppets appeared as well and made a charge towards the planet. The Martian colony governor barked out her orders decisively, without any hesitation. Deploy the solar system array formation's first wave of offense. The Martian planet quaked when the Martian colony governor barked out her orders, and a wave of spirit energy appeared out of nowhere. It had the planet as its center as it rippled outward, surging into the surrounding cosmos. It was like a swift hurricane that threatened to sweep away everything in its path. The Martian colony governor's strong and decisive character, as well as the unyielding fire hidden deep in her bones, ensured that the battle on Mars would be completely different from the battles on Venus and Mercury. The dramatic difference had caught Taoist Yuran completely by surprise. He had been aware of the strange capabilities the solar system array formation possessed since the onset of the invasion. He had tried to think of many ways to circumvent it, but it seemed almost impossible to infiltrate Earth unless he destroyed the key planets supporting the array formation. That had been the reason for the battle on Venus and the battle now against Mars. He had never expected Mars to unleash the solar system array formation's power in such a manner. It was equivalent to triggering the self-destruct mechanism for the solar system array formation. The difference was instead of doing it once, the destruction was controlled and released in waves. The force of the explosions wouldn't be as strong, but the array formation wouldn't be rendered completely useless. Regardless, the strength would be weakened. If Taoist Yuran had the luxury of time, he could even attempt to weaken the array formation by sacrificing his troops. Eventually, he would be able to get past Mars, barge through the solar system array formation, and enter Earth. However, Taoist Yuran was caught in a dilemma. It would have been easier on him if he didn't have Ziyu's orders. He recalled her explicit instruction to capture Wang Baol alive. Then, he eyed the never-ending clan puppets. After a moment of thought, he gritted his teeth and abandoned the idea of weakening the solar system array formation. If he did choose to do so, he would also be giving Mars more time to strategize and fight back. Attack with everything you've got. An icy glint flashed across his eyes as he barked out his orders. The vast fleet of Tao Palace battleships rushed towards Mars and unleashed their full power. The fleet resembled numerous arrows that had been fired from bows, charging towards the solar system array formation's first offensive wave and colliding head-on with the former. Numerous battleships disintegrated instantly in the self-destructive wave erupting from the solar system array formation. The cultivators on board were killed instantly. Their bodies turned to dust. Many battleships shook under the shock waves and suffered varying degrees of damage. The Federation battleships and the dermic artifacts on Mars unleashed their attacks then as well. Their attacks were interspersed with the destructive waves of energy from the array formation, forming an offensive barrier that prevented the Tao Palace from advancing. However, the first wave of offense eventually weakened as the Tao Palace fleet persisted in its advance. Hordes of Tao Palace battleships approached Mars. An icy glint flashed across the Martian colony governor's eyes then. The second and third offensive waves were activated consecutively. Explosions thundered in the cosmos surrounding Mars, and spheres of light flashed as Tao Palace battleships blew up. Battleships that survived destruction continued to receive damage. When the fourth offensive wave swept across the cosmos, 6/10 of Taoist Yuran's fleet had been decimated. Countless cultivators perished. Amongst them were Tao Palace survivors, but a majority were never-ending clan puppets. The battleships suffered great damages as well. Taoist Yuran's fleet had shrunk considerably when compared to the original numbers he had at the beginning of the invasion. That might seem like a great achievement, but the Federation had paid a great price for it. The solar system array formation had weakened considerably, its power shaved off. The gates protecting the core of the Federation had thinned, its defenses weakened. Mars had also lost the ability to make use of the solar system array formation for mass teleportation. Unlike the battle on Venus, it was no longer possible to teleport everyone away simultaneously should there be a need for it. The best that it could do was teleportation by batches. Mars was effectively driving itself into a corner. It was hard to determine whether they had gained more or lost more in this exchange. However, Li Xingwen and Duan Myuk had chosen to support the governor's decision. They didn't say anything. Instead, they watched closely as the battle unfolded. Battleships fall back, draw them in. Great Martian array formation, be on standby. Martian cultivators, await my orders as well. The Martian colony governor narrowed her eyes as she barked out her orders. The Federation battleships defending Mars in space immediately retreated and ceased fire. Tao Palace battleships immediately rushed through the line of defense and entered the airspace above the Martian city. Tao Palace cultivators and never-ending clan puppets rushed out of the battleships in hordes. Their target, the Martian city. Kill everything on the planet and find Wang Baol. The battleship that Taoist Yuran was aboard emerged in a thunderous explosion in the Martian skies. It was a giant that seemed to block out the entire sky, casting a black shadow over the land. Inside the Martian city, everyone was currently reeling back with shock. Zhao Yaming and Kong Dao were amongst these cultivators. They stared at the enormous battleship in the air, a dark looming entity that obscured the skies. A kind of madness colored their eyes as they swore they would fight to their last breath. The remaining survivors of the Dao Palace showed hesitation in response to Daoist Yu Ran's orders. In comparison, the mindless, never-ending clan puppets accepted the orders without protest. They obediently charged out, murder clear in their eyes, and rushed towards the Martian city beneath them. The Dao Palace cultivators and never-ending clan puppets descended like a storm, falling from the heavens and approaching their target. It was then that, activate the Great Martian Array Formation's first wave of suppression. The Martian colony governor made a hand seal promptly. The Great Martian Array Formation shuddered violently and released a wave of suppressive force that swept the skies and hit the approaching army. There wasn't much lethal force behind the attack. Instead, it was a mental shock wave that sent many Dao Palace cultivators' heads buzzing. The entity pulling the strings of the never-ending clan puppets was also affected and momentarily rendered motionless. We fight now! As the array formation's shock wave rippled across the battlefield, the Martian colony governor's declaration thundered in the air. Masses of Federation cultivators charged out, roaring, and Federation battleships appeared in the air, providing aerial support. They seized the momentary pause in the enemy troops' charge and began their counterattack. Casualties on both sides spiked instantly. The figures were alarming. Blood rained down from the skies without ceasing. Broken limbs plunged to the ground. Screams of terror and pain pierced the air. Suicidal self-destruction boomed. Anti-spirit bombs exploded while never-ending clan puppets fought fearlessly. Scenes of death and violence repeated themselves on the Martian battlefield. A battle on land did result in Daoist Yu Ran and his army's loss of the aerial advantage. In addition, the waves of suppression unleashed by the Great Martian Array Formation boosted the Federation cultivators' offensive attacks. Regardless, the difference in power separating the two sides remained. Mielizi and two other Soul Conduit Realm cultivators decided to join the battle. Daoist Yu Ran, who had been using the Death Dao battleship to search for Wang Beol, chose to divide his attention between the search and the battle. Under his command, the Death Dao battleship unleashed countless runes, which transformed into pillars of light that crashed into the Martian city. Even with the array formation's defenses, Mars was still at the losing end of the battle. Half of the city was destroyed in an instant, and black flames spread fiercely and rapidly across the planet, refining both cultivators caught in the fires and the planet itself. Of course, Mars was still fighting back fiercely and holding its ground. Its cultivators had sworn to fight to their last breath. Spirit science genius Zhao Pinfang's preparation for the battle had paid off. The Martian retaliation against its enemies was fearsome and terrifying to behold. 17 stellar source spirit cannons, fueled by the Martian stellar source, were raised above the ground and fired simultaneously. Beams of light blasted into the sky, shocking even Daoist Yu Ran with their power. Next came the anti-spirit bombs, a weapon the Dao Palace was intimately familiar with. Amongst these bombs were those with an explosive force as powerful as an attack from a nascent soul realm cultivator. Their purpose wasn't to kill, it was to create chaos and effectively lock down the entire battlefield, preventing nascent soul realm enemy cultivators from teleporting. The Federation had few nascent soul realm cultivators. It suffered little in comparison to the enemy if both sides were to lose the ability to teleport. This would be to the Federation's advantage. Then came the more powerful anti-spirit bombs. They were each as powerful as an attack from a soul conduit realm cultivator but were fewer in numbers. Their terrifying power meant their greater importance in the battle. Finally, Zhao Pinfang also had a trump card ready for the Martian battle. That was an artificial cosmological entity that resembled a Dyson sphere. Countless dermic artifacts rose into the air and surrounded the planet, transforming into an enormous Dyson sphere. Its function wasn't to drain the planet of its power. Instead, it sucked the waves of spirit energy and spirit chi on the battlefield, serving as an offensive weapon while creating a sealed environment on the battlefield. It was a barricade around Mars that stopped the flow of spirit chi on the planet and prevented any inflow of spirit chi. The Federation had shown all its trump cards in this battle. This was the fiercest counterattack that it was mounting. They still weren't a match for the enemy, but they had effectively dragged out the battle. The seal that prevented any inflow of spirit chi to support cultivators' use of mystic techniques meant that firearms came in useful in this battle. That was a further disadvantage to the Dao Palace. The situation worsened as time passed. Nevertheless, this was a universe ruled by cultivation. The unparalleled significance of individual power was proven as a furious Taoist Yuran abandoned his search for Wang Baol and chose to join the battle. He crushed the Dyson sphere around the planet effortlessly. I refuse to believe that you can still manage to escape if I destroy this entire planet. Wang Baol. A murderous glint flashed in Taoist Yuran's eyes. He was ready to unleash his full power and annihilate the planet. It was then that Wang Baol's avatar, hiding deep underground in the belly of the dark artifact, lifted his head abruptly. There was a solemn look on the avatar's face. The repairs of the dark artifact weren't complete, but the 9th grade Bao had been fully restored, and the 2-star Fong beast corpses had been successfully refined. The corpses couldn't compare to their living spirit immortal realm selves, but they were still at the soul conduit realm. The only way to gain more time to repair the dark artifact is to fight. Wang Baol's avatar narrowed his eyes, and a ghostly light erupted from his form. His right hand made a grab through the air, causing the Bao to come flying towards him. The 2 beast corpses opened their eyes and released twin howls. With Wang Baol in the lead, they made their way through the dark artifact and emerged above ground. Taoist Yuran hovered in midair, about to attack. He lifted his head the exact moment Wang Baol's avatar dashed out from the cave. Taoist Yuran stared in the direction of the Divine Armament New City. With his level of cultivation, he could easily sense the familiar presence emerging from underground. Wang Baol. Taoist Yuran narrowed his eyes. He hadn't found any traces of Wang Baol earlier, no matter how hard he had searched. He concluded that there must be something hidden on this planet that he was unaware of. So what? It doesn't matter at all. An icy glint flashed in Taoist Yuran's eyes. The scene of Ziyu planting vines on Venus with a wave of her hand and bringing to life 100,000 never-ending clan puppets surfaced in his mind. It was an indelible image, seared deep into his brain. He concluded that she was at least at the planet realm. At that thought, he sneered, then turned and headed for the city. As Taoist Yuran raced towards the city, Wang Baol's avatar appeared in midair above the city. However, because his level of cultivation wasn't high enough, he was unable to let his dark sampan, his dark robe, and his lantern or materialize. In addition, his avatar appeared translucent. His avatar's battle capabilities weren't on par with those of his true form, which was why Wang Baol wasn't in favor of engaging in battle now if he could help it. He had no choice, though. As soon as his avatar appeared above the city, he immediately sensed an overpowering presence rushing towards him from the main Martian city. An icy glint flashed in Wang Baol's eyes. He didn't hesitate and lifted the enormous black bow in his left hand while his right hand pulled the bowstring back, transforming the shape of the bow into the shape of a full moon. He pointed the bow towards the presence charging at him, then released the bowstring abruptly. The air around him trembled and splintered in multiple spots. A dazzling light gathered around the bow and, with the release of the bowstring, shot forward. It transformed into a spear that sped into the distance, its blade so sharp it seemed capable of ripping through everything in its path. The power exuding from the spear was incredible, stirring both the heavens and the earth. It was as if anything that stood in its path would be destroyed instantly, without any fighting chance. All cultivators in the Divine Armament New City were dumbstruck. However, this wasn't the end of the Avatar's preemptive attack. His eyes flashed as he pulled the bowstring again and released 11 shots at one go. Explosions like thunder erupted without pause, and cracks began to appear in the space around him. His surrounding sky appeared on the verge of complete collapse. The Black Bow's power was so great that the heavens themselves couldn't withstand it. That wasn't far from the truth. The Black Bow was a 9th grade dermic artifact. Even though it was damaged when Wang Baol had found it, its power had been restored almost completely after he had repaired it. Wang Baol had added some stellar source as well as supreme fire or during the repairs. He had also involved his dark artifact during the restoration process. The result had been a rebuilding of the original artifact that had made it even more powerful than before. The Black Bow's power was enhanced to its full potential. In fact, it might have surpassed its original potential. In addition, Wang Baol wasn't using it in the conventional way. He was sacrificing long-term functionality, gaining maximum destruction from the bow without considering the damage done to the artifact. The destructive power the bow unleashed was beyond what it should have been capable of. 11 shots was its limit. As soon as the 11th spear shot out from the bow, the artifact turned to dust in Wang Baol's hand. 11 arcs of rainbow sped forward like lightning bolts, merging into a dazzling sea of lights. Seemingly locked on to a single target, they surged forward, tearing through the air. They were thundering and filled with violence and power as they continued to race through the heavens and head for their target, who was similarly racing at extreme, unbelievable speeds and rapidly approaching the city. Daoist Yu ran. The 11 spears made of blinding light appeared before Daoist Yu ran instantly. The latter narrowed his eyes, raised his right hand, and flung it forward. A sealed rune appeared before him, growing in size until it spanned 1,000 feet long. The seal rushed forward and collided with the 11 spears. A deafening eruption immediately exploded in the region. The spear's attack seemed to have been stopped. However, waves of black smoke soon began to exude from the spears. They ate away at the seal, intent on consuming the seal and escaping. Daoist Yu ran frowned slightly. He could sense something hidden beneath the power of these 11 spears. It was an aura that struck terror into his heart instinctively. He couldn't pin down the exact nature of this aura. There was no time for him to do anything like that. He teleported instantly, stepped out of the spear's attack range, and headed for Wang Baol. Is that an avatar? That means that your true form should be in the vicinity as well. Daoist Yu Ran's voice was laced with ice and hate. As his words echoed in the air, he charged forward, his form a blur as he approached Wang Baol. Wang Baol's avatar retreated hastily, his hands forming a flurry of hand seals. A beast corpse appeared on either side of him instantly. The eyes of the beast on the right suddenly glowed bright red, and its jaw fell open as it let loose a furious roar. The beast charged forward and lunged at Daoist Yu Ran. Green flames enveloped the Star Fang beast puppet as it dashed out. It was a fire that was different from what the beast would have given off when it had still been alive, and different from the dark fire as well. It appeared to be a fire that was born out of the two, one that resembled both and yet neither. Regardless, there was no doubt of its power. The beast transformed into a great sphere of fire as it lunged at its target. The same happened to the Star Fang beast puppet on Wang Baol's left. Both Star Fang beast puppets charged at Daoist Yu Ran, cornering him from both sides. The collision was almost immediate, and the air boomed with deafening thunder. The joint attack of the twin Star Fang beast puppets was trouble even for Daoist Yu Ran. He frowned. The beasts had been at the spirit immortal realm prior to their deaths. That meant that their physical forms would be extremely strong and a force to be reckoned with. That wasn't the only thing that Daoist Yu Ran had to be wary of. He could avoid their physical attacks by teleportation and continue his pursuit of Wang Baol. However, just as he raised his right hand in a wave and was about to teleport himself away, Wang Baol suddenly formed a hand seal. The two beasts roared, and green flames surged from their bodies. They appeared to be using their own bodies as fuel. The flames transformed into a sea of fire that spread out and enveloped the area. Two spheres of fire merged together, forming an ocean that enveloped the entire region. It sealed the area and prevented one from teleporting. Everything happened within an instant. As the flames surged from the beasts' bodies, light flashed across the eyes of Wang Baol's avatar as his eyes formed a series of hand seals. Black flames erupted from his body, fanning outwards and, together with the sea of green fire, trapped Daoist Yu Ran within. That wasn't the end of it. As the flames enveloped Daoist Yu Ran, a low, booming voice thundered, igniting another round of transformation in the sea of fire. Seal! With that single booming command, The 11 spears, which had been held back by the seal, suddenly released a dazzling light. They pierced the seal, swung in the opposite direction in a swift arc, and unleashed a burst of sudden speed. They appeared almost instantly around Taoist Yuran, hovering beyond the flames, spread out in a circle around him. Then, like spears skewering a caged basket, they descended into the sea of fire, their simultaneous attacks unleashing a thunderous eruption in the sea. This was all part of Wang Baol's plan. He knew that his avatar wasn't Taoist Yuran's match. That was why he had only one aim from the start of this battle. It involved sacrificing his avatar so that he could seal Taoist Yuran and buy himself more time. The 11 spears landed, then began spinning furiously, releasing their full power and transforming that into a suppressive force that sent the sea of fire boiling. The sea of fire reached unbelievable temperatures. The surrounding air began to distort, like living creatures contorting in pain as they were burned in the extreme heat. Wang Baol had planned everything meticulously, and his plan had unfolded smoothly. Too easily. Wang Baol was surprised by the turn of events. His gut told him that something was wrong. It was then that an enormous arm shot out from the sea of fire and grabbed one of the spears. Covering the arm were countless faces devoid of emotion. It was a terrifying sight to behold. The arm yanked fiercely and shattered the spear. The spear's destruction thundered in the air, and terrifying laughter emerged from the flames. Another arm, as well as an enormous head, rose from the fire. It both looked like Taoist Yuran and looked nothing like Taoist Yuran. The 2 heads and 4 arms that had been destroyed by the Night Immortal King were fully healed and even appeared stronger than before. Countless faces covered the surface of his arms and heads. I knew you would be up to your tricks again. That's why I sacrificed 10,000 never-ending clan puppets before I arrived on this planet. The sacrifice healed my body and brought me to the peak of my physical condition. In fact, it made me stronger than before. I now contain the vitality of 10,000 souls. How? Are you going to defeat me now? Taoist Yuran's voice was filled with triumph as it thundered in the heavens. He dashed out, and in an instant, the spears surrounding him shattered. Waves of fire surged outward and exposed his fearsome form. At that exact moment, Wang Baol, who was still sitting within the dark artifact, finally opened his eyes. They were bright with determination. Since there's no time to repair it fully, let's just not do it then. Wang Baol got to his feet as he said that. With a single leap, he entered the abyss and vanished. Outside, the heavens and earth were shifting. Winds howled, and clouds rolled back. Wang Baol appeared in midair, above the divine armament New City. He hadn't summoned the arch armor or his demonic eye, nor did he unleash any of his mystic techniques. He simply floated in the air, a calm expression on his face, the only difference being the black flames burning in his eyes. Taoist Yuran, who had freed himself from the earlier dangerous situation, absorbed the flesh and blood of numerous never-ending clan puppets, regained his full strength and received an additional great boost to his power, reeled back in shock at the sight of the black flames. The feeling that Wang Baol was giving him was extremely strange. He had the arch armor on him, no demonic eye hovering at his back, and his cultivation was clearly only at the nascent soul realm. However, as he stood there, black fire lighting up his eyes, he still managed to feel extremely dangerous. Taoist Yuran's blood curled. His body was screaming. It trembled and told him that there was no way he could defeat this person. Without Taoist Yuran's support, both sides became more evenly matched on the ground. Mars preparations and fierce retaliation was one reason. The other was the sudden shift of alliance of one faction of Tao Palace cultivators to the Martian side. Led by Dugulin, they joined forces with the Federation cultivators and began targeting never-ending clan puppets. Their sudden aid and the slogan they began to shout affected many more Tao Palace cultivators. Tired of the battle, they began to doubt their actions. Feng Chiron's appearance and subsequent commands intensified their indecision. The invading Tao Palace cultivators might not choose to change their alliance, but they began to retreat from battle subconsciously, choosing to stay out of this war. The upper echelons of the Federation, including the Martian colony governor, Li Xingwen, and Duan Myuk, continued to observe the fierce battle through the Great Martian Array formation. They also saw another battle unfold in midair above the Divine Armament New City. They saw Wang Bail's avatar clash with Taoist Yuran, how the avatar's efforts went to waste when Taoist Yuran freed himself and revealed himself to be more powerful than before, and they saw the moment when Wang Bail's true form appeared. It was as if the key fight in the Martian battle had changed with Wang Bail's appearance. The fight between him and Taoist Yuran became the most important fight. Li Xingwen, Duan Myuk, and the Martian colony governor observed everything through the Great Martian Array formation. It was then that Taoist Yuran struck. The strange feeling he was getting from Wang Bail and the terror rising within him made him antsy. He couldn't wait any longer. Murderous intent filled his eyes, and he raced towards Wang Bail, an unstoppable force of nature, all the faces on his body roaring as he charged. The power he exuded rose to the heavens, surpassing that of a soul conduit realm cultivator at that moment. He was like a tsunami rushing at a lone raft. He was going to pull Wang Bail under and destroy the latter in both body and soul. As Taoist Yuran charged towards Wang Bail, dark fire flickered in Wang Bail's eyes. He appeared unfazed as he lifted his right hand and pointed towards the ground. Dark sampan, resume your position. The earth thundered. Columns of black smoke burst out from underground all around Wang Bail and rose to the skies. They headed for the edge of heaven, rising upwards continuously. These columns of smoke exuded incredible power. Their sudden eruption enveloped Wang Bail and his surroundings in smoke. It was a sudden barricade that stopped Taoist Yuran outside. Alarm flashed across Taoist Yuran's face, but before he could figure out what had happened, something made him lower his head suddenly and stare at the ground. The Martian lands shook. Those with a sufficient level of cultivation, who could extend their spiritual senses while ignoring the power exuded from the dark artifact, were able to distinctly see what was underground. Buried deep under the Divine Armament New City was an enormous artifact. It was shaped like a sampan. It appeared to be old and damaged, but its overall shape had been preserved. A closer examination might even allow one to sense how very old the sampan was. Above everything else, it exuded an indescribable power. The sampan shuddered and triggered quakes under the city and the vast surrounding lands. Columns of smoke continued to erupt from the ground and rise to the heavens, their numbers continuing to increase. It appeared as if the dark sampan intended to break through the earth and emerge above ground. It was as if it wanted to return to the cosmos. Taoist Yuran couldn't see what was happening underground, but he could sense something. It caused his heart to race, and incredulity colored his eyes. It was then that the ground erupted as if struck by a bolt of lightning. A deafening explosion resonated in the air. The lands around the Divine Armament New City collapsed. The dark sampan dismantled itself and transformed into a thick dark chi that rose to the heavens like a sea of black smoke. It surged towards Wang Bail and quickly gathered beneath his feet. In an instant, the smoke transformed into a black sampan. It was one of the 3 dermic treasures that never left a dark child's side. The dark sampan. Its appearance sent the heavens and earth trembling and Mars shaking. The cosmos rippled. Waves of spirit energy erupted and surged outwards as an immense power rose in the air. Even someone as powerful as Taoist Yuran was alarmed. He howled as he tried his best to hold his ground, but the overpowering presence of the dark sampan drove him back. The power exuded from the dark sampan was like a physical force that could squash and kill all living creatures. It didn't matter if one didn't see the descent of the dark sampan. Every cultivator on Mars reeled from its overpowering presence. It affected cultivators from the Federation as well as Tao Palace cultivators who had chosen not to participate in the battle. Even the never-ending clan puppets were trembling. They seemed to sense a force weighing down on them and began to display erratic behavior. Signs that control over these puppets was waning. Mielizi and the other soul conduit realm cultivators were similarly affected. The hex that Taoist Yuran had placed over Mielizi had shown signs of weakening and instability when the dark sampan had appeared. At that precise moment, a hint of clarity had reappeared in his eyes. The ones who were most affected were those who were watching everything through the Great Martian Array formation, people like the Martian colony governor. Li Xingwen had immediately recognized the dark sampan when it had appeared. It was the Martian divine armament of mysterious origins. I knew it. He had it all along. Joy and excitement flashed in Li Xingwen's eyes. This was the first time in the entire war that he had glimpsed hope. Duan Myuk, Li Xingwen, and the Martian colony governor were all equally excited. Of course, they immediately guessed that the sampan was the Martian divine armament, but there was someone standing next to them who gasped in shock at that exact moment. The sampan of the dark sect, the person who exclaimed that was the greatest contributor to the advancement of spirit science in the Federation, a researcher in matters concerning the dark sect, Zhao Pinfang. There wasn't time to question Zhao Pinfang further on his unexpected words. Li Xingwen and Duan Myuk eyed each other and came to an immediate decision. Li Xingwen formed a series of hand seals without hesitation. He activated the solar system array formation, which was currently struggling to keep itself going, connected the visuals captured through the Great Martian Array formation, and broadcast the battle to the entire Federation. The Federation needed to stare death in the face. It needed a hero. Above all else, it needed hope. At this present moment, Wang Beol was the hero. He was their hope. He was fighting for the Federation and for their civilization. No matter the outcome of this battle, be it victory or defeat, this was a battle everyone had to be aware of. It was something they had to bear witness to with their own eyes. That was why, in the next instant, every screen on Earth, Mars, and everywhere else within the solar system, anywhere with Federation cultivators, began to broadcast the battle. Countless screens in countless homes across the entire Federation were turned on. Be it in their homes or outside on the streets, inside and outside each building, every Federation citizen was watching. Gasps of shock erupted all across the Federation as Li Xingwen's solemn voice boomed from the screens and across the Federation. He is a senator of the Federation Senate, the city lord of the divine armament New City, the Grand Supreme Elder of the vast expanse Dao Palace, the Commander of the Moon, and the most powerful cultivator in the Federation. His name is Wang Beol. This battle will determine the fate of the Federation and our civilization. There was a brief moment of deathly silence. Then, the entire Federation erupted into a cacophony of gasps and shouts. Countless people dashed out of their houses. Countless others lifted their heads and stared at the screens overhead. Countless were struck by alarm and shock. Countless became filled with anxiety and fear. The entire Federation, the entire world, gathered like they had never done before, in the streets and alleys. This moment in time belonged to Wang Beol. His parents, his past teachers, his friends, including Du Min and Bunny, his junior brothers and sisters from the Ethereal Dao College. They were all scattered across the Federation at that moment. They were all affected in their own ways as they gazed at Mars. Beol! Senior Brother Beol! Fatty? Brother Beol? All eyes across the Federation watched. In midair over the divine armament New City, atop the dark sampan and surrounded by dark chi, Wang Beol, who was driving Taoist Yu ran into a continual retreat, stood like an entity divorced from this world. He was straddling yin and yang as well as life and death. The dark fire flared in his eyes once more. The expression on his face was calm as he raised his right hand and pointed at the land. Dark robe, resume your position. All eyes were on him. Standing atop the dark sampan, Wang Beol's expression appeared calm. The black flames in his eyes seemed to possess the power to burn everything that existed between this heaven and earth. It appeared to have the power to cleanse the world. Standing atop the dark sampan, Wang Beol appeared an overpowering presence, overwhelming everyone's senses, including Taoist Yu Rance. The overwhelming aura that had descended with the dark sampan's arrival had sent Taoist Yu Ran reeling back in alarm. He had retreated instinctively, and his retreat had been witnessed by the entire Federation. That had made the impact of Wang Beol's second utterance even greater. The lands shook with an intensity that surpassed the first round of quakes. Multiple collapses occurred. Craters were born. The land groaned and thundered. Muffled howls seemed to rise from deep underground, creatures threatening to defy the laws of nature and emerge from the earth. A greater wave of dark chi surged upwards, pouring out of the cracks in the ground, escaping from deep crevices and rising into the air. They transformed into columns of black smoke, darkening the air around Wangbail and racing straight for the heavens. Deafening thunders resonated in the air, and the skies were transformed as winds whipped fiercely and clouds rolled back. Tall pillars formed of black-colored smoke connected the land to the edge of the sky. It was like the coming of the end times, the advent of a world-ending apocalypse. Taoist Yuran was dumbstruck. His shock intensified as the overwhelming power weighing down on him strengthened. The heavens continued to be assaulted relentlessly by the columns of black smoke. The swirl of dark and light resembled when the world was first created. An enormous vortex appeared in the sky. It spun rapidly, thundering as it spun, the sounds traveling far into the distance. The black smoke spread outwards and blanketed the entire sky. Wangbail's presence loomed like a giant. His right hand, which was pointed towards the land, lifted gradually, towards the vast black vortex spinning in the sky, and pressed upwards. Lightning gathered and struck the earth in a series of loud explosions. The black vortex in the sky suddenly descended and raced towards Wangbail, enveloping him. No one could see what was going on inside. Then, it shrank rapidly, and in the next moment, Wangbail reappeared before everyone again. The black vortex had shrunk and transformed into a black robe that covered him from head to toe. Feet planted on the dark sampan and dressed in a dark robe, Wangbail's new appearance threw everyone into shock. Those with more acute spiritual senses instinctively felt a sense of rising awe. It was as if they were staring the god of death in the face. It was an instinct that all living creatures shared, one that arose from their natural fear of death. The overpowering aura exuded from Wangbail increased exponentially with the appearance of the dark robe. Blood seeped from Taoist Yuran's lips. He knew he was sliding into a dangerous situation. However, no matter how hard he struggled, no matter how much he wanted to fight back, it was useless. Nothing but cheap tricks. Wangbail, who are you exactly? Taoist Yuran trembled as he roared at Wangbail. The answer was slowly making itself known to him, but he dared not believe it. It was utterly ridiculous. No, I can't scare myself like that. This doesn't look like what the records described. This missing another. Before he could complete his own thought in his head, alarm flashed across his face as he continued to draw back. He heard Wangbail's next words, lantern or resume your position. Wangbail, dressed in his dark robe and standing on the dark sampan, allowed his right hand to fall. As he spoke, the entire planet shuddered violently. Shrieks coming from deep beneath the ground emerged above ground and pierced the air. It was as if they had been silenced for an eternity and, after having waited for so long, were finally given release. The result was a full-blown oral eruption. Dark chi rose from underground in waves greater than before, thundering in the skies. They didn't head for the space beneath Wangbail's feet, nor did they transform into a vortex in the heavens. Instead, they rushed before Wangbail and hovered an arm's length away from him. An ocean's worth of black smoke suddenly gathered before Wangbail, growing in volume. Materializing first was a handle that extended and grew in length as the smoke solidified. Finally, it transformed fully into an oar. That wasn't the end of it. The transformation continued, and a chain appeared at the tip of the oar. From the end of the chain hung a dark lantern giving off a black light. The overwhelming power in the air intensified, and Taoist Yuran lost all capacity for thought. Wangbail, whose face was partially covered by the black robe and whose expression was hidden from others, raised his right hand. His fingers tightened around the lantern or in front of him. With a sweep of his right arm, the lantern or flipped from its horizontal state to an upright standing position. He placed the lantern or on his right, The tip touched the dark sampan, knocking loudly against the latter upon contact. It was a clear, bright sound that thundered across the skies and sent the ground quaking. The world resonated with it, Mars shook, and a ripple surged through the cosmos. An imperceptible, near-inaudible song-like murmur traversed the vast expanse of time and sent ripples across the universe. It spread across the entire Federation through the screens. It was a shocking sight to behold. The sound of collision between lantern ore and dark sampan. The echoes of a song reverberating in space. They were like the chiming of bells that stirred something in the hearts of everyone in the civilization. They echoed in their heads, and in Taoist Yuran's head. He spat out another mouthful of blood and fell further back instantly. His guesses had turned into reality. Everything had fallen into place. Waves of emotions surged inside him, and he was drowning in incredulity and disbelief. His mind on the verge of a mental breakdown. He gasped, "Dark child." Taoist Yuran's voice was filled with disbelief, which was, in turn, overshadowed by intense horror. He had clearly read about the Dark Sect in the many volumes of records in the Never-Ending Clan. The Dark Sect had existed a long time ago, and while it had existed, it had been empowered by the heavenly Tao and been an extremely terrifying force. His reading of the records had seared that knowledge deeply into his mind. Feng Qiran was shocked as well, and her body trembled. Zhao Yaming and her father, Zhao Pinfong, experienced the same emotions. Another person who was reeling back with equal shock, who was currently concealed in the abyss, was Ziyu. It was all because of Wang Baol's current appearance. His black robe, his dark sampan and lantern ore, and the black flames that continued to surge from his person. He looked like the very personification of death. Wang Baol's reaction towards Taoist Yuran's horror and shock was unexpectedly bizarre. He didn't strike immediately. Instead, he lifted his head and stared through his black robes, towards the stars. Only half of his face could be seen. His eyes were hidden from the others. No one knew what he was looking at. "So, it's Pluto." He shut his eyes as he murmured secretly. A sudden feeling had struck him the moment his hand had tightened around the lantern ore and his dark artifacts had resumed their rightful positions. He seemed to have lost all capacity for emotions. Joy, anger, sorrow. He felt nothing for life and nothing against death. The emptiness was terrifying and incredibly easy for one to get lost in. It was akin to a small raft being lost in a vast ocean and led adrift by the currents. Fortunately, at that critical moment, something had come rippling across space from Pluto. It had been something akin to a lighthouse or perhaps an anchor. It had grounded him and guided him towards the light. "It's like a summon," Wang Baol muttered to himself. He wouldn't have sensed the summoning under ordinary circumstances. It was a feeling he could only perceive the moment the dark artifact was born. As he was fitted with the dark robe, his hand gripped around the lantern ore, and his feet planted firmly on the dark sampan. Something seemed to be hidden on Pluto, something very important. It felt very old, very ancient, as if it had existed for a very long time. Wang Baol was silent for a brief moment. Then he took a deep breath and retracted his gaze. His eyes landed on Taoist Yuran, who was still recovering from shock and was frantically trying to draw back from Wang Baol. Wang Baol's eyes narrowed slowly. His right hand, which was holding the lantern ore, slowly raised upward, then dropped while pointing towards Taoist Yuran. "Soul, come." Taoist Yuran immediately released a terrifying howl. The sudden intense sense of danger pushed all other thoughts out of his head. The faces on his body exploded at the same time, transforming into a terrifying power that permeated the air. His hands moved in a blur, going through a flurry of hand seals as he unleashed every mystic technique he had up his sleeves. He was burning his very life in exchange for great power. It wasn't to fight back but to escape. His self-preservation instincts told him that he shouldn't fight, they told him that he should run. But there was no use in trying. As Wang Baol's voice rippled through the air, the face of the burly man appeared over the dark sampan. The face of the state preceptor appeared on his dark robe, and the silhouette of the young boy slipped out from the dark lantern. The three souls turned towards Taoist Yuran and began to sing. When the heavens and earth separate, the cycle of fate stops. Knowing what happened in the past, the one who suffers now is. Knowing what's to come in the future, the one who is working hard now is.